Horoscopes 2022. Global forecast, month by month, and your personal horoscope. Astrological forecast describes the effects on love, career, finances, family relationships, but also on the overall energies that are observable around us. To understand our personal prediction for our zodiac sign, we must also know the impact of each aspect from a global perspective. We will find out what energies we feel and what the most important transits of the year mean at the beginning of this article. Month after month, we will discuss strong aspects related to global energies, love, health, happiness, unhappiness, or sadness. We will then explain how combinations of the most significant aspects affect our zodiac sign. Let's look at when is the right time to change careers, when love or happiness is affected. We will present you a suitable time for taking risks, but also for walking calmly with the crowd. We will focus on suitable dates for the birth of a child or a wedding. According to astrological transits, we will find out what our family, partner but also love relationships will be like in this year. We will reveal the forecast in health and when is the most suitable date for preventive checkups. In your personal zodiac sign horoscope, you will learn about the positives and negatives that await you. In the introductory overview, you will discover the energies that will affect not only you, but also your loved ones. On our website, you can find calendar of the most important retrograde transits during the year. Use link in the video description. General influence of astrological January transits. We are entering the new year with the sun in the sign of Capricorn. The first aspect that the astrological horoscope draws attention to is the retrograde Venus almost throughout January. This movement will have a global impact on all zodiac signs. Venus located in different houses will affect each of us, our love, support, finances, career, but also health and strength. Venus is in a retrograde motion from January 1st to 29th, and then from January 29 in a directive motion. During the month, he will have a different effect on the 12 zodiac signs, but he will have the greatest influence on the signs he rules, Taurus and Libra. The planets Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto are in directive motion throughout January. February Astrology 2022. The second month of the year, February, will be connected mainly with the direct movements of several planets. The retrograde movement will be noticeable only at the beginning of February. Mercury then shifts its motion from retrograde to directive from February 4th, when other planets such as Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Neptune, and Uranus are also in direct motion. Throughout February, we focus mainly on our own progress. If we focus on the things we want to achieve in life, February is the time to move forward quickly. No major astrological aspects will keep us on our steps to success globally. The energies align with your zodiac sign, and your distinctive characteristics will be at the forefront of this period. Just in the month of February, you will not take on many qualities from the signs that stand in your opposition, or from the signs that stand to your right or left. You will perceive mainly your own self, actually the zodiac sign. All your positive qualities, but also negative features, will come to the surface during February. Be prepared to work with your own interior and with your characteristic zodiac signs, because the month of February will remind you who you really are, which way you are walking. March Astrology 2022. March will point to the smooth running of things in our lives, because the planets acting on the 12 zodiac signs will operate in a directive motion throughout the month. In astrology, this movement means an undisturbed course of things and responsibilities that affect our successes. The directive movement of the planets has an uninterrupted effect on our decisions, and during this period we move forward quickly. Nonetheless, this direction of planetary motion also looks at how we have behaved in our past. During the retrograde movement of Venus and the planet Mercury at the beginning of the year, some signs experienced a more difficult period when they had to make a good decision. These decisions affect our lives mainly during the period when the planets move from retrograde to directive motion. The connections between the movements of the planets can also be called karma, which manifests itself in the directive movement and is related to the things and events that we decided on in the retrograde movement. March gives you a chance to gather the fruit you deserve for your good decisions. The planets Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto will therefore calm all the zodiac signs in March. Let's look at the most important dates that the astrological horoscope describes as days affecting all the zodiac signs. April 2022. The month of April begins with the new moon in the sign of Aries. The planets Uranus, Saturn, Mars, Venus, and Mercury are in directive motion throughout the month. The planet Pluto enters the reversing, so-called retrograde motion from April 29th. The directive movement of the loving Venus and the communicative Mercury, or the warlike Mars, supplies us with energy for all days of April. As during the month of March, the situation will be calm, and during the month there will be only insignificant negative astrological movements in the individual zodiac signs, which will affect our vitality, health, finances, or family background. Let's look specifically at the transits that generally affect all 12 signs and realize what global action we can expect under their influence. Forecast for May 2022. When we look at the month of May from an astrological point of view, we come to the attention of several astrological influences, which negatively and positively affect all 12 zodiac signs. Throughout the month, we will feel the influence of retrograde Pluto, and this influence will be felt intensely by all the zodiac signs. The sign of Scorpio and Taurus, which is against the standing sign of Scorpio, can feel Pluto's retrograde movement more intensely than other signs, because Pluto is to some extent connected with their lives. It controls mainly the body, but the psychic leader of Scorpio is Mars, and of Taurus and Venus. The retrograde motion of the planet Pluto can be clearly expressed by the word transformation. Pluto goes through its action and destroys everything that is to be forgotten in our lives, and represents a brutal avalanche rushing through our lives. Different feelings are associated with the planet Pluto, but it often focuses our attention mainly on control, physical suffering, and even existential crises. However, Pluto will be perceived mainly by our subconscious, when it will show us where our borders are and reveal the opportunity to look into our darker side. Everyone struggles in their lives with the darker sides and with the secrets that cannot let us sleep. Unfortunately, all of these problems are exacerbated during the influence of retrograde Pluto, and so most of the zodiac signs will feel inner unrest, but gradual and small. For the most part, our retrograde position leads us to be inactive and content with what we have. It doesn't make us move forward or think about a bright future. Rather, we are given the opportunity to delve deeper into our own problems and desires, and to see and become acquainted with where we are at the moment. Pluto is a planet that generally moves very slowly, and will thus operate retrogradely over several months. Pluto's transitions are very important because they can dominate only certain months of the year, or even an entire year at the time of our birth. If you have your birth chart, and retrograde Pluto is in the year you were born, these effects of the retrograde planet can have a significant effect on our lives. Astrology of June 2022. In June the 3rd, astrological planets in Pluto, the planet Mercury, Neptune, Saturn will get into retrograde motion. Nonetheless, our lives will be affected at the beginning by only 2 receding objects, and by the end of the month there will be 3. From June the 1st to June the 3rd we will feel the influence of Mercury and Pluto. Since June the 4th, The planets Saturn and Pluto have been operating with this movement. Since June the 28th, Saturn, Neptune, and Pluto have been in retrograde motion, and so this motion affects all zodiac signs. Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Uranus are in directive motion throughout the month. What do the three retrograde movements mean from a global perspective? Pluto remains with us until October the 8th. Not only is this a period of transformation, but from a global perspective, this astrological influence does not recommend major career changes or job changes. Defiant behavior or a desire for rapid progress is not recommended during these months. Also, we should focus more on family life and on the values that are most important in life. If you go back in your thoughts, it may not bring the desired feelings, because you will not be able to analyze the situations that happened well. Pluto works in this movement from April to October, so if you want to make significant changes in your life, it is recommended to do so when Pluto acts in a directive direction. Therefore, postpone these decisions, which mainly concern careers and finances, until later this year, if they have not reached them by April the 8th. Month of July 2022. At the beginning of July, the zodiac signs are still affected by the retrograde movements of Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto. From July the 28th, they are also joined by the planet Jupiter, which directs its retrograde motion initially in the sign of Aries, and operates until November the 23rd, when it shifts its retrograde energies to the sign of Pisces. The directive movement of the main planets responsible for communication, technological skill, love, energy, militancy and vitality, Mercury, Venus, Mars, and Uranus negate during July a large amount of tense energies acting from the reversal of the remaining planets. Saturn, Neptune, and Pluto combine their strength, slowing our steps, and alerting us to situations where we have been more powerless, especially in finance. People go back in time, which has a positive effect on our presence, because we are aware of the consequences of prudent financial management. Some of us have experienced a shortage of money in the past, and these backward aspects remind us of this period, which underscores our modesty and thoughtfulness. As at the end of June, and throughout July, it is not worthwhile to resist at work, or try to dominate the authorities. It is better to walk in the crowd, because there will be an opportunity for a change of profession, or for a financial improvement at the end of the year. Excessive effort, anger and recklessness will bring a lot of problems into our lives. Astrology August 2022. During August, regressive planets behave differently in regressive motion, depending on which astrological house they affect in each sign. Nonetheless, in order to understand the global impact of regressive movements, it is necessary to clarify how our energies will affect us in general. During August, we follow the movements of 4 regressive planets, which hit the personality of all 12 zodiac signs. From August 24th, they are joined by the 5th planet, Uranus, which further strengthens the action of the regressive planets. From a global perspective, if there are many regressive planets in a given month, our personality is rather tight, and we focus more on completing tasks. We also do not start new projects. Planet Jupiter is regressive until the second half of November. From the point of view of all these planets, the truth opens up in our lives and we can evaluate which things are right and which are damaging our karma and life. Regressive movements also mean the time of our own transformation, while the planet Jupiter means the transformation of inner feelings. The movements of the 4 planets, until August 24th, when the 5th planet is added to them, mean the completion of everything we have left unfinished in the past. People around us, but also ourselves, can appear as friendly people who prefer restraint and independence in life. We are also struck by thoughts about who we were in the past life and where we are heading during this journey. Neptune is also in regressive motion until December 4th, so people are not easily understood. Regressive Neptune also draws attention to the material spheres of life that need to be connected to what we love. It draws attention to the right choice of our life goal and life journey. It comes to the fore, especially when we have doubts about our career direction, or when we have doubts about our inner faith. Planet Neptune also brings illusions and ideas to life, which we should keep to ourselves during this period of misunderstanding. The regressive movements of the 4 planets at the beginning of August are reminiscent of the inner truth, which we must keep mainly to ourselves. Astrology of September 2022. During the month of September, we feel the constant regressive movement of the slow planets, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, and these slow planets control the properties of all the zodiac signs. In September, the 6th planet joins them, the fast planet Mercury, which emphasizes its regressive movement from September 10th in the sign of Libra until October 2nd in the sign of Virgo. Slow planets generally affect the energies of an entire generation and the population as a whole. The fast planet Mercury, in turn, strengthens the relationship to the individual zodiac signs in a very specific direction. Each zodiac sign acts in a different area, according to the astrological house in which it is located in relation to the individual zodiac sign. During the workings of the power of the planet Mercury, we feel more separated from society, and it delves deeper into our own emotions. It is also caused by the movement of the other 5 planets, which simultaneously direct the energies. October 2022. In the 10th month of the year, we observe the month-long movement of slow planets, Uranus, Jupiter and the planets Neptune. Mercury withdraws from its regressive motion on October 2nd, and then gets in a straight line. The regressive Saturn also ends its operations in the second half of October, specifically on October 23rd. Planet Mars, which has been in directive motion for all month so far since October 30th, is changing direction and getting into regressive motion, remaining in the Gemini air sign until the new year. The energy that will hit Mars back from the general perspective of the 12 zodiac signs will be discussed in the description of next month. This month we will look mainly at other important astrological transits, which to some extent affect the whole zodiac. November 2022. In November, we will be introduced to the regressive Mars preceding the sign of Gemini, in full force. Until November 23rd, the regressive Jupiter and the planets Uranus, Neptune and the above-mentioned planet Mars also act on the complex energies. What does regressive Mars mean from an overall karmic point of view? For each zodiac sign, this position of Mars affects different ways, and can affect either emotions, family life, finances or work. It has to do in which astrological house, from the point of view of the zodiac sign, is the regressive Mars. From a global perspective, anyhow, all zodiac signs will have trouble making contact with their own insides. Coordinating thoughts and feelings will be more difficult. Some of us will also be affected by the past. This regressive Mars also means problems in intimate life, because people have trouble regulating accumulated and passionate energy. The big problem will be reconciling one's own energies with the energies of other family members. Under the influence of the regressive Mars, tense situations can arise between you and your children, or between you and your partner or other family members. Not only family relationships, but also relationships with oneself can be disrupted. Regressive Mars brings very strong feelings about the past and whispers to us that we should fix everything we have done wrong in the past. Whether it's material things or relationships. The planet Mars located in this way will be a complicated aspect for both men and women. For women, Mars has the potential to reduce femininity, so it doesn't want single women to find a new partner. In men, on the other hand, it causes the intensification of material impulses and aggression. For many people, the planet Mars, which hits us the most during the months of November and December, is mainly caused by feelings of guilt for their past actions. In this way, Mars can isolate us from other people and disrupt interpersonal relationships. As the energy of Mars is combined with the flexibility of Gemini during this period, several zodiac signs will be motivated and curious. December 2022. In December, the planet Neptune has moved in direct motion since December 4th, and the planets Uranus and Mars have been moving in regressive for the rest of the year. At the end of December, the month of December will also hit us with the regressive movement of the planet Mercury from December 29th until the end of the year. December 29th, 30th and 31st is an unsuitable time for signing contracts, deciding on important documents, or concluding a marriage. Regressive Mercury works for only 3 days at the end of the year, but it can mainly affect those who keep important decisions at the end of the year. In December, it is better to focus on yourself and relax more. The power of regressive Mars is still working in all its energy, and therefore thoughts of the past are still interfering with life. December 2022 will be a month that will mean more seriousness and less enjoyment of intimate joys. On the other hand, we think of people who have enriched our lives in any way. We express things we have kept secret from in the past, and we make our whole self clear to others. Each horoscope was prepared by a fortune teller who has many years of experience with accurate divination. The study of astrology helps to make accurate predictions for each zodiac sign. Years of experience with astrological predictions provide an accurate and comprehensive prediction for each of you. The horoscope for 2022 is extensive. At www.horoscope-divination.com, you will find the largest free horoscopes from Fortune Teller, also for the year 2022. Use links in the video description. Now, you can read your yearly personal horoscope and know what year 2022 has prepared for you. Enjoy the prediction from Fortune Teller. For better navigation in this video, see the video description. Horoscope Aries 2022. The fortune teller has prepared a prediction for the sign of the zodiac Aries, which is celebrating its birthday between March the 21st and April the 19th. In the introduction, we will discuss the basic characteristics and features of Aries. Subsequently, we will clarify the forecast in love, finance, health and career for 2022. The personality of Aries in 2022. The sign of Aries is ruled by fire element, which it shares with two other zodiac signs, Leo and Sagittarius. If we look at the zodiac, we see that these signs are placed at an angle of 120 degrees to each other. The fiery signs of the zodiac have certain characteristics in common. The fire inside them represents passionate energy, zeal, and a specific spark of life. However, Aries also takes on more negative qualities from the fiery element, and therefore he wants to be a leader in life. He is a dominant person with a choleric temperament. The sign of Aries with the sign of Libra and Leo achieves the greatest overall compatibility in love. The strong characteristics of every Aries are his courage, self-confidence, enthusiasm, passionate energy, optimistic approach to life and kind-hearted nature in marriage, or in raising children. Both a man and a woman born in this sign will suffer great comfort in life and a cozy home. The area that serves as a refuge for Aries after a hard day at work should always be clean and tidy. Aries loves physical challenges and likes to live his life actively. He doesn't like boredom and repetitive days because he feels like life is slipping through his fingers. He seeks otherness and excitement from everyday life. As the first sign of the zodiac, Aries also belongs to the basic signs. This fact gives the life of Aries a great determination and desire to apply in a career and in private life. With the entry of the sun into the sign of Aries, a certain start begins, not only for Aries, but also for other signs of the zodiac, because with the entry of the Sun into Aries begins their rebirth. From this point of view, it is clear that the entry of the Sun into Aries will mark the beginning of something new, and the strengthening of purposefulness also in 2022. Specifically in Aries, goals will be achieved literally through fire, i.e. relentlessly, zealously, quickly, and actively. The energetic and turbulent Aries seeks a lot of dynamism in life, and therefore makes good friendships with the other fiery signs of the zodiac. Since Aries is one of the most active signs, you must forgive him for sometimes acting like that at first. He works so hard that sometimes he even forgets about food, because he wants to achieve high social status or provide enough for his family members. With Aries, you have to get used to speed and dynamism. He is not afraid of hard work and can use his talent very well. The ruler of Aries is the red planet Mars, and its fateful color therefore becomes red. Planet Mars represents the animal energy in the Aries soul, which it sometimes has to manifest on the outside. This planet manifests itself in the expression of energy, passion, but also in the sexual direction. Aries is a passionate person who seeks not only mental, but also physical stimuli. However, Mars helps Aries find the basics of his journey and perfectly warns him of the wrong direction of life. Mars is a very sensual planet and controls not only the personality of the Aries, but its karmic radiance. This zodiac sign, which represents pure energy, can rely not only on its mind and life, but also on its heart and instincts, which are very strong thanks to the planet Mars. Mars also reminds the Aries of important facts about their lifelong health. Mars is associated not only with color, but also with plants. Every Aries should use garlic, onion and chili in the diet to strengthen its health. To strengthen vitality and energy in 2022, it is recommended for Aries to eat nettle broth, which will strengthen their immune system and help them overcome any flu or a cold. However, we will talk more about health in 2022 later. In Aries, Mars represents the daily ruler. He acts directly and boldly. That is why the sign is not afraid to compete with the masculine energy and be firm in its decisions. The male signs of the zodiac, to which Aries also belongs, want to set the direction in life and decide on events. Aries is the dominant man who combines the energy of Mars and the masculine energy into one whole, and with this are his expressions of love, his career and his life journey. The year 2022 will also be influenced by the basic characteristics of the Aries sign. For Aries, this year seems to be focused on work, caring for the family, finances, but also making new friends. In 2022, Aries will be very compatible with the signs Sagittarius, Leo, Aquarius, Gemini, and Libra. These signs of the zodiac form a suitable relationships, not only in love. Even friendships or collaborations will be successful in these combinations. Aries will understand these signs in all directions. In 2022, you will have more opportunities to meet new friends and strengthen existing relationships. Positive transits and changes in Aries life in 2022, in short. In January, the April Aries will be hit by the negative effects of the retrograde Venus, which will play with stability in the relationship. These Aries can thus expect a weakening of the intimate connection with the partner and problems in the emotional direction. At the beginning of the year, especially those Aries whose relationship is unstable and who are considering divorce or breakup should be careful. From the point of view of astrology, this is not a good idea, especially in the month of January, when this step would lead Aries to his future misfortune. From the point of view of work, the retrograde Venus is also responsible for a good reputation among employees. Concentrate not to interfere in any way in the personal lives of your co-workers, and not to gossip about others. It could be ugly vengeance. The beginning of the year will also present the first retrograde movement of Mercury, which will affect the possibilities of communication in a relationship, but also at work. This disrupts especially the area of love of the assigned Aries, who will focus more on their own self-development and forget about intimacy in the relationship. Retrograde Mercury is an inappropriate time to address any important issues, and signing important treaties is not recommended. It is also not a suitable period for singles or unemployed. It is not appropriate to start a new relationship or a new job. Aries who plans to travel during this movement of Mercury should be especially careful in finances and in health. For more information on when retrograde planets are affected, see the graph of retrograde movements. The month of March highlights the tension in the relationship over finances. You need to try to reassure your partners of a negative attitude towards spending your finances. The second half of March may thus be weakened in the area of relations. Your partner may even complain about your emotional coldness. Even for singles, the first quarter is not ideal for new relationships. From the month of July, the love of those in relationship will be tested when a third person can appear, hoping for the breakdown of this relationship, or at least for its disruption. Those who have doubts in the relationship or feel overlooked by their partner under the influence of a heavy burden will tend to run away from their obligations. However, the astrological horoscope for the sign of Aries in 2022 does not recommend a breakup to the Aries. That is, if Aries is not in an aggressive relationship. The reversing Pluto from April 29 to October 8 stabilizes and slows down the life of the Aries and focuses his attention mainly on his own transformation. Aries enters the depths of his soul and thinks about unfinished duties. This is not a good time for marriage, but rather to identify with oneself. You will enjoy the work, but relationships with co-workers will not be in harmony. It can also cause you to focus less on the actual progress of your career, and you may fall into depression or grief that you may want to balance with alcohol or otherwise fight these feelings. So from February to March, beware of inappropriate solutions to your negative moods. Try to rest more instead. Stir up your mind and relax actively. This line of thinking can help you overcome the New Year's depression in the first quarter. Health will not be a gift this year. You will have to earn it with your honest approach to physical condition and your mental health. Bad habits will bother you and you will look for ways to motivate yourself to overcome any addiction you are well aware of. Women in the sign of Aries can drown their grief in unhealthy food, which is reflected not only in physical appearance, but later also on the psyche. In February and March, remember the warnings concerning your health, which will not be in such harmony as in the first month of the year. For some Aries, a more negative outlook by 2022 may be the need to work with one's inner self and the strong need to build a balanced psyche and harmonious family relationships. There is a period of forgiveness, even if you feel a blockage at the beginning of the year, that will not allow you to open your heart and accept life as it is. Summer is often an opportunity for Aries to strengthen relationships at various levels. The summer of 2022 will not be an exception, although there are some warnings for those who decided to marry in 2022. From a financial point of view, you will also experience more demanding periods and you will struggle with an extreme passion for shopping, which will have to be tamed. The family budget will not prosper either, but finances will seem stable, with the exception of January and the end of the year. You will not be able to afford large investments, but this year is still not ideal for such steps from a global perspective. In 2022, your work will come into some conflict with co-workers, if you work in a group. In business, you need to remember important dates, when you have to meet your tax obligations and other dates, when you need to avoid signing important projects, contracts and avoid purchases. Progress will be hampered by the influence of the reversing Mercury on several dates of the year, which will more or less affect the Aries sign. You can find out more about the retrograde movements that await you in the tables and descriptions of the important aspects that are part of this prophecy. Health will be balanced in 2022 with some warnings for both men and women. At the end of the year, however, the health horoscope brings a very big warning for Aries, who have been neglecting their health and healthy lifestyle for a long time. Negative transits and changes in Aries life in 2022, in short. For Aries, 2022 will be a year focused mainly on work and finance. Emotions will be more in the level of self-care and care for children or family members. January is an opportunity for personal self-development, especially for March Aries. Thanks to the influence of the ruling planet in the 9th house at the beginning of the year, you will have the opportunity to know the soul of your loved one. Although intimacy is not strongly represented, it brings the beginning of the year to mental compatibility with a partner, which will significantly strengthen existing relationships. Children in your family will also enjoy your attention more. The month of February will belong to domestic well-being, and no tense situations are expected in family relationships. You will get the opportunity to build your own intimacy and enhance the joy of the loved one's touches. You will strengthen relationships with your partner, which may have been tense at the beginning of the year. Especially in the middle of February, your joy of intimacy will be fully manifested. Although the retrograde Mercury robs Aries in several terms of the possibility of peaceful communication, on the other hand, it will provide him with opportunities for his own inner self-development. Thus, Aries can live this period in silence with a focus on himself. An ideal opportunity for meditation and to organize thoughts. Some times of the year will bring sexual disorder into your intimate life, but on the other hand it is positive news, because you will penetrate into relationships through other values, understanding, communication, good food, common interests. The year 2022 thus makes the marriage of the Aries more interesting, and it makes single Aries focus on different values in relationship than before. Mars will not be as passionate as in previous years, so you can look forward to a calmer and more balanced love. August brings courage in love, and in relationships with a lot of negative energy. If Aries is stuck in a violent and unbalanced relationship, the month of August brings enough way to solve this problem. Mars will move to Gemini, where women in particular will have the opportunity to share their problems with the authorities and settle this painful relationship. The family will stand firm with you. You just have to decide. This month is perfect for that, according to the astrological movements affecting the Aries. Retrograde Pluto brings more than 5 months for the Aries to deepen inside and teach himself to work with his feelings. In several respects, this means a positive impact for Aries, although this is not a good time to move forward quickly. This gives you time to calm your intense feelings and emotions, and return to rethinking your decisions at the beginning of the year. The month of March brings creative ideas and possibilities of perhaps the fastest progress in work in 2022. Even those whose job is to take care of the home have the opportunity to perfectly clean the energy of the home and improve the overall atmosphere. Prepare a background that will be a joy to enter and hide whenever you are hit by negative energy from the outside environment. Already the 3rd month of the year, March, brings ideal opportunities for growth for all Aries. Pluto's energy will develop mainly in the working area of Aries and will direct their careers to new spheres. Even the unemployed Aries have more than 5 months of opportunity to find a job. For Aries, Pluto's transformation also means choosing a new direction in life, but carefully and slowly. The horoscope also tells positive news to those Aries who are trying to expand their family with a new offspring, or are looking for their first baby. The year 2022 will bring up to 3 opportunities and months that will be ideal for this fulfillment of your dream. For the singles, the year 2022 will be a challenge for them to be able to detach themselves from their own fear, to step out of established patterns, and whether they will gain the courage for new experiences. Several months of the year will bring opportunities to meet new people, to make contacts. Family life will flourish especially in the summer months. The end of the year is more unstable from the family's point of view, although it gives an opportunity to develop one's own personality. Aries, who take care of their health, will be rewarded. You can read more about health at the end of the horoscope, where you will also find prediction of positive and negative days of 2022 for Aries. If you like the short prediction for 2022 for Aries zodiac sign, please visit our website www.horoscope-divination.com, where you can find the biggest horoscope 2022 for free. Subscribe our channel for more videos about zodiac sign. Wish you all the best in 2022. With love, your horoscope and divination. The fortune teller has prepared a prediction for the year 2022 for the Earth zodiac sign of Taurus, which is celebrating its birthday between April the 21st and May the 20th. What opportunities, news, or changes await Taurus during 2022, according to an astrological prediction prepared by the fortune teller. Read a prophecy in love, health, work and career enriched with interesting information about the sign of Taurus. P. The personality of Taurus in 2022. Taurus is one of the zodiac signs of the zodiac. The earth element is shared by Taurus together with the sign of Virgo and Capricorn. In the astrological graph, these earth zodiac signs are positioned at an angle of 120 degrees to each other. The astrological characteristics of the signs predetermine the common basic characteristics of these three signs. Common keywords or characteristics for the earth signs of the zodiac are a focus on material goods, on practical progress in life, with a strong orientation for work, money, and harmonious relationships. The sign of Taurus, as well as other earth signs of the zodiac, may be more closed in relationships. A strong positive feature of the signs that share the earth element together is also strong logical thinking and exceptional diligence. Taurus is a sign of the zodiac that certainly belongs to the most industrious people, who never give up without a fight and without a goal. Taurus is very popular in society, and it will not be otherwise in 2022. Strong logical thinking and relentless diligence can move Taurus to new life opportunities and financial improvements this year as well. The earth element that enriches Taurus's life also symbolizes life prosperity, stability, and Taurus's creative power. It also describes physical attractiveness, security, and intuition. All these characteristics are associated with the sign of Taurus, which is a faithful partner and an excellent friend. The earth element has a more negative effect on Taurus by enclosing his nature and can cause him complications in the early beginnings of the relationship or in joining the collective. Taurus is the second sign of the zodiac. It is a strong sign, which is characterized by stability and perseverance. The strong signs of the zodiac are the four signs that are arranged in a cross in the astrological chart. These include the signs of Taurus, Leo, Scorpio, and Aquarius. The strong signs of the zodiac are characterized by the fact that when the sun passes through them, we are in a period that does not change, it does not begin nor end. If the sun enters the sign of Taurus, the spring and all its beauty begins. At the heart of spring is this firm zodiac sign that maintains a balanced flow of natural things. Thanks to this feature, Taurus is also able to cover projects that are already underway. They can get on a moving train and quickly understand their position. This strong feature of the strong sign helps Taurus in every work and life. It helps to keep property and material things in balance, which is extremely important in Taurus's life for his mental well-being. A reliable and energetic Taurus has a strong focus on achieving career success during its life. He is a hard-working man who can sometimes be considered a great careerist because he spends a lot of his time in his work. He focuses on the material world, where he wants to achieve balance throughout his life. If he feels harmony in this area, he can devote himself fully to interests other than physical pleasures and his hobbies, which are often cooking, music or gardening. Taurus is suitable for any creative activity, where manual work is required, and where he can fully express his creative spirit. Taurus is an exceptionally good father who teaches his children respect, and thanks to him, children gain a lot of valuable knowledge. A woman born in the sign of Taurus is equally an exceptional woman and an unbeatable mother who can harmonize her energies to such an extent that order and love prevail in a common household. Taurus in life hate rapid changes of opinion or quick decisions. They can be nervous about uncertainty, and they find it more difficult to overcome complications in the field of work or private life. Taurus is one of the signs of the zodiac, concentrating not only on the material world, but also on physical pleasures. Taste, touch, and hearing have developed really strongly, so they can perfectly enjoy quality music, an excellent dinner, or the touches of their loved one. The ruling planet of Taurus is a planet of romance, attraction and beauty. The ruling planet is shared by the sign of Taurus, also with the seventh sign of the zodiac, the sign of Libra. The planet Venus acts on Taurus with its strong energies and affects its basic characteristics. These are specified in Taurus mainly thanks to this planet, which brings loyalty and creative spirit to the Taurus. Thanks to Venus, Taurus is not only an exceptional parent, but also a great cook or gardener. Taurus tends to be very dependent on other people in his life, and he needs one great true love in his life. Taurus is more than the other signs of the zodiac looking for a half that will always support him in life. Despite the emotional foundation from Venus in certain astrological transits, the sign of Taurus is a very balanced sign, which will bring a lot of practical thinking and intelligence into any test of life without any problems. This earthly and strong second sign of the zodiac is connected in life with the second astrological house, which is also referred to as the house of property. This astrological house, associated with the sign of Taurus, symbolizes property opportunities, freedom and the ability to exercise in life. In Taurus, it also evokes a positive attitude towards material goods and finances. Taurus wants to secure not only himself, but also his whole family, so that they never suffer from shortages. His ability to apply himself in every direction gives life to a number of opportunities for Taurus to choose their longed-for life path even at a young age. This second sign of the zodiac is strongly focused on his life path, and at a later age he achieves a great feeling of happiness and satisfaction in life. On the other hand, since Taurus is very oriented towards money and material goods, it may happen that he is troubled by a large amount of financial loans or debts in life. In this horoscope, we will also look at the financial stability of Taurus during 2022. The sign of Taurus and the sign of Libra are controlled by the planet Venus. In these two signs it is very strong, and thanks to the action of the planet Venus on the sign of Taurus, or on the sign of Libra, these two signs of the zodiac can fully manifest their basis and their pure form. Even during 2022, Taurus will experience the strong influence of Venus right at the beginning of the year. We classify Taurus as a female sign, where belong not only Taurus, but also the sign of Cancer, Virgo, Scorpio, Capricorn and the last sign of the zodiac, Pisces. Female signs are endowed with strong empathy, ability and great patience. During 2022, Taurus is mainly affected by the moon and the positive transits of Venus operating in the 4th, 5th or 7th astrological house. We will discuss more about the effect of Venus on the sign of Taurus in the horoscope for 2022. The year 2022 will also be influenced by the basic position of Taurus in astrological houses and its characteristic features. We will look not only at the ruling planet, but also at its element and other important transits. In 2022, Taurus will be focused on work and success, but harmonious periods can also be replaced by relationship problems and broken health. The friendships that Taurus will make in 2022 will have a strong foundation and will make sense for the future. Taurus, now you have the opportunity to know your destiny in 2022 in terms of the operation of the planets and all the aspects that are closely connected with Taurus. Get to know the prediction in love, finances, at work and also in health. Will the year 2022 be successful, and can Taurus overcome every problem that has arisen? Horoscope of Taurus 2022 will reveal a prediction in all important life directions. Positive changes in Taurus life in 2022. In January, the retrograde Venus will take care of several changes in Taurus's life. Taurus concentrates all his energy mainly on himself, on building his own psyche, and also on love and family relationships. As you will be more closed in on yourself in January, you will mainly deal with your unresolved relationships from the past. In January, all your energy is focused on relationships that have remained unresolved in the past, whether with friends, lovers, or co-workers. So in January, focus mainly on resolving unfinished disputes and meditate. A certain wise woman in your life, which you have so far perceived as a good counselor, will help you solve many conflicts and problems from the past in the month of January, at the beginning of 2022. As for love, friendships, and family relationships, the second month of 2022, February, brings a positive energy to the life of Taurus and immense physical beauty. This positive month brings much more energy for Taurus because the retrograde Venus resonates, and you can focus on your presence because you have managed to resolve other relationships to your satisfaction. The following months will be more difficult for Taurus, also in terms of romantic relationships or family life. For example, March means up to 17 suitable days for singles to experience love that will last. Just in March, a single Taurus has a lot of chances to know the love of his life. May will be complicated for Taurus in several areas, and from the point of view of the astrological chart, May seems to be the most negative month of 2022. Summer months, June, July, and August again harmonize all negative energies in relationships with which you understand well. Also, June seems to be a good month to share love with family members, according to the astrological chart, and 2022 also brings opportunities to resolve disharmonious friendships, especially in May. There are also several opportunities for those who want to enlarge their family and bring a new offspring into the world. You can find positive dates for fathering a child in the section Love and Relationships. This horoscope will also tell you if the year 2022 is suitable for a marriage for the sign of Taurus, and which dates are ideal for sealing a long-term love. The last months of 2022 include many opportunities to build stronger relationships, whether with friends, with your love, or with yourself. From a working point of view, the beginning of the year will be ideal for solving the obligation and for completing all started tasks. You can move forward from 20th March to 10th May, as astrological transits wish success and opportunities for the unemployed. Taurus will have several opportunities to carry out activities to meet the needs of others. Taurus's great dedication and hard work in 2022 deprives Taurus of the amount of energy you will need to supplement with a healthy lifestyle and exercise. In terms of the obligation of 2022, May and June recommend cleaning the energetic aura at home. If you clean up the negative energy of the household at the beginning of June, success and greater satisfaction will also be added to your life. The summer month of August is extremely positive for those whose job is to work with people or provide services. The team will thrive, not only in this activity, but in business as a whole. In terms of finances, the year 2022 for Taurus is in some respects balanced, although Taurus will feel a certain tense period right at the beginning of January, which we will discuss in the negative aspects of this year. From a positive point of view, the months of February, March, and April come, which are extremely stable and do not interfere with any negative impact on Taurus's finances. You can read more about how Taurus's finances will develop during 2022 in the financial horoscope on the following pages. January 2022 seems to be a strong month due to the retrograde ruling planet of Taurus, which intervenes in all aspects of Taurus, work, love, but also health. From a health point of view, January will help Taurus to analyze past health problems and even find suitable solutions. January is an excellent month for all preventive checkups, even though it is only the beginning of the year. This month will also motivate those who are trying to lose weight and make a change in their own diet towards a better lifestyle. The middle of 2022 will be challenging from a health point of view, but you can think of a pet that will improve and strengthen your psyche. December 2022 is a health idyllic month that helps Taurus stabilize its health and improve its condition. In terms of positive aspects, therefore, the year 2022 brings several influences that offer Taurus opportunities, not only to strengthen the relationship and family ties, but also to move forward in work and gain better financial stability. Negative changes in Taurus life in 2022. So Taurus is waiting for a complicated May, which will bring several challenges that you will have to manage emotionally and professionally. From a health point of view, there are also several months that do not recommend the bull in 2022 to travel or perform risky activities. In terms of emotions, you will have to deal with past emotional issues in love in January. These problems can concern both the private love life of Taurus, as well as family or friendships. Taurus will go back in time, which may cost you a lot of energy in January. You will deal with the past mainly with yourself, but you will also seek help from your loved ones whom you trust. The demanding January from an emotional point of view will be offset by the effects of February, when the astrological chart indicates positive vibrations in love. In April, you will feel several days of loneliness, when you will feel lonely, even if you are surrounded by a large number of friends or your love. This loneliness will mainly affect the singles, who will seek society, only to escape the intense feelings of insecurity and loneliness. May also draws attention to several warnings in the area of emotions. Some of the Taurus's friends have dishonest intentions with your person, and may even betray you. The whole of May represents a very disrupted family relationship, and even a deterioration of the financial situation. This May negative vibration will hit every Taurus to a great extent, and therefore it is necessary to draw fresh energy and strength at the beginning of 2022. During May, you will face various quarrels, disruption of the relationship with a friend, partner or lover, as well as disruption of family relationships. The horoscope also points out the conflicts between you and your siblings. The total May emotional decline will take Taurus away, and you will have to prepare for the large expenditure of energy that will require coping with these negative days. At the end of May, the negative energies will begin to subside, and the month of June will mean the stabilization of your own person. July is positive in terms of the relationship, and other disharmonious relationships will not be brought until the month of August, specifically the period around August 24. In September, the horoscope draws the attention of every Taurus to a love affair that can affect long-term relationships. The astrological chart shows that the love affair mainly affects Taurus who are dissatisfied in a relationship and who have a close relationship with someone at work. Mastering this aspect, and these provocations by astrological transits, will be extremely important for Taurus, especially for their future relationships. In November, Taurus is hit by enormous jealousy and nervousness, especially in unbalanced relationships. If in 2022 you are in a relationship that you think is out of balance, you must resolve these feelings at the beginning of the year, otherwise you will be followed by enormous nervousness, quarrels and misunderstandings in relationships throughout 2022. From a career point of view, the beginning of the year will not bring opportunities for any new projects, and no exceptional opportunities related to career advancement or job improvement. In February, you will even have trouble educating your children. February energies can bring misunderstandings with children, and a complication in managing their upbringing. Unemployed people will feel negative energies, especially around March 17th, 18th and 19th. When looking for a job, you feel a futile attempt to change something in your life, and therefore a mild depression may occur in your life. On March 19th, there is an impact on your hard work and stamina, which also marks your effort at work. The retreating Mercury will affect Taurus's communication skills in May and early June, which will be significantly reflected in your work. September energies mean nervousness in the presence of other people and a problem when working with people. Overall, 2022 is not suitable for long journeys, and Taurus is advised to choose a holiday close to his home. Finances will be problematic in January, but only from Taurus's psychological side. You will feel financial uncertainty, which will result in later accumulation of assets and accumulation of money at the end of the year. All of Taurus's energy will be focused on gaining better financial status, which may divert your attention from your private life. From August 20th, you will focus mainly on your finances. During this period, you should be careful not to miss the daily joys of life. From a health point of view, the first warning comes in May, which is a generally unstable month for Taurus. You should be aware from 24th May, because astrological transits indicate complications, especially for those who are in a violent relationship or who work in high-risk jobs. From May 24 RH to August 20 RH, there are several negative transits indicating injuries and violence. Each Taurus should therefore be warned during this period, as health may be impaired. However, the final month of 2022 is positive for health, and we will explain this area on the following pages of the horoscope. Dear Taurus, if you like the horoscope, please support us and subscribe our channel. For more horoscopes, Taurus, visit to links that you can find in the video description. Biggest Horoscope 2022 are prepared by fortune teller and site www.horoscope-divination.com. Wish you all the best in 2022. Gemini Horoscope 2022. The astrologist and fortune teller have prepared a horoscope for the sign of Gemini for this year. Read the prediction in love, health, or in a career that is enriched with interesting information about your astrological zodiac sign. Gemini celebrates its birthday between May 21st and June 20th. What opportunities, news, or changes await Gemini? Read a comprehensive prophecy for the area of love, health, and career, which focuses its prediction mainly on astrological influences and movements through the houses of Gemini. Gemini is known for its gentleness, curiosity, and ability to learn quickly. This will not be the case this year either, when through some negative transits Gemini may feel an inconsistent and indecisive nature that is close to Gemini. In this year, the greatest friend for Gemini will be music and interesting books, because Gemini will be able to indulge in more free time just for themselves. Since the sign of Gemini, whether male or female Gemini, does not like the routine, this year they will look for various small adventures, such as walks or short trips to places they do not yet know. Their great acumen will help them advance in their careers, but there are also negative aspects affecting the career of Gemini, which we will get acquainted with in the following lines of the horoscope. The social and communicative nature of Gemini, which is always ready for good fun, will also multiply Gemini's opportunities for relaxation. You will have enough time to consider the priorities of the year and to be able to make firm decisions in several life directions. The year will bring success especially to Gemini who do business or work in the art sphere, but will also affect teachers, doctors, or journalists. These professions will be positively affected in terms of the astrological chart, and Gemini who are considering starting their artistic careers will have a large number of opportunities to seize the opportunities. This year, Gemini is closely associated with his childhood, family, and relatives. It is tied to deeper emotional expressions, and love will be full of intellectual challenges. Even those in relationship will be given more chances during this year for a new love, for a new relationship, or for a deep and meaningful friendship. The ruling planet of Gemini is the communicative Mercury, which strikes the energies of Gemini, but also other signs of the zodiac with its reversing and directive movement. However, Gemini will also be affected by the positive transits of Mercury, which will act at an incredible speed, because this vast planet will further strengthen the positive qualities of the individual, the sign of Gemini. This year too, Mercury has an influence on how Gemini think, on the way they communicate, and concentrates energy on different aspects of Gemini's life. Mercury is known for its strength and organization. These properties of the planet influence Gemini in great force, and so Gemini become amazing people who transfers the properties of this powerful planet into his personality. The biggest challenge of the year will be for Gemini to listen to others and try to penetrate into their soul. You will also need to say goodbye to relationships that do not stimulate you emotionally. Many months of the year will focus on Gemini's friendly and family relationships, but some transits will help Gemini better understand long-term love or overcome career decisions. This year too, Gemini will prefer to physically contact their partner, who they consider extremely important. Unmarried Gemini will focus mainly on such relationships and emotions that have the potential for a bright future. Repetitive superficial relationships and dysfunctional connections are not of interest to more Gemini because these relationships do not allow us to create the depth of emotions that Gemini seek and need. Gemini is a very friendly sign of the zodiac, which in life focuses mainly on its friends and family. The family is extremely important for Gemini, whether they are parents, siblings, or their own children. This year too, Gemini will strive to create a safe and peaceful home to share with his loved ones. However, there are also challenges that will affect family harmony and happiness in this year. The love of Gemini in a long-term relationships will also be tested. In their life, Gemini often have to decide between their practical side and their heart. Such a difficult choice will also occur this year, when Gemini's career will be an opportunity to change their life. Gemini understands and love mainly with the signs of Sagittarius and Aquarius, and at work, family, or friendships, they create great compatibility with the signs of Leo, Aries, Scorpio, and again, with the signs of Aquarius and Sagittarius. Libra will be Gemini's best and true friend who will never betray them. If you look for advice in this year on how to move in the right direction of life, you will find it from the sign of Libra. The essential oil for Gemini is definitely eucalyptus essential oil, which will help Gemini not only to concentrate better, but also to seek vitality after difficult days. This essential oil should be a part of Gemini's life throughout the year, as it will help not only with health problems, but also with mental pain. However, be careful with this oil, as some Geminis may react to eucalyptus with an allergic reaction. Those who do not handle eucalyptus oil well can replace eucalyptus oil with lemon oil, which is Gemini's second option to enhance vitality and energy. In terms of aromatherapy, these oils should be part of your home throughout the year, and a few drops of this fragrance will help you better relax and focus on your own life, whether it will be helpful in overcoming difficulties. The year will be significantly influenced, not only by the ruling planet of Gemini, the planet Mercury, but also by the basic characteristics and features of the Gemini sign. The horoscope will focus not only on the ruling planet, the influence of the sun on the sign of Gemini, but mainly on the movements of important planets in the houses of Gemini. Overall, the year seems to be a successful period, when strong friendships and family ties will be highlighted in the life of Gemini. Gemini, now you have the opportunity to know your astrological prediction for the whole year, whether you are looking for answers to questions in the field of love, work, finance, or health. Can you overcome the problem in this year? Will your love be stronger than ever before? Will the unemployed manage to find the desired job? Will the single Gemini be more focused on their own personality, or are there opportunities for new love? We will answer these questions in the following parts of the horoscope, which also deals with whether the year is a suitable year for marriage, and whether those who are trying for a coveted baby will be successful. Continue reading the prediction, which will reveal the future in all important life directions. Positive aspects during the year 2022. Before imagining the detailed horoscope for the sign of Gemini, in terms of love, work, or health, let's look briefly at how positively astrological transits will hit your zodiac sign during this year. From the point of view of love, the first quarter does not bring any exceptional transits that would positively or negatively affect the energies of Gemini. The first big positive aspect comes during the month of May, when Gemini will have many opportunities in a relationship to strengthen their long-term relationship and marriage. Throughout June, Venus and Mercury influenced relations in a positive direction. This month, you have the opportunity to enhance every relationship and heal what has been disrupted. Love relationships that are based on deep understanding and deep love will flourish during June. From July 19th to August 4th, you do not have to expect any quarrels or complications in a long-term relationship. The year brings many opportunities for Gemini, who in the past have gone through more complicated emotions in the relationship and who are trying to get the broken relationship back into balance. There are also transits, which means suitable days for marriage or pregnancy for every Gemini. In the detailed horoscope you will find out about every date suitable for a wedding in case you are going to get married in this year. From October 10th to 29th, every Gemini will have an excellent opportunity to move forward. So if you are considering whether to move your long-term relationship to a new level by marriage or joining the family, you have a chance to change your relationship in the period from 10 to 29 August. Your sensitivity to your partner will allow you to understand not only your own desires, but also your partner's needs and reconcile these two things into one functioning and beautiful relationship. In November, the 7th Gemini house of astrology is strongly occupied and has a very positive effect on the emotions and love of not only those in relationships, but also single Gemini. A strong occupied 7th house of partnership means a period full of love, Gemini attraction and beauty. Unmarried twins are offered many opportunities to get to know their soulmate because the 7th astrological house makes you an irresistible and charming person. From an astrological point of view, the month of November seems to be very strong for Gemini. On December 23rd, relationships that are based only on an intimate basis will be terminated. Any relationship that you have maintained only for sexual pleasure must be terminated by the end of 2023 because it no longer brings you joy and pleasure. This fact will remind you of the end of the year, when you will find that it is time to reorient your energy to something valuable and lasting. Throughout this year, friendships seem strong and excellent. Strong friendships are further strengthened, and your friends are sincere and loyal to you. These friendships also affect your mood, and your friends will help you in difficult times. From the point of view of Gemini's career, February already brings opportunities for the unemployed, which is used mainly in the area of services and assistance to others. In February, any unmarried Gemini can put their energy entirely into the distribution of CVs and the search for a coveted job. February is also a good month for students born under the sign of Gemini, who need to improve their grades or complete exams. The months of April and May will be positive at work, and many Gemini will be able to progress in their work and even grow their careers. There are opportunities for those Gemini who are happy at work because you will draw even more successful energy into your life. For example, on May 2nd, transits indicate a huge opportunity for the unemployed or for a change of occupation. In terms of career, you will be positively influenced by Venus in the 8th house from December 10th, which means not only a better job evaluation, but also an extraordinary financial gain. Finances seem to be stable with a few negative transits, which we will discuss later. However, in terms of finances, the strongest month is December, which will offer you an exceptional and unexpected opportunity to get rich and increase your assets. Gemini's health points to several periods when you will need to strengthen your defenses. Eucalyptus and lemon oil is, from a health point of view, the oil of the year for every Gemini who wants to get rid of persistent headaches or breathing problems. These oils should be a regular part of your home or office in this year. Any stressful situation, headache, or loss of energy will be overwhelmed by this fresh scent, because from the point of view of aromatherapy, it is a scent suitable for the overall purification of energies for the Gemini sign. From March 20th to April 20th, one Gemini will be given a number of opportunities to strengthen their own defenses. Herbs throughout the year should include herbs that will improve your immunity. Bet not only on consuming herbs in soups or spices, but also drink herbal teas that have many healing and positive effects on your health. However, the first half of the year bothers you in terms of health. On the other hand, the second half of the year will be much more favorable in this regard, and your energy will be unceasing and vital. The month of November will surprise every Gemini suffering from a long-term disease, because you will find the causes of this disease. You will research your health genealogy to help you find answers to the questions you have been looking for about your health for a long time. It is therefore clear that the year offers a number of positive changes in the life of Gemini. Find out more about how the love, career, or health of Gemini will be affected in this year in the detailed Gemini horoscope. Negative transits that will affect Gemini in 2022. The life of Gemini will be affected to some extent during the year by negative transits, which you should definitely know if you are a Gemini yourself, or if you have a Gemini you love at home. We will look briefly at the negative transits affecting Gemini's love, work, finances, and health in this year. Right at the beginning of the year, each of you will feel the influence of the regressive Venus, and, in January, the regressive home planet, Mercury. However, these planets generally affect you in several ways. You get a space to think about your life, your decisions, but also your future. However, these movements of the regressive planets affect unmarried Gemini, who need to be more solitary in January. In terms of the love of singles, January will be a really difficult time for any Gemini who are fully aware of their loneliness and desire to connect their soul and body with someone's love. The first significant impact on your love life comes in April, when both male and female Gemini should be on the lookout for love affairs at work. April transits interfere with the love of Gemini in a negative direction, when you feel that your partner does not understand you as you need and desire. From this point of view, you may be interested in capturing someone else's emotions just for yourself. These feelings mainly affect April. From August 10th to October 2nd, you feel the movement of regressive Mercury affecting your emotions, family relationships, feelings, and overall love life. Singles will tend to be interested in lasting to childish relationships that bring physical satisfaction rather than mental satisfaction. Singles are also focused on finding secure partners who will bring you not only emotional satisfaction, but also a better financial status. For singles, this desire to know a wealthy partner persists, especially in the period from 5th April to 2nd May. Regressive Mercury also influences the behavior of Gemini in a long-term relationship or marriage, because you try to solve all conflicts and quarrels shallowly, which can affect your partner, who may perceive your cold side. In this year, mainly inharmonic and disrupted relations will be examined. Any relationship that has been weakened in the past, whether by Gemini or the other, will once again pass a tough test that will tell you more about whether you are being judged for another life together. The biggest test of the Gemini relationship, which is not sure of the strength of the relationship, takes place from October 23rd to November 16th. From November 17th to December 6th, unmarried Gemini should alert you, because Mercury in its exile reminds you of wrong past decisions, especially in the area of relations. Single Gemini will have to learn to process the energies of Mercury that send negative vibrations to your overall mental harmony. Even if your past decisions were wrong, you always have the option to start over. From December 6th, you will realize your value and strength. Astrological transits also indicate which periods are appropriate, and which, on the contrary, are unsuitable for marriage. From the point of view of the astrological chart, it is clear that the most suitable days for marriage do not occur until the month of October. Until this month, Horoscope 2022 does not specify any exceptional days that mean a wedding for you without any complications. How will negative energies affect your career? In January, you can feel inferior and unappreciated under the influence of the regressive planets. You may also perceive the benefits of other employees at work who are advancing faster than you, even though they do not do such quality work. This fact can frustrate you in January, which will result in your overall bad mental state and feeling of inferiority. However, the following months of the year, after the end of these negative energies, bring several opportunities for success at work, for career growth, and also for greater satisfaction from your work. Another negative transit from a career point of view is the planet Mars in the sign of its exile, which will hit your career home hard during July. During this period, several Geminis should pay attention to the performance of quality work, to the observance of deadlines, and to the observance of safety in the performance of work. Any major mistake can cause you to be fired at work, and you will have to deal with such complications in this year. So be extra careful, especially if your work requires constant concentration. You'd better take a day off than go to work tired and inattentive. In terms of finances, this year will bring you opportunities for better financial rewards and extraordinary financial gain at the end of the year. In January, however, the horoscope warns you not to enter into any overlooking contracts that could affect your financial budget long after you sign a loan, insurance, or onerous contract. We also do not recommend any large purchases throughout January, and especially the purchase of real estate. Further financial caution will be required around July, when your finances may be affected from the outside environment. Therefore, not only keep track of your own expenses and not be subject to misleading offers, but also focus on the expenses of your family members who are not so interested in money. In July, you will have to take care of all the money. You will not have many opportunities for extraordinary financial success even from September 10th to December 10th, when the astrological transits of the 5 regressive planets in your chart do not indicate any progress in the financial status of Gemini. Health bothers you especially in the first half of this year, when you have to be more careful towards yourself and take more care, not only of your body, but also of your mental health. Already the month of February 2022 can bring you a lot of exhaustion and a feeling of great fatigue. As we have already mentioned, you can overcome this fatigue, not only with physical movement, but also with oils suitable for Gemini in this year in terms of aromatherapy. From March 20th, it is very important to monitor the health of children in the Gemini family, because children whose parents are Gemini may feel nauseous due to poor diet or exhaustion. From March 20th to April 20th, pay close attention to children's health, and pay enough attention to them, especially if they complain of pain or great fatigue. From April 15th to May 24th, there are great potential for injuries. Again, the horoscope warns you to be very careful about your health during daily activities. Unfortunately, this period also indicates a sudden death in the Gemini family. Therefore, pay maximum attention to your health, especially in the second half of April and the first half of May. But also monitor the health and vitality of your family members. Health will be very challenging in the first half of the year, but the second half of the year means calming the negative energies for health and overall physical and mental harmony. Horoscope 2022 Cancer. The fortune teller has prepared a prediction for the zodiac sign Cancer, which is celebrating its birthday between June 21st and July 22nd. In the introduction to the horoscope, we look at the basic characteristics and features of Cancer. Subsequently, we will clarify the prediction from the fortune teller in love, finance, health and career for the whole year. Cancer's life is closely connected with the water element, which also rules the signs of Scorpio and Pisces. The water element is known for its constant movement, like a flowing river. However, it is slow and steady, and keeps its secrets hidden under the water. The water element is extremely strong. It is connected with the elements of death and mysteries, which are hidden deep in the soul of every sign of the zodiac, which is ruled by the water element. Throughout life, the sign deals with the issues of its spirituality, which is mostly associated with the roots, parents, and the entire genetic heritage of Cancer. The water element transfers the emotional plane from other generations to Cancer's life. Cancer is a receptive sign of the zodiac that knows how strongly his life is connected to his family roots. The water element is, from an overall point of view, the element that offers the most possibilities of all the other elements. Cancer therefore has many opportunities in life to choose its own path, to follow its ideals, and to live according to its own ideas. Water allows Cancer a very creative expression of emotions and puts maternal feelings and a lot of talent into the Cancer's soul. Even during the year, the horoscope specifies that Cancer will be closely connected to their water element, which will not allow them to stand still or spin in a circle. On the contrary, Cancer will tend to progress in several life directions. The strongest characteristic feature of Cancer is its enormous tenacity and ingenuity. Cancer is considered an emotional sign of the zodiac, which is very sympathetic. The color of this year, predicted by Cancer Forecast, is white, which is also the lucky color of every Cancer. The Cancer will thrive the most in career life, in projects, and in work progress during Monday, which is also a happy Cancer day for this year. You will achieve high compatibility with the signs of Capricorn, Taurus, and Leo. Cancer will get along well with Leo, especially in the financial and career direction. You may even consider doing business with this zodiac sign, because your mutually negating elements, water and fire, are the perfect combination for a thriving and imaginative business. In love, you achieve high compatibility with Capricorn and Taurus. With these signs of the zodiac, you will understand, not only in the area of mutual emotions, but also in solving any problems that will bother you. Capricorn and Taurus will be not only an exceptional partner for Cancer, but also a good friend. You can also make strong friendships with the signs of the zodiac Pisces, Scorpio, and Libra. Yearly prediction also speaks of high compatibility with Gemini, because it is this sign of the zodiac that will help you find the answer to an important life question during the year. So it's not literally compatibility, but from the beginning, Gemini becomes a mysterious person who reveals a certain secret about his own personality during the year. The ruling planet of Cancer is a mysterious moon which, as usual, will wander all the signs of the zodiac in this year as well. The moon brings strong feelings of motherhood and harmony with home to Cancer's soul and life. The astrological house where Cancer feels best is the fourth house of the home and family. Several astrological transits during the year mean an effect on the fourth house of Cancer, but you will feel the most occupied family home in September. The complete horoscope Cancer will tell you more about how the passage of individual planets through the Cancer astrology house will affect its energy and future. The moon connects Cancer with the overall inner world, which connects Cancer's thinking and logical thinking with the supernatural perception of the surrounding world. More than one Cancer has been given the opportunity to perceive such things in the life that others do not see. Cancer provides the strongest support and understanding for compatible zodiac signs. Cancer's mutual love with his partner will generally be on a harmonious level, with the Cancer only having to pay attention to specific transits affecting the loving energies around it. The moon in the life of Cancer also causes a double personality, which is fought mainly by Cancer born in the month of June. July Cancer tends to be less reckless, and the personality of July Cancer is more stable. The situation will be similar during the year, when the double face of several Cancers is calmed by other energies. One of the characteristic features is the strong resistance of Cancer to stress and to external negative manifestations towards its personality. Even during this year, you will be very resilient, and you will have to deal with that information about your person that will not bring you joy. However, you will handle any gossip or slander of your personality very well, mainly due to the power of your ruling planet. You are a resilient person who focuses on family life and the practical search for the meaning of life. The female energy of Cancer will be very strong and will allow you to identify with your inner energy. Horoscope indicates that on several occasions, your external actions will be slightly inappropriate, and therefore quarrels or misunderstandings may occur in your personal life. The energy of Moon in your ruling element brings joy and happiness into your life even during this year. From a health point of view, we explore several aspects that affect the energies of Cancer, but generally do not undermine the emotional health of Cancer, which is extremely important to you in the year. A deeply intuitive and sensitive Cancer seems to be one of the most difficult signs to understand for other signs of the zodiac. The year will not be an exception either, because Cancer will feel the need to escape from reality, to be alone, and to devote itself to its own mental development several times a year. Cancer is a very emotional and sensitive sign of the zodiac, which cares about family and home improvement. The year will provide more opportunities for those Cancers who want to change certain things in their personal lives and bring more happiness and satisfaction to their lives. Loyal Cancer will be able to empathize with the pain of others, and therefore will be an exceptional friend, a good counselor and a member of the family, who is completely irreplaceable in many ways. Some Cancers are specific in their surroundings with their pessimistic view of the world, because they see the negative things happening in the surroundings too real. Although Cancer may seem like a very strong personality from which problems are reflected, it analyzes every word within it, or every act that has hurt it in life. The mind of Cancer is sometimes so engrossed in the emotional plane and thinking of relationships that you cannot sleep because of the unceasing flow of thoughts. In this year, certain monthly transits will also rob you of a good night's sleep, but we will talk more in the health horoscope. Cancer does not like any criticism of his personality, especially if it comes from his family. However, horoscope foretells a huge resilience to Cancer, which you can use even in case of emotional and family problems. This year, dear Cancer, will provide you with many opportunities to enjoy perfect relaxation in the places you love. You can help your loved ones and children grow mentally, and you will have the opportunity to enjoy a lot of good food with friends and in the circle of your family. Some Cancers, those engaged in artistic activity, will progress in this year due to high imaginativeness. Horoscope indicates that you will also use your powerful personality weapons, such as manipulating other people. This is especially true for Cancers who are older and know how to control their emotions and moodiness perfectly. They will be perfect manipulators. The year will also be influenced by the basic elements and characteristics of the Cancer sign. Cancer's health, emotional imbalance, or any stress can be eliminated with Cancer in this year with citrus oil, which should be a common part of your home and office. We will talk more in the following chapters about how aromatherapy will help you overcome stress and pain. The friendships formed will be strong. Cooperation with compatible zodiac signs will be very beneficial. This year will also bring you many opportunities to meet new friends or co-workers. Single Cancers receive as a gift rich opportunities to discover new love. Those in relationship will strengthen their existing relationships. Positive changes in Cancer life in 2022. The year will bring balance and stability to Cancer's life. You can continue with the running projects, but you also have to deal with the past. From a positive point of view, every Cancer will have the opportunity to get rid of violent and unbalanced relationships. In the field of love, February, March, and April in particular are excellent months. These months are great for enhancing your relationships and strengthening the shackles, as the 7th house of partnership and the 8th house of transformation are heavily occupied. You build relationships, not only between you and your partner, but also between family members and your friends. You also have the opportunity to enjoy intimate pleasure and love with your partner. Love will show you in new colors, and you will be able to love on a new level. Your partner will be honest and open with you, which will further strengthen your mutual connection. In this year, sign Cancers will also have several opportunities to meet someone interesting. These 3 months come into play again, which are very positive in terms of love and family relationships. Until June, the single Cancers must not miss opportunities for new acquaintances. From April to August, there are no transits that would negatively affect the family life of Cancer. If you have recently experienced complicated interpersonal relationships, especially with your siblings, from the beginning of August until the end of this month, you have the opportunity to increase and strengthen these relationships. In August, the planet Uranus is in the 7th house of partnership in a retrograde motion, and therefore you now want to develop your own spirituality and your relationships on a deeper level. Thanks to Uranus in the 7th partnership house, you will also try to look into the past and find out how your past has affected who you are now and how you have access to your current relationship. You can carry on any disappointment from the past until the year, but at the end of this year, astrological transits will help you free yourself from these energies. From August, singles can also focus on new contacts, but on personal development. These new contacts, which you will receive from August until the end of the year, do not necessarily mean new love, but they will help you to discover yourself and find new possibilities for love. In the second half of the year, from September 5th, you have many opportunities to connect your family life with your work. There are opportunities to start a business with family members. These will enrich not only your life, but also the financial background and career of your loved ones. In the second half of the year, your thoughts will return to your childhood. If you grew up in a harmonious family, it will be an exceptionally happy time for you. Throughout the year, Cancer tends to leave relationships in which he no longer feels tenderness and love. However, you are aware of the value of your partner, and you do not make these decisions suddenly. Several transits have reminded you to consider your decisions in love. Especially during the months of September, October, and November, your love can be tested by a romance related to your work. You best analyze your situation and decisions in love in the second half of September and throughout October, when you may be behaving too analytically, because you do not want to enter into any relationships before you think about how they should develop. You are influenced by the planet Mercury, which can to some extent block your spontaneity, which is very positive and desirable for you. The month of December will remind you from a positive point of view of the value of your relationship, and will also remind you of the fact that you have relationship reserves and can develop what you have. It tells you that you don't have to look for love elsewhere. End the year in the arms of faithful love. If your love has not been affected by the negative transits of the year, it is clear that you will end the year with the man who is your destiny. In terms of work, you will have many opportunities for career success. The unemployed get a lot of chances to get a job. The graph indicates success in finding a new application and even the opportunity to start from scratch. You have the opportunity to finish a job that you don't like and realize in an activity that will be successful. From March 20th until the end of April, you will receive great recognition at work. There will be opportunities for travel and relaxation in April and May, when you can rest and relax. For some, the middle of the year means the beginning of a business. The whole year is carried in the spirit of opportunities and possibilities for application in creative activities. Unemployed Cancers looking for work in the field of creative activity. They will succeed in this year. Several transits force you to reveal your creative self and be realized, for example, in the field of literary activity, in writing a blog, or in publishing a book. From the point of view of finances, you will do a financial analysis of your expenditures and your earnings from last year right at the beginning of the year. In February, you can even buy more small items for yourself, which will please you and not even disrupt your financial stability. You can indulge in something that will help you with your regular chores. Hiring a household helper gives you a lot of free time that you can use for your future success. In the second half of March, until the first half of April, you have the opportunity for exceptional financial success for the work you have done. In April, the planet Mars acting on your sign represents an extraordinary financial success stemming from your past efforts and your past work. Mercury in the second house also gives you a chance to improve your finances through a certain sale. In case of Cancer, this sale is associated with offering ideas and projects. So don't be afraid to present your ideas outside, especially if you get this opportunity in the second half of the year. In July and August, you will be lucky in any area of finance, and these months can even mean an unexpected win or inheritance. The biggest huge opportunity to win is from 28th to 30th July. Take full advantage of these 3 days. From the point of view of health, there are no extraordinary illnesses waiting for you that would negatively affect the harmony of your overall year. In terms of aromatherapy, the healing oils are citrus oils, which strengthen your immunity. They can relieve you of mild headaches or indigestion. Every Cancer should include lemon water in their drinking regime. To strengthen immunity, echinacea is suitable, from which you can make a healing tea full of health. Include not only lemon water in your diet, but also leeks, fennel and spinach, especially in the second half of the year. These habits will help you strengthen your health. As of November 17th, horoscope indicates that you will finally be able to find the cause of your illness, which has plagued you for a long time. If the disease does not affect you, you will find the causes of the illness of your family members. Overall, this year is a positive year, with only small fluctuations in energy and vitality. Negative changes in Cancer life in 2022. The month of January will be extremely challenging for Cancer. Several astrological transits are concentrated in the 7th and 8th houses of Cancer. January is guaranteed to test your personal relationships. Your thoughts will be directed to the past, and over several nights it will rob you of an undisturbed, quality sleep. Those Cancers who are in an unstable, superficial love relationship will have to say goodbye to these connections in January. Say goodbye to relationships that have no future for you. January will also transform certain friendships into love relationships. However, you need to be careful if turning a friendship into a love bond is worth your short-term satisfaction. From an emotional point of view, January is testing not only the strength of the relationship, but also the Cancer value ladder. Several transits look at whether Cancer cares about material satisfaction or love. Single Cancers will tend to look for wealthy partners, regardless of whether their emotions are solid and have a deep emotional basis. At the end of February, unexpected news concerning the love or health of family members may come into Cancer's life. From a health point of view, these news may not be positive. On July 12th and 13th, you will be hit by a full moon in the sign of your exile, which may mean the breakup of relationships that do not have a solid foundation. Forecast mainly describes beginning relationships that have overcome a serious conflict or problem in the near past. From the point of view of emotions, the months of July and August will also affect those Cancers who have harmed a friend mentally. This is because old emotional wounds and injuries that do not allow you to sleep emerge and remind you of all your negative practices from the past. In this year, astrological influences also indicate an interest in your person from the perspective of a third person. Love petitions and romances can subvert unstable relationships that do not have deep emotional foundations. Be careful during the months of October and November, when several astrological transits are complicated by their influence on the love of Cancer. Even single Cancer can put too much pressure on someone they are interested in these months. Thus, Cancers can themselves turn down opportunities to build a relationship. The month of September emotionally connects you with the basis of your family life. Cancer will return to childhood with thoughts. If you grew up in broken family relationships, it will be a very complicated period for you, full of memories and reliving worries and sorrows. In September, prediction also alerts you of fake friendships. From November 16th to December 6th, you have to watch out for infidelity again, because the provocative Venus and Mercury have a negative effect on the emotional stability of Cancer. These transits should be watched especially by those Cancers who are in long-term relationships from which passion and intimacy have vanished. Each of you must now beware of love affairs that would only result in tears and sorrow. From the point of view of work, you perceive negative energies from May 1st to 28th, when it is necessary to pay great attention to the quality of your work, because you can unexpectedly lose your job. In June and July, female Cancers should pay attention to their career growth. Someone will underestimate your intelligence, and you will get career opportunities, mainly because of your appearance, or because of your superior's interest in a love affair. Be careful, because such an approach to work could damage your reputation. From a financial point of view, do not plan anything new, especially at the end of May, because your plans will not be successful. From May 23rd to June 3rd, you are trying unnecessarily, because all the planned financial changes in your life will be thwarted. From August 11th to September 5th, the position of Venus means great extravagance, especially for women born under the sign of Cancer. The end of October is associated with extraordinary financial expenses, which are mainly related to your children. These financial expenses can negatively affect you and disrupt your financial stability by the end of this year. The challenging month for health and energy will be May, which will cause mental restlessness and even physical pain. It hits those Cancers who suffer from back pain. May transits will also weaken the immunity of all Cancers. Consequently, there are no health warnings, but the second half of September is coming, which focuses on women born under the sign of Cancer. Especially pregnant women have to be very careful about all activities that could complicate their pregnancy. From September to the second half of October, those women in high-risk pregnancies must relax and avoid the necessary activities. Take care of your pregnancy and any complications associated with it. Thus, the year also brings several warnings for Cancer, and it would be appropriate if Cancer remembers important dates that will play with the energy, finances or career of each Cancer. In the Great Horoscope of Love, Work and Finance, and in the Great Horoscope of Health you can see a detailed prophecy for this year. Dear Cancer, if you like the horoscope, please support us and subscribe our channel. For more horoscopes, Cancer, visit to links that you can find in the video description. Biggest yearly forecasts are prepared by fortune teller and site www.horoscope-divination.com. Wish you all the best in this year. Horoscope Leo 2022. Dear Leos, the soothsayer prepared the horoscope for both man and women born in the fiery sign of Leo. What will the year be like in terms of love, relationships, emotions, finances, or careers? Will the single Leos be able to find the love of their life? Will the unemployed Leos find the coveted job and advance in their careers? All questions concerning the year will be answered by the large and detailed Leo horoscope from the fortune teller. Leo, who was born between July 23rd and August 22nd, has a fiery element in life. This element is shared with the signs Aries and Sagittarius. Leo is a sign ruled by a hot and energetic sun. The happy day of Leo will be Wednesday. This day is suitable for important decisions in Leo's life. Wednesday is a day when you can consider career advancement, new projects, or the signing of important documents, or the treatment of persistent diseases, defined by Leo horoscope. The year prepared a number of novelties and challenges for the sign of Leo. The fire in Leo's life, which they share with the signs of Aries and Sagittarius, elevates the power of the sun in Leo's life, and thanks to this combination of energy in your life, you can perfectly control your emotional side. The year will not be an exception. The element of fire represents the greatest energy, and in combination with the ruling sun, Leo teaches you how to manage your life force, and which way to walk. The element fire is associated with a strong masculine energy in Leo's life, and so in some cases Leo neglects feminine side because the masculine side is pushed to the surface. Thanks to this element, Leo has a strong need to move forward in life and grow a career. The year will also be focused in several ways on your career and on the important changes that you will have to undergo. You will tend to forget how much active your approach is so that you can move on in life. The fire will manifest itself in other ways as well. In this year, it will remind you how important excitement is in your life. You will have the opportunity to discover new paths and new sensations that will enrich your life. The year will also warn you not to neglect your feminine side of your personality, as you will have to show your emotions in several cases. You will also need to show your tender side and try to understand others perfectly if you want your family and friendships in this year to work. Don't suppress your feminine principle, your annual Leo yearly forecast advises. Every man who is born in the sign of Leo is a born leader. Your leadership skills will also surface in this year, when you will be able to show your creative and cheerful side of your personality. You are a passionate and generous person who acts very cordially towards every loved one. Remember that you have to open your heart to others, but it is also important that you do not worry about talking about your own emotions. In this year, you will not only be a helper, but help must also be directed towards you. You will need psychological support, especially during periods of career or emotional stress, so you need to focus on building deeper family and friendships. In this year, a small gift for yourself in the form of a beautiful thing that you have longed for will lift your spirits the most. We will also discuss the horoscope of finance for the year for the sign of Leo, which will tell you when you can indulge in luxury just for yourself. If you want to keep your energy high, put on clothes that are radiant and wrap your body mainly in light colors full of joy and fun. If you want to take a break from everyday responsibilities, or just relax perfectly, a theater or an extended weekend in the arms of nature with your friends is suitable for you. At work, the year may test you when you will face mainly conflicts with co-workers. You may find yourself in some situation your arrogant and stubborn side, which will not be welcomed by others. However, we will talk about this later in a detailed horoscope of work for the sign of Leo for this year. However, you will not lack self-confidence and dominance in this year. However, it will be more difficult for you to withstand many stressful situations, and it will be more difficult for you to achieve goals in certain life directions. However, you have a specific life force that you can use during the current year to seize all the chances in your life. Your healthy sense of humor will attract many new friends to you who will be as loyal and kind as you are to others. The year offers you many opportunities to fall in love again with an active life, to build your mental health and a healthy mind. You are aware of your desires, but you must not hesitate to ask others for help, especially in times when you feel mentally exhausted or when you have to fight misunderstandings between friends and co-workers. You attract success to your life in an easy and purposeful way, just like in the past. You are a brave man who is fearless and will not be broken by small obstacles that you will have to overcome during this year. The lucky color will be gold, orange, and all shades of yellow. Your lucky numbers will be 2, 4, and 9. The hot star represents your ruling planet and will stand close to you throughout the year. It will allow you to experience all the positive moments of the year to the full, so it can also enjoy the little things that life has to offer. Follow the energy of the sun, which will tell you exactly which way to go during the year. However, do not succumb to the reckless pursuit of goals, regardless of boundaries or other people's emotions, warns Leo forecast. This weakness of the sun will hit your zodiac sign when you will have to choose between fast career advancement with true friendship. The rational sun brings clear and open actions to your year, thus giving you creativity and perfect attention, with which you will capture every change in your life, or any negative energies directed towards you. In the great horoscope for the year, we will also present the health prophecy for the sign of Leo, which will explain to you the development of your previous health problems, as well as information on whether you need to be afraid of a change in your health. In general, however, you should reach for eucalyptus essential oil, which is your oil of this year from an aromatherapy perspective, in the event of energy loss or stress. This oil will not only help you against stress, but will also strengthen your immunity and help you overcome periods when you have to cope with great mental and emotional stress. Eucalyptus oil should be a part of your home or workplace in this year, if you want to manage that year with ease, without unnecessary diseases. Eucalyptus oil is known for its antibacterial and antiviral activity, but it is also beneficial in terms of fatigue or mental exhaustion. Relieve your stress and harmonize your soul and body, thanks to your oil for this year, which is clearly an eucalyptus oil that supports the immune system and your overall health, in terms of aromatherapy. Let's now look at the complete yearly forecast, in which the soothsayer discusses Leo's love, emotions and relationships. We will also look at the career, finances and health of each of you. Horoscope also reminds you not to forget your overall greatest compatibility in relationships and love with the signs of Aquarius and Gemini. It is with these zodiac signs that you will best understand this year, when these zodiac signs will represent your closest co-workers and friends. You will also establish friendships with the sign of Aries and Sagittarius, with whom you share your life element. These signs of the zodiac are also a suitable partner for business or cooperation. The second Leo will even form the most ideal combination in this year for starting a business or managing new projects. Read more about the detailed astrological Leo horoscope, which is brought to you by a soothsayer, an astrologer with years of experience, so that you too can look into your near future. Positive changes in Leo life in 2022. The horoscope speaks of both positive and negative transits that will hit the energies of the Leo. In this section, we will look at the positive transits affecting the life of Leo during this year, in all areas of life. From the point of view of love and relationships, the horoscope describes the month of February as suitable for discussions about relationships and for healing problems from the past. The month of February is thus, after a long pause, a very positive month, mainly in terms of Leo's personal relationships and in terms of love relationships, even for singles. The month of January focuses on the 7th house, but during these days you are also affected by retrograde Mercury and Venus. It's a month to review and analyze your past decisions and learn from the past. Later, in the first half of the year, Leo's love is on a swing. The transits of February give the singles opportunities to meet a soulmate and to transform friendship into a relationship. March, in turn, directs Leo's attention to finances and other aspects of life, and may confuse the singles. From the beginning, they will only look at the relationship through financial improvement, but these relationships may later grow into more valuable and deeper emotions. If it is not love, you will certainly make a deep and strong friendship out of this relationship. What will seem superficial at first glance will in fact be very valuable. In April, Leo can once again enjoy a harmonious moon, which concentrates positive energies on fateful love, if you either single or in relationship. Singles, however, be aware of the large age difference that can be a real obstacle to your starting relationship. It will not be just an imaginary obstacle, because very soon you will feel the differences in your opinions and expectations. In the second half of the year, be careful not to let people around you use your cordial nature and your goodness for your own benefit. From the point of view of the love of single Leos, it is very likely that the single Leo began the year alone, but this year will end in the arms of faithful love. Leo will prosper in love, but you should take every opportunity to strengthen and enhance the relationship. Friendships and family relationships will be stable throughout the year. You will realize the value of your closest friend, and you are building more valuable interpersonal relationships in the family. You get the opportunity to guide children, create a more cozy home full of love, change things in the home, and you also have the option of renovation or minor changes. Friendship will also flourish. Your best friend will be your support even in those days when you lose your head and overreact to others with whom you do not share the same philosophies of life. Friendship will flourish especially during the second half of this year, when excellent interpersonal relationships in the family also got the word out. You can even heal relationships that have been broken in the past. In terms of marriage, astrological transits offer many opportunities for the perfect wedding. If you are planning a summer wedding, no transits are talking about the negative effect. So everything should go according to your ideas. In this year, however, there are also more suitable days for marriage than the summer months. You can read more about this topic in the marriage horoscope, which we will discuss later. Astrological Leo prediction also says that Leo has a huge number of options for conceiving the first or next offspring. The year will give joy to every Leo who is trying to expand own family. In this sense, transits describe perfect happiness. Compared to other signs of the zodiac, transits offer you many opportunities for pregnancy, and several transits indicate a smooth pregnancy throughout the year. Such will be Leo's emotions, relationships, and opportunities in love throughout the year. What does the fortune teller say about Leo's career and finances during this year? In January, transits allow you to complete everything so that you can enter the new year with a clean slate. January must be used to complete all running projects, to clear your mailbox, to reply to any letters or messages you should reply to. Until February, you will only take positive karma with you. You will be successful in February. You can consider starting a business or starting projects with family or friends. Family and friends will be a strong part of your year, so you can involve them in your work. In the later months of the year, transits do not indicate any enormous changes, perhaps only a certain negative effect on your career, which we will talk about later. At the end of the year, your life is focused on personal relationships. The work is stable. The unemployed are given opportunities to seize opportunities. They get more chances than other zodiac signs. Trips abroad are suitable almost all year round, with the exception of retrograde Mercury. An unemployed Leo is forced to start a career abroad, which will bring you financial gain. And unemployed Leos can try their luck abroad, because prediction really wishes you in this direction. You have enough courage and diligence. The year is therefore an excellent year for rapid career growth, for changes, and also for publishing. In terms of finance, Leo has the opportunity to move forward. The whole first half of the year is financially favorable, and you will be lucky in finance for almost the entire period. In April, transits indicate an extraordinary financial gain that will enrich your family budget. Finances will be extremely stable, but you must also pay attention to certain dates when your acquaintances, but not the closest, want to use your diligence, goodness, and generosity. From a health point of view, every Leo should have eucalyptus oil at hand, which will help you not only to overcome stress, but also to make you feel more vital. In terms of aromatherapy, eucalyptus oil is your oil to strengthen your mental and physical health. Another recommendation that yearly forecast brings is the inclusion of rosemary in the regular diet of Leo. You can indulge in rosemary tea, which is full of health for your brain and your immune system. The whole first half of the year is also good from the point of view of health, and right at the beginning of the year you can use the power of eucalyptus oil and herbs, because these steps are beneficial in many ways. At the beginning of spring, and during the first days of summer, bet on a healthy diet. Don't forget to supplement B vitamins and folic acid, especially during the summer months. As we have already mentioned, rosemary is an herb of the year for every Leo. You can not only add it to your daily diet, but also use it to make tea, which is full of health and energy due to its non-traditional taste. For example, it will prevent the development of later diseases related to the activity of the brain or related to stress in your life. The second half of the year will also encourage those who want to lose weight and start a healthier lifestyle. Those who need to lose weight will face more obstacles in this year, but the second half of the year will be much more favorable for you. Accurate forecast thus indicates that Leo is waiting for a peaceful and harmonious year, with only small obstacles, which we will mention in the part of the negative effect of astrological transits on the life of Leo. In January, Leo's 6th and 7th houses are occupied, which is why January looks at Leo's love, mental and physical health, but also from loving relationships. Leo brings to this year's horoscope the directive Mars in the 5th astrological house, which will remain in this position for a while. It joins retrograde Venus and retrograde Mercury. This combination hits the 7th Leo astrological house. The January full moon in the 12th house is also a positive transit, because this well-built month opens a clear consciousness for you, and you gain the ability to understand and support. You can predict things, so rely on your intuition, especially the period from 15th to 18th January. In April, you will be most affected by the retrograde motion of the planet Pluto, which will operate from April 29th to October 8th in the sign of Capricorn. Even if your thoughts are focused on the distant past and on the analysis of what you have experienced in the past, you can extract positive energies from the future. At these times, however, it is essential that you strengthen your physical and mental health as much as possible, because transit can test your resilience. However, your life will be practical, and you can understand others on a new level. Jupiter, entering the 9th house, will join this positive transition of the planet Pluto from May 10th. Throughout May and June, positive transits interrupt the negative ones, so you have the opportunity to discover your own interior and even travel. The whole of 2022 seems suitable for traveling, but in the period from May 10th to the end of the year, the period is the most ideal for that. From the end of June until the first days of December, the Neptune in the 8th house also affects every Leo. It is located in your home, and it is a very strong position that gives you a deep look into your own interior. You can understand not only yourself but also others. Once again, your good heart will be fully manifested because you tend to help others overcome their problems. The September retrograde Mercury will hit you very hard when there will be up to 5 retrograde planets, which means that your progress in any direction of life will be slower. You can read more about how retrograde planets will hit this year on our website. At the end of the year, 3 days belong to the retrograde Mercury in the 6th house, but otherwise the transits are positive. Your energy is focused on your family, and the planet Jupiter is moving to the 9th house from December 20th. It is a very favorable position of Jupiter, which is also called the position of kings. It is a typical aspect of strengthening karma, one's thoughts, and advances in the personality plane. Such positive transits await every Leo in 2022, and therefore every Leo can look forward to many opportunities and possibly changes in life. Negative changes in Leo life in 2022. From the point of view of astrology, the transits of this year also describe the negative effects on your love, career, finances or health throughout the year. In this section, we will discuss what you should look out for, and which months will be rather negative for you. From the point of view of love and love relationships, you will experience the first half of this year as if on a swing. The months of January, March, and May will be a test of the strength of your long-term relationship in terms of love. Leo's marriage relationships will overcome many quarrels and several misunderstandings in the first half of the year, when one month will be extremely favorable and the other gloomy. In January, the movements of retrograde planets warn you to balance all the negative energies carried by the past. You focus not only on your own self-development, but also on the lives of those you have met or loved in the past. All the old loves appear in your mind, and you judge whether your decisions have been correct in the past. During January, you have to realize that you will not change old things. Such feelings will have both Leos in relationship and single Leos during the opening month of this year, mainly due to uncertainty about your own past decisions. March tests the strength and balance of your long-term relationship. Single Leos tend to act impulsively and may be subject to relationships that are based on money and the good material status of your object of interest. Try to focus on real values in March and don't address the financial status of the person you're potentially interested in. Even if, from an astrological point of view, this relationship ends in either love or friendship, you should still maintain your own integrity and not appear as a superficial person. May will be a test of the strength of a relationship in terms of love for the third time in this year. It would be appropriate if you revealed all your hidden secrets and expect the same from your partner. In the last months of the year, single Leos will also encounter love, which, however, according to the horoscope, may not be very favorable, mainly due to the age difference, which can cause serious problems and misunderstandings in the future. December will examine the allegiance and devotion of Leo. It is you who will be provoked by someone third who is interested in disrupting your long-term relationship. These love affairs, or infidelity, will arise mainly in jobs or areas related to your work. Also, single Leos will tend to fall into a love triangle, which can be devastating to your psyche. Therefore, pay particular attention to the mentioned months, which from the point of view of love are a warning for all Leos during the year, if you want to keep your psyche and your relationships in harmony and stability. Overall, friendly and family relationships will be stable, but we are only talking about the closest relationships. At the beginning of the year, Mars may provoke conflict with friends with whom you do not share the same religious or philosophical beliefs. Your exaggerated response to a conflict could damage your reputation with other friends. So even in friendly relationships, you have to tame your nature, and you should think before you say anything. So you can feel certain boundaries and lack of freedom in expressing your own opinions, and these feelings of yours will be related to your friends and family. The month of October can affect your family relationships. You may feel like you are going head against the wall in every way. Especially if you want to make some changes in the household, you may encounter misunderstandings from the family. This can lead to conflicts between you and your siblings, parents, or even between you and your partner. In terms of family relationships, October is the only disruptive month of the year, otherwise your relationships will be very harmonious. As we have already mentioned, Leo has many opportunities for the perfect wedding, according to ideas and dreams. But beware of December transit. From December 10th, increase caution in relationships, including marriage. Even the possibilities for love for a single Leo are more than favorable. However, forecast Leo warns pregnant Leos. In the months of May and June, pregnant Leos should be careful and should rest more and closely monitor any changes in pregnancy. The other months are extremely favorable for Leos in this respect as well. What negative effects can Leo expect from the point of view of work? January will be more challenging in terms of career, because you have to finish everything in progress. In the second half of February, and at the beginning of March, be aware that someone will want to use your diligence and goodness for their own career benefit. From July 5th to August 20th, the passage of Mars can affect you as a sign of your exile, when it is appropriate to increase your professionalism and meet deadlines or safety at work. Overall, the period from July 5th to August 20th is the most challenging career period for any Leo, because your aggression or arrogance at work can prepare you for a stable job. However, from the overall point of view of astrological transits, you will succeed. Uncertainty and instability at work will only affect you on those days when the transition of retrograde Mercury to your zodiac sign and to your career house is noticeable. Otherwise, you do not have to worry about any negative aspects. The funding will be very satisfactory. You should only be careful in the short periods of the year, for example in March, when you should be more careful when spending money. The horoscope recommends you to avoid loans or large, stressful purchases. Later, finances are stable, and it is not until September that the fortune teller strongly advises you to avoid big sales, such as the sale of real estate, vehicles, or very expensive and valuable things. The whole of September can be financially unstable, and can cut you out of your financial happiness, so you should be more careful. There are people in your area who make a living from fraud and could pull you into their pyramid of spending and zero profits. So be very careful, and before you start a big sale or start a new business, check the truth of the claims of your acquaintances. From a health point of view, you only have a few days at the beginning of the year, and those Leo who suffer from back pain will feel it even more. The first 5 days of the year can be more challenging. In May and at the beginning of the summer, the pregnant Leos, who should increase their intake of folic acid and B vitamins, must pay particular attention to their health. However, the dates encourage you to pay more attention, and you should also focus more on the health of your family members. We will talk more about the health that awaits you during the year in the health horoscope. When Leo should increase caution in health. From the overall point of view, you will perhaps be negatively affected only by the movements of the retrograde Mercury, which can catch you up to 4 times in the year. For example, retrograde Mercury from May 10th to June 3rd can affect your personal life when you feel sad and unhappy. This Mercury evokes in your life past karma related to your great expectations, which have not been fulfilled. You tend to doubt your own decisions, and as a result, your thoughts may fall into depression. Therefore, work on your own karma and find in yourself the forgiveness of the past that is related to anyone around you. Another negative transit of this year is the end of June, when the Sun is in the quadrature of Neptune. You may feel mental inhibitions, limitations, and frustration. These energies manifest themselves at the end of June, but they represent significant challenges in your life that you will have to overcome. Another summer month, and its other half will test the power of your thoughts. Again, you will think about what you wanted to accomplish in life and what you did not achieve. A large supply of information at work can trick you because you will not have time for personal life. This effect of the planet Mercury in the first house will hit you from July 19th to August 4th. At the same time, it is the last negative transit of the year, which affects the lives of a man or woman born in the fiery sign of Leo, ruled by the Sun. Meet now the complete yearly prediction, which re-examines in detail the areas of your love, emotions, interpersonal relationships, career, finances and health for accurate year. Dear Leo, if you like the horoscope, please support us and subscribe our channel. For more horoscopes, Leo, visit to links that you can find in the video description. Biggest horoscope are prepared by fortune teller and site www.horoscope-divination.com. Wish you all the best in this year. Virgo Horoscope 2022. Dear Virgo, the soothsayer has prepared the horoscope for this year for all 12 signs of the zodiac. Even you, the earth sign of Virgo, you can read the prediction in love, health, finance, work, or in the emotions of Virgo for the year. In the complete horoscope, its individual sections, we will get acquainted in detail with the prediction of love, friendship, family, pregnancy and marriage of Virgo during this year. Other parts of the horoscope belong to the career and finances of Virgo, where you will find out if the year will be a career and financially successful. The last chapter of the horoscope belongs to the health forecast for the year, and you have the opportunity to find out what health complications you can expect during the year and whether your health will be stable and balanced throughout the year. Therefore, read each section of your horoscope and prepare for this year with knowledge of your future. Virgo, Earth zodiac sign, is anyone who was born between August 23rd and September 22nd. Each of you who is born in this term was born with an earth element, with a changeable nature. Your ruling planet is a powerful planet of communication and intellect, the planet Mercury. Tuesday becomes a happy day for every Virgo. This day is suitable not only for completing important tasks, projects and important responsibilities at work, but also for your overall comprehensive relaxation and for moments spent with the family. To capture your happiness, just Tuesday, combined with lucky numbers and with happy colors, is a combination of the total physical and mental rest of the Virgo in this year. The happy color of the Virgin during the year is yellow and beige. These colors should form elements in your home. They should not only surround your home, but they should also be transferred to your closet and to your office. For example, get yellow candles or beige pieces for your wardrobe, because these colors of this year will give you more harmony, stability, and, above all, relieve stress from work duties. In terms of aromatherapy, a little pain or stress will help you remove lavender oil, which is the oil of this year for every person born in the sign of Virgo. This oil will not only improve your memory, remove mild headaches, and also help you with the stress that you will transfer from work duties to your home. Lavender oil must form part of every Virgo's home or office. If you need help with minor pain or stressful situations during this year, reach for your oil of the year, which will certainly help you. Therefore, get lavender oil at the end of the year. This oil has been known for centuries for its positive effects on mental and physical health. Virgo earth signs share your earth element with Taurus and Capricorn signs. All these three signs of the zodiac have certain characteristics in common. They focus on practical things, tangible things they can admire and grasp. Their whole life is also focused on work and finances so as to provide their family and their loved ones with peace and a harmonious home. The sign of the zodiac Virgo is also called the feminine sign. In addition to Virgo, the female signs of the zodiac also include Taurus, Cancer, Scorpio, Capricorn, and Pisces. An important feature of women's zodiac signs is the fact that they can listen to these signs and obey them if necessary. They receive and listen to the opinions of others, and they respond to crisis events or the high pressure of the environment by waiting. I can listen a lot and understand a lot. And that's why they are great friends and family members who can often harmonize broken relationships. Female zodiac signs are an excellent advisor and helper and are often very popular in society. Virgo is a moving sign of the zodiac and so can adapt to the environment and is also very versatile. When the sun is in the sign of Virgo, it is time to change several things in life, because the sun in the moving signs of the zodiac such as Gemini, Virgo, Sagittarius, and Pisces mean a rich inner life and a certain phase of change in attitudes. In the year, the Astrological Horoscope suggests that the life of Virgo will focus mainly on career, and in the later months of this year on friendship and family. Virgo, as a very hard-working sign of the zodiac, can thus look forward to an extremely successful year in several respects. The ruling planet of Virgo, the planet Mercury, rules the two signs of the whole zodiac, the sign of Gemini, and also the sign of Virgo. When Mercury passes through the sign of Virgo, in this position he is in the sign of his exaltation, and thus Virgo is strongly influenced and determined. From the overall point of view, the planet Mercury recommends each virgin to reach for herbs, Breckland thyme and oregano, in case of other complications or energy accommodation. In this year, however, lemon balm is the herb of the year for every Virgo, which will help you with several complications. Therefore, this herb should be a part of every Virgo's life, from which you will prepare a tasty tea that will calm you down and help you with insomnia. This herb is suitable for Virgo, especially when you need to focus on work and responsibilities, and therefore honeysuckle tea is a calming elixir for your body and soul. We will talk more about its effects and its use in the health horoscope for this year. The planet Mercury is considered in astrology as a planet of thought and communication. He concentrates his strong energy mainly on his home signs of the zodiac, which is also the sign of Virgo. During this year, Mercury will be retrograde over several terms and will affect every Virgo. If you are really interested in your horoscope for this year in detail, you should watch the days of Mercury's retrograde movement to be prepared for any change or complication that this retrograde movement of the planet brings. In any case, with the beneficial effects of the planet Mercury on your zodiac sign, this planet helps you find a way to work with your inner world. a way to express your personality to the outside world. It is a planet of consciousness, a planet that helps you make rational decisions and use your heart and intelligence in balance. Mercury manifests itself in the way you act, you think, whether you speak. It will also show the strengths and weaknesses of your personality and force you to look at your own self from multiple angles and accept criticism. In the year, Mercury will also cause in the life of Virgo that you will not want to stay in one place, but you will be interested in moving forward. Mercury reminds Virgo not to impoverish her decisions with her heart, to bring into every decision not only logic and analytical thinking, but also a heart that will tell you where to go in this year. As we have already mentioned, the earth signs of the zodiac include not only the sign of Virgo, but also the sign of Capricorn and the sign of Taurus. The practical signs of the zodiac can create a plan in life, follow it, and at the final point even carry it out. All three signs of the zodiac are very specific, they hate lies, and they can share their practical worldview with others. Sometimes Virgo may lack cordiality in decisions, but this is complemented by friendly zodiac signs that Virgo understands. Virgo has a daily interest in taking care of her finances and looking for a way to increase them. It will not be different in this year, when the work and financial horoscope will clarify all the facts from an astrological point of view that will be related to your career and finances. As Virgo does not lack the motivation for financial security, intelligence, and creativity, these key qualities of the sign will be your strong weapons this year as well. If you want to bring your earth element under control and remove instability and sometimes superficiality in your decisions from your life, you must free yourself from your established habits. You can try new things without remorse and make changes in your life so far. Forget the routine that pulls you back in life and prevents you from discovering all the beauties of the world. Virgo will do her best to focus on the present moment during this year, to work on her emotional stability and inner strength. It may require a special effort and a great commitment from Virgo, but an excellent step for each of you is to begin meditation or spiritual practice to help you grow in your personal life. In this way, you balance the element of the earth, which brings into your life not only positive properties, but also negative elements of its effect. The zodiac signs born with the air element will be excellent friends for every Virgo. These zodiac signs will help you enjoy your free time, offer you a way to find more relaxation in your life, and even make you the ideal partner for exercise, whether spiritual or physical. The air signs of the zodiac are the signs of Gemini, Libra, and the sign of Aquarius. They will be your best friends in this year. Throughout the year, you can also rely on the signs that are controlled by the element of fire, the signs of Aries, Leo, and Sagittarius. These three signs of the zodiac form a very suitable half for you in this year, whether in terms of your emotions, family relationships, or career success. If you are a Virgo who in this year is considering starting a business or starting a coveted project, the most suitable partners for this step will be the fiery signs of the zodiac. Even your friendly earth zodiac signs offer you a number of positive qualities that will come in handy in your life. You will achieve the greatest compatibility in love and emotions with the water signs of the zodiac, with the signs of Pisces, and with the signs of Cancer. The high compatibility of love in this year with these two signs of the zodiac will further strengthen your mutual loyalty and practically the relationship, if your partner is born in one of these two signs of the zodiac. For the single Virgo, the year means a change and the opportunity to find your soulmate, not only in the earth signs of the zodiac, but also in the water ones. The single Virgo should therefore, in the search for love, focus mainly on the signs of the zodiac Taurus, Cancer, and other Virgo, the signs of Scorpio, Capricorn, or Pisces. These zodiac signs are highly compatible with single Virgo during the year. If you think about your luck in the game, or in the lottery, and you want to know your lucky numbers for this year, the numbers 1, 4, 5, 10 and the number 15 will guide you through the whole year. These numbers will bring you happiness in your life throughout the year, if you learn to use them properly. So what will be the life of the Virgo during this year with regard to the characteristics of the sign? Virgo pays attention to the smallest details. He is a very loyal person who, with his diligence, proves his value, not only for himself, but also for his partner, but for the whole society. Your kind and analytical demeanor makes Virgo the perfect friend, who will always offer her friend a practical solution to the problem. In this year, Virgo will be one of the most careful signs of the zodiac. The whole year will once again belong to your analytical thinking, and too much criticism of yourself may be pushed to the forefront of your life. Horoscope advises Virgo to take out any pretense or game of life during the year until it actually is. For Virgo who live in a partnership without love, and rather enjoy the material security resulting from this bond, the horoscope recommends ending such a relationship and concentrating on real-life values. Although Virgo does not like to ask for the help of others, in this year you will have to ask your friends and family for their opinion, because in certain parts of your life you will also need a critical look from others. Enjoy nature, read more books, and focus on healthy food that suits not only your body, but also your psyche. Every Virgo who has a pet in this year will enjoy these moments very much. A Virgo who thinks of greater joy in life should not hesitate more and should share her love with her pet, which will be a great joy and a challenge for every Virgo. Virgo must act in this year to be happier. Fear and excessive shyness have no place in your life in this year, and you need to focus more on moving forward and on overcoming any problems that are often only in your mind. The strong nature of the Virgo, who in the year will prefer rather conservative and organized things around, can also work on own mental balance during the year, but also on work around the household and career. The imaginary boundaries in the mind of Virgo opened in this year, and the Virgo is given the opportunity to look into such spheres that he had no idea about. Some Virgo will experience disappointment in love, which may, however, encourage you even more to seek your soulmate in life. In this year, in terms of love, you want to feel safe and sincere enough for your partner to be able to express emotions from the depths of your heart. In love, the Virgo mainly seeks a sense of security. Many Virgos will experience this feeling in the year on the part of a long-term partner or husband. However, Virgo Horoscope recommends you not to forget the regular need to build your mutual trust with your partner and the patience that will ensure that you are satisfied in your relationship. The basic characteristics of Virgo are a sense of detail and order, the ability to submit to critical situations, and a sense of trifles. These basic characteristics do not change even in this year, when the focus of Virgo will be on work, health, and financial success. In the later months of the year, the Virgo's family and friends will also come to the attention of Virgo, when it will be necessary to perceive the details around you in order to help the mental growth of your loved ones. Let's now take a look at the complete horoscope for each Virgo, where you will find a prediction in every important direction of Virgo's life. This horoscope will alert you to important moments of this year that you should remember if you want to move on in life and move forward. Positive changes in Virgo life in 2022. From the point of view of astrological transits, Horoscope Virgo also specifies the positive and negative moments that await you. Every Virgo should know this brief overview because it describes the most important transits and forces that will affect your energy, love, interpersonal relationships, career, finances, and health during this year. In love, there are several transits that direct your attention to solving problems in a long-term relationship. During the months of February and March, Mars focuses its energy on intimate pleasure in a long-term relationship. The whole horoscope Virgo reminds you several times to be open to changes and innovations in the field of love. Until March 6th, The passage of Mars welcomes social events that you can attend with your loved ones. It is through shared moments among others that you can use your relationship to enhance the joy of your mutual understanding. The first quarter of this year is very favorable in terms of long-term relationships. The only downside seems to be that, if you are a parent, you will have the urge to push children into professions and hobbies that were your own dream. However, we will talk more about the negative aspects below. You should keep in mind all year long that you need to support your children in fulfilling and creating their own dreams and not push them into someone else's dreams. At the beginning of February, astrological transits will also bring opportunities for convalescence of love relationships that were problematic in the previous period or that overcame major problems. However, positive transits indicate that, thanks to your not too much effort, there will be a harmonization of one's own emotions and long-lasting relationships. By the end of February, the horoscope recommends that you calm down the energies of previous problematic relationships. In the first quarter, you will even have the opportunity to forgive anyone from your past who has hurt your heart, but also those who have betrayed you. In March, transits are very positive towards each Virgo. They mean success for those in love, but also for those who seek love. In any case, you will enjoy a fertile period at work and in the financial direction, so March seems to be one of the best months of the year. This month is also ideal for a shift in a relationship, such as marriage or pregnancy. Another month will be carried in a similar style, the month of April from the point of view of love relations, and April is the most suitable month for talks and for strengthening interpersonal relations. Don't underestimate the communication with your partner and your children, because you need to build a close relationship in April. In April, your 7th house of partnership and love is more occupied, supporting any interpersonal relationships, their quality and development. Another excellent transit for the love of those in relationship is the period from June 21st, when the Sun concentrates all your energies on your friends and later on your family. Similar energies are predicted by the horoscope in the months of July, August, and September, when increased attention is directed mainly to friends and family, but career and finances are also at the forefront. Astrological movements during November suggest enjoying the joy of being close to your loved ones. The year seems to be extremely suspicious for the love of those in relationship, and many of you will have the opportunity to calm the broken relationships of the past right at the beginning of this year. At the end of the year, every Virgo will have the opportunity to achieve life satisfaction and success, not only in terms of personal long-term relationships, but also in terms of career and finances. For singles, the year seems to be more hectic. Around January 16th, you will enjoy a time when others are seen as a beautiful, intelligent and viable being. You will be more attractive because all transits wish you to enchant interesting people in your area. Virgo Horoscope recommends that you build your self-confidence and mental health in the first month of this year. The months of February and March will be interesting for those Virgos who are looking for a long-term relationship, but even more interesting will be for those of you who are looking for a momentary pleasure from a short-term relationship. The Sun is moving through 7th astrological house, so someone from the past can speak whom you will be able to forgive. The horoscope recommends you not to break down the bridges of relationship, because at the beginning of the year you can give a chance to someone you often think of. Sometimes an open heart and an open mind are the best solution for your future happiness. Realize that everyone in the world can change for the better. Give your past a chance, but pay more attention to the other than before. April is also an interesting month for single Virgo, when the 7th house is more occupied, and thus it will cause attraction and charming radiance from each of you. You will be able to make new social contacts mainly through social events that you should not miss. So if you are invited to a social event that may be of interest to you, forget about excuses, dress nicely, and impress others. Acquired contacts may not be your fateful love, but they can push you forward in life. Subsequently, the relations for the next months are oriented in a different direction. At the end of the year, they wish astrological transits to every Virgo who longs for true love and real emotions and feelings. The most interesting months will be October, November, and December, because these months will belong not only to family relationships, but also to new meetings. Such a prediction is brought in short by Horoscope Virgo for every single Virgo. Let's take a brief look at family relationships. The first months may seem like a swing to some Virgo, so the horoscope recommends that you pay special attention to grandparents if they suffer from heart problems or high blood pressure. January, February, and March transits are very beneficial in terms of family relationships because they are months full of understanding and love. Transits focusing on Virgo's family relationships occur from September 5th to September 29th, when you have the opportunity to heal such relationships in the family that have been disrupted due to past quarrels or misunderstandings. You are a great listener and a person with an open heart. You can listen to others, and you are an excellent advisor during the month of September, when one of your loved ones will need your support. You will feel the heavily occupied fourth astrological house, which is the home of the family, especially during November. So you should use November to build strong family bonds and to forgive anyone who deserves your forgiveness after a long time. The year will therefore end with a strong energetic influence of astrological transits, especially on the fourth house of the family and the fifth house of joy, and these transits will connect you with your family and your friends. December is a month that, from the point of view of family and friendly relations, gives you the opportunity to fully enjoy the closeness of your loved ones, which will not be disturbed by anything. What positive transits can Virgo expect from a career perspective? The number of months of this year will revolve mainly around the career and finances of Virgo. Job responsibilities, success, but also a shift in your life awaits you at new levels during the year. The first half of this year will be extremely favorable for every Virgo in career. Interesting transits predict changes in Virgo's work, as your home planet signals that you will be able to fully engage your intelligence and analytical thinking. It is this part of your personality that will help you to be extremely successful at work, especially in the first half of the year. The month of March also creates harmonious working conditions and an environment where you have excellent interpersonal relationships with co-workers. This month is also a good time for the unemployed, who can find their coveted job faster than the competition. Virgo is a very hardworking person in general, and you will not miss this personality trait of yours even during the year. Through this personality trait, you will enchant employers, and therefore it will not be a big problem for the unemployed Virgo to find the desired job. Several transits also give a huge opportunity for unemployed Virgo to travel abroad to capture entirely new job opportunities. At the beginning of this year, students or people born in the sign of Virgo, who decided to study even at a later age, can also develop their knowledge. You will be successful in any direction you choose to educate. The second half of the year encourages you to be bold and proactive. A number of career opportunities will open the door for you, and you can decide between leaving your current job and choosing a business path or a completely new job. Astrological transits wish every Virgo in terms of career, and only a few negative transits await you, which will affect your career stability. In any case, the end of year marks the planet Jupiter passing through the house of transformation, and thus brings great happiness in the career direction. The year is therefore very stable and balanced in terms of career. You will have many opportunities to succeed and to move on in life. Take your chances. Remember to show your courage and draw success into your own life. Also, in terms of finances, you have several opportunities to change your financial status and enrich your family finances. Big financial decisions or financial plans are not recommended during the retrograde period of Mercury, which is your ruling planet. At the end of the year, the planet Jupiter in the 8th house wishes you material happiness. However, there will be many more happy days, so don't wait and read the detailed finance horoscope for 2022, which will certainly tell you more. You will also find their exact terms that are associated with your financial happiness. From the point of view of health, astrological movements affect Virgo's health by ending health problems, as well as by analyzing one's own health. At the beginning of the year, you can only enjoy balanced health, which should strengthen a healthy lifestyle, and you will need to include certain vitamins in your diet, which we will talk about in Horoscope Virgo Health and Vitality. Honey is an herb of the year for each of you, which you can use in case of minor health complications, or to balance stress after a hard day. Lemon balm tea is not only delicious, but also soothing, and an excellent support for your health. The oil of the year in terms of aromatherapy is lavender oil, which is known for its health effects and benefits for your health. Bet mainly on a healthy diet and include fruit in your meal, such as oranges, bananas and lemons, which are extremely important to you in this year. During the year, especially prefer food that is easy to digest, because you may again suffer from indigestion, which can be unpleasant. In this year, however, the health horoscope is favorable and says that Virgo does not have to expect any surprises that would negatively affect health. The end of the year also provides good health, and you will be able to focus fully on other areas of your life that will require your attention. In terms of positive astrological transits, therefore, the year seems to be extremely favorable for Virgo. You will receive as a gift several transits suitable for your own mental development and for a shift in life in the right direction. Negative changes in Virgo life. There will not be many negative transits during this year. Yearly forecast is rather positive, so Virgo can enjoy most days in harmony and love. However, there are several negative transits that can affect the energy and life of Virgo, and in this short description we will list some of them. If you want to know the complete horoscope for the sign of Virgo, do not hesitate and read all sections of the horoscope, where you will find a detailed description of important astrological transits for the current year. From the point of view of love, the horoscope predicts a negative aspect from February 25th to March 6th, when each Virgo will have to fight with her own emotions. From February 25th to March 6th, horoscope describes a short period when you will have to put out a certain storm in interpersonal relationships, which is especially evident in your private life. Love relationships, marriages, and long-term relationships will be tested these days, and the patience of Virgo will be important. The fortune teller recommends you not to be afraid in the year. You need to move forward and not analyze old problems and misunderstandings that can hurt your soul and your heart. You must not look back on things that you will no longer be able to fix and change. Every Virgo will have a tendency to return to the past with thoughts, but these steps will not benefit you in this year. From April 29th to October 8th, the commissioned Virgos will perceive Pluto in retrograde, which can turn you on strength and energy to fight for things that are important to you. During this period, which will last for several months, the prediction does not recommend you to make hasty decisions that you did not think about in advance. During these months, there may also be difficult moments in terms of raising children and in the direction of understanding of others. It will also concern the problems of one's own individuality, and therefore it can be a somewhat difficult time for several Virgo who listen to their children and who are troubled by conflicts of the past. At the beginning of the year, before the arrival of retrograde Pluto, you must karmically cleanse yourself so that you do not perceive the negative aspects of retrograde Pluto. From April 29th to May 24th, it can lead you to be depressed of any unfulfilled desire related to a long-term relationship or marriage. You need to rest, so look for more free time just for yourself to focus on your own mental development. Horoscope Virgo also draws attention to the love affair and to the fidelity that will be tested in this year. Your decline in terms of a relationship with your partner can catch you in a relationship with a third party, which can severely compromise your own integrity and interpersonal relationships in your family. Be aware, however, that any relationships that would disrupt your long-term bond will be of no value to you in the year. In the second half of the year, the relationships of every Virgo who experience problems of mainly sexual origin will be disrupted. Horoscope predicts the negative aspects associated with single virgins. From January 1th until the first half of February, every single Virgo should focus only on positive thoughts. Single Virgos can travel with thoughts to the past. They will fully realize what bad steps they have taken in the past. From April 15th to May 24th, you need to keep an eye out for new contacts, because you may get into a violent relationship that has no emotional basis. Many Virgos will also focus on such relationships that will bring you material and financial security, warns Horoscope Virgo. During the year, every unmarried Virgo can be contacted by someone from the past, especially your ex-partner, who abused you physically or mentally in the past. This applies especially to the months of April and May, when you should avoid this contact immediately. You shouldn't even consider starting a conversation with someone who has emotionally squeezed you out in the past. You will do better if you focus on future relationships, especially from April, when no one from the past should be given a second chance. On the contrary, in the first quarter of this year, you have the opportunity to give a second chance to a person with whom you broke up due to small misunderstandings or disagreements. From April, you have to leave the past behind. From October 23rd, the transit of the planet Venus will take place in the sign of its exile, and this transition of the planet of love will give you a very special radiance of a personality who will attract a certain kind of partners. However, from a negative point of view, you can also succumb to such relationships that will not be valuable to you in the future, because you will not find many topics to talk to with this potential partner. Looking at family relationships, transits are rather positive. The only warning is the months of March and November. In the month of March, you will constantly explain your attitudes and opinions to others in your family, and so you bring tension and nervousness to interpersonal relationships. You have to realize that you are not always right. Your exaggerated communication can also turn you into moments of well-being spent in silence, as you will want to analyze everything related to your family. Family relationships can be more complicated, especially in the period from November 17th to 22nd, when aspects bring to the surface such family relationships that have been disrupted or undisturbed. It will not be many days during the year, because family relationships are very favorable. When it comes to friendships, you should be wary of misunderstandings, especially on topics that you should omit in this year. Avoid topics of politics, religion, or other differing opinions that you have with your friends. Your exaggerated initiative to help your friends can exhaust you at the beginning of the year. A great warning is the period from May 2nd to May 28th, when every Virgo should pay attention to the friendly relations that surround you. Don't be provoked into discussions aimed at humiliating or slandering others. In the following months of the year, the friendly relations will be positive, and you do not have to expect any storm that would affect your interpersonal relations from this point of view. Even in the career of the sign of Virgo, there will be more difficult moments during the year, which the astrological horoscope draws your attention to. In January, you should be careful what criticism you make against your co-workers. Even if the criticism is justified, it should not come from you now. Take more care of yourself, and don't focus on the work performance of others. Don't worry, management notices other people's problems and the fact that they don't keep up with your work pace. In May, you will be impressed by the retrograde Mercury and Venus passing through the sign of their exile. It is for these reasons that you need to be more careful in communicating with your supervisor and your colleague. For those whose job is home care, in May you need to focus on direct and loving communication with children and your partner. From April 20th to May 21st, it's better to finish all the projects and bet on being honest with everyone around you. From July 5th to August 20th, you can feel the planet Mars in exile, and this transition can disrupt your personal karma at work. Virgos who previously underestimated their work and did not have a sufficient work pace or completed important tasks will now feel every negative impact from the past. Horoscope Virgo also does not recommend you to take big steps towards a career change or starting a business until August 20th from July 5th. Venus in exile from October 23rd to November 16th will disrupt the positive effects of other astrological transits and prevent you from achieving excellent results as well as finding a new job. Another warning for the unemployed Virgo is that each of you beware of overly tempting offers from your family members or from friends for earnings who aren't really real. Don't invest your saved money in projects that don't make sense to you in the future. Finances can also be affected from a negative point of view. In January, any major financial expenditure will have a huge impact on you in your future. Therefore, especially during the month of January, focus on saving and spending money on things you really need. If you are going to buy real estate or invest more money, January is really not the right month. From March 20th to April 20th, transits affect your relationship with gambling, and therefore they should sharpen Virgo who are addicted to games or who spend money in this direction. Get rid of any addictions that are related to your finances, recommended by Horoscope Virgo. You will be successful in finances for the rest of the year. Astrological transits perhaps only draw attention to Venus in exile until May 28th, because this planet can cause some chaos in your expenses and income. It is better to consult family members or financial professionals about larger expenses. This transit of Venus can ruin your savings until May 28th. The rest of the year is financially stable and will bring you more transits, so you can capture your financial happiness. From a health perspective, the only time you should slow down and focus more on your health is in January. Address any unexpected changes in your health that may be related to your long-term illness. In March, astrological transits alert those Virgo who suffer from certain allergies or headache problems. You have to be careful about your diet because you have to avoid foods that contain dangerous chemicals and harm your health. Get to know the dangerous food additives you buy and avoid them with a big bend, especially during the summer months, but basically throughout this year. In the year, there are not a large number of negative transits that would affect the energy of the Virgo. In any case, the detailed horoscope will show you every problematic transit that you need to know if you want to avoid a negative effect on your person. Dear Leo, if you like the horoscope, please support us and subscribe our channel. For more horoscopes, Leo, visit to links that you can find in the video description. Biggest Horoscope 2022 are prepared by fortune teller and site www.horoscope-divination.com. Wish you all the best in 2022. Horoscope Libra 2022. Dear Libras, the fortune teller has prepared prediction for Libra for each of you who want to know your near future. In this horoscope you will learn a comprehensive prediction in love, at work, in finance and health of Libra for the year. Also read about family and friendships, which days are suitable for a wedding, but also whether the year is suitable for producing the first or next desirable offspring for the sign of Libra. In the introduction, we will introduce the characteristics of the sign of Libra, and then we will discuss every important effect of astrological transits on your life. People born in the sign of Libra celebrate their birthdays between September 23rd and October 22nd. The sign of Libra is ruled by the air element, and thanks to it, Libra are connected to certain depths with other air signs, with the sign Gemini and Aquarius. Libra is a sign of the zodiac, which is also called masculine, and thus radiates masculine energy. The male signs of the zodiac are Aries, Gemini, Leo, Sagittarius, Aquarius, and, of course, the sign of Libra. Male zodiac signs generally want to rule and determine decisions or the direction of life of others. The features of Libra are also manifested in this direction, also during the year. The aerial signs of the zodiac are placed in the graph at an angle of 120 degrees to each other, and they show certain similar characteristic properties. These include Libra's diplomacy, their social personality, the need for social life, and the rapid absorption of information or higher intelligence. Each Libra is unique. It is mostly manifested by a strong sanguine nature. They walk in life with ease, but when problems arise, it is a period of nervousness and stress for them. Although they handle problems with ease, they do not like them. This will also be this year, when fortune teller predicts several problems associated mainly with your career, but also with interpersonal relationships, which you should overcome without stress, because stress would disrupt your health. In general, Libras enjoy good health, except that you may suffer from frequent back pain. Libra is often subject to unhealthy eating, and especially sweetened beverages, which are a mandatory part of your life. By doing this, you can also induce various chronic diseases, such as diabetes, problems with the metabolic system, even being overweight. In these directions, Libra should be careful, but we will talk more about your health in the final part of the horoscope. So what is the basic characteristic of the air zodiac signs, which include the signs of Gemini, Aquarius and your sign of Libra? The air signs of the zodiac are to some extent also connected with the signs of fire, because air distributes energy for fire, and without air there would be no fire. That is why the air signs of the zodiac will get along with fire signs, with the sign of Aries, Leo, and Sagittarius. The air signs of the zodiac have a condition in life to feel constant freedom and life possibilities. They do not want to be limited. Sometimes the zodiac signs of the zodiac have trouble fitting into normal life routine. They are looking for something more. The exceptional air sign of the zodiac is known for not wanting to walk in a crowd in life. He wants to be an exceptional person who will give the world more than its surroundings. Libra wants to help others while making them happy. You are a person who values order in life, and you follow thoughts that liberate your mind and your spirit. You tend to remain in higher spheres of thought, often not standing firmly on the ground even when required. Sometimes it would be easier for you to connect with the earth signs of the zodiac, with which you will not find many common themes, but they are signs that can keep you on the ground. The earth signs of the zodiac include the signs of Taurus, Virgo, and Capricorn. It is these signs of the zodiac that are the ideal friend and advisor for every Libra. Thanks to your great intelligence and knowledge, you can turn everything into practical things and enliven every social event. Your sense of balance in life is really important. You are looking for solutions and options that will please everyone. You are a favorite person, with many friends who respect you. Libras can attract others in several ways. Some Libras with their beauty, others with intelligence, and others with unrelenting life energy. The air signs of the zodiac, which also include the sign of Libra, should not forget about regular physical movements so as to keep not only their physical box in shape, but also their mental condition. The ruling planet of the sign of Libra is the planet of balance, marriage, finance and inspiration. We are talking about the planet Venus, which also rules the earth sign of the zodiac Taurus. The planet Venus is also important in the description of the horoscope for your sign. Thanks to it, you will find balance in your life, because Venus offers you with its abilities to maintain inner beauty. Venus perfectly balances negative energies. Libra is also associated with Venus. It represents the ability to love, your sacrifice, and the possibility of pleasure from physical existence. The planet Venus means not only beauty and love, but it is also connected with the financial security of each of us. Libra in most of life has a problem with the financial security of the family. However, many Libras only come to finance at a later age, when you find employment in what you love. Venus is one of the warmest planets in the solar system and is home to volcanoes and extreme energy. Thanks to its proximity to the sign of Libra, it gives you enormous energy and draws you to a higher understanding of the world. Libra loves good food, also because of the planet Venus, which affects you in this direction. During the negative transits of Venus, you may feel rapid changes in energy and moods, which is specific to the sign of Libra. However, with age, the sign of Libra not only leads to better financial security, but also to better work with your energies. Every Libra will find just life satisfaction with increasing age. Libra is a person who is not afraid of aging, because at any age they can find benefits for themselves, whether mentally or physically. Do you feel the influence of the planet Venus on an emotional and financial level? The positive transits of Venus mean pleasure in every direction of Libra's life, and the strengthening of your sanguine nature. Venus will also remind to love with all your heart. Do not be afraid to admit your mistake. Avoid dissatisfied and ungrateful people who absorb your positive energy, which you can use in another direction. Libras with the sign of Aries and Sagittarius achieve the greatest overall compatibility in love. In this year, however, in a romantic life and in love, they will also understand the water sign of the zodiac Cancer and the fiery Leo. These four signs of the zodiac represent the greatest overall compatibility in love for Libras. In friendly relations, you understand the earth signs, Taurus, Virgo, and Capricorn. However, fire signs are also close to you, Sagittarius and the sign of Aries, which represent for you not only an exceptional friendship, but also a good cooperation or a chance for business. However, prediction for Libra also says that during the year you should be careful of the water signs of the zodiac, because they can be betrayed. The lucky numbers of Libras for the year will be the numbers 3, 6, 12, the number 13, and further the numbers 24 and 25. These numbers will be connected with you throughout the year. The happy color of Libra for the year is the colors green and pink. These colors should form part of your home, your office. Put green in your life if you want to feel even more harmony and energy sharing in life with your ruling planet and your element. The positive aspects of Venus will be enhanced by the green color, which will bring harmony to your life. So if you are considering whether it is time to refresh your home, be sure to choose green for your office or bedroom. It is this color that brings Libra to the reinforcement of positive qualities and opportunities for deep meditation. From the overall point of view, this year will be very interesting for Libras. Every Libra is a very diplomatic person who loves order, harmony and sharing energy with others. You love everything that happens outside, so do not hesitate and go out into nature whenever you have the opportunity. This peaceful and just sign of the zodiac cannot be alone. Even in 2022, the energies of the planets concentrating on the fourth astrological house will hit you to a large extent. You will feel the first strong energies acting on the fourth house of the home right at the beginning of this year. The end of the year will also belong to the strong occupation of the fourth house. From this point of view, it is clear that the year will also belong to your family, and Libras will certainly not be the same. During the year you will also be fascinated by the balance in several areas of life. You can also take the right steps and avoid conflicts. Thus, Libra horoscope predicts that your strengths, such as a strong intellect, keen mind and strong mental understanding of others, will be visible throughout this year. Your partner should not forget that you have your own needs and desires, and that you need your own personal space to make you happy in life. Prediction for Libra will not only look into the area of your love, family, or friendships. We will also look at marriage, pregnancy, career and financial options, as well as the comprehensive health of Libra, while discussing aromatherapy options and other alternative options to support your health. Let's now look at the detailed and large prediction for Libra that the soothsayer Sybil brings. This horoscope identifies not only with the element Libra, with your ruling planet, but also with the astrological houses or the most important planets that will hit the energies of every Libra. Whether you were born as a man or a woman of Libra, this horoscope is suitable for anyone who wants to know their near future. For a man born in the sign of Libra, as well as for a woman of Libra, we bring a prediction based on astrological influences and on a divination that is strongly connected to your energies and your life. Positive changes in Libra life. In 2022, transits will affect you in both positive and negative ways. In this section, Horoscope Libra will briefly summarize the transits that will positively affect the life of Libra. First, let's look at relationships and the love of Libras. Until February 4th, you feel retrograde Venus and Mercury. These planets will take care of you to calm past tense relationships. They give you the opportunity to settle a relationship after an argument and also to focus more on important life values. Karma from the past is also affected. From February 14th, you can enjoy physical love with your partner. The whole of March and April is positive in terms of love relationships. The number of transits at the beginning of the year is related to the 4th and 5th astrological houses and brings to the life of Libra healthy impulsivity, which is related to intimate pleasure. A home of joy and inspiration pushes you to enjoy passion with your partner. Renew the spark of love and passion in your life together. The horoscope recommends you to spend more time alone because intimate pleasure now plays an important role in your life. The second half of March and the first half of April is a time when Libra's love flourishes. Prediction for Libra also specifies the love, where one of the partners is at a greater distance from you. Libra is now aware of the true value and depth of the relationship and is willing to take steps to feel better and have a stronger connection with your partner. Thanks to Libra's activity, even relationships that have had to go through complications in the past can be healed and strengthened. You are interested in fighting for a relationship, and therefore you will also experience such sparks of love and passion, which gradually went out. The months of March and April seem to be strong and positive in terms of the love of Libras. Therefore, you can build a stronger relationship based not only on intimate pleasure, but also on strong communication and joy from the mental proximity of your love. You will realize how valuable your own energy is for your relationship to work. Without the wind, not a single leaf will move, and Libra can now use its air element to blow the rotting embers of passion and love in their partner. Therefore, take advantage of the loving and harmonious relationship that astrological transits offer you in the second quarter of the year. The second half of the year is stable in terms of love. The only disturbing element is the passage of Mars from October 30th, which, however, will not mean major complications, only minor misunderstandings. From December 20th, Libra will then enjoy the positive vibrations directed from the planet Jupiter to the 7th house of partnership. This planet brings with it the calming of any disturbing energies and focuses your attention on love and understanding for your partner. The love of singles will also be affected. In January, the single Libra will focus on own life, for inner harmony, and for building your own healthy self-confidence. Single Libra have the opportunity to participate in social events that will bring you interesting contacts. In February, you even have the opportunity to meet interesting people through your family members, especially through siblings. It's an interesting opportunity to get to know each other because someone in your family is also thinking about your private life and wants to help you get lucky. February is rich in transits related to your intimate pleasure and sex life. Therefore, you focus not only on valuable relationships, but also on those temptations that bring short-term satisfaction. The most chances for understanding oneself, their needs and love are given to single Libra from the beginning of March until the first half of April. These months, single and get a triple opportunity to love. Some Libras are reconciled with the expander. especially if you have already forgiven each other, or if your separation was conditioned by insignificant misunderstandings that you no longer perceive as an obstacle. These days you have a great chance to calm the negative past karma. In the latter case, friendship can grow into intimate satisfaction and later into love. Libra will seek intimate pleasure, which may affect your closest friends, whom you already perceive differently. March and April will not only strengthen your physical appeal and charisma, but will also mean new reassessments of your priorities in love in your life. Anyway, these months are a very happy time for single Libras. October gives you several transits as a gift, when you can meet new people, learn new things. You can combine your own life knowledge with the pleasure of life. You will find understanding, not only with friends, but a deep understanding of yourself will also be reflected in your physical magnetic radiation on the outside. October brings physical beauty, vitality and new possibilities for love into your life. What will family relationships and the positive effects of transits look like on this part of the Libra's lives? Family relationships will flourish. Astrological transits do not indicate any negative aspect affecting harmonious family relationships. On the contrary, in the first quarter of year, transits provided a number of opportunities to calm broken family relationships, to balance such energies that have been disrupted in the past. You need to stabilize your karma, and therefore Horoscope Libra recommends you to focus on drawing a positive aura from the family life that thrives. The end of the year also puts you in a position where you realize the value of your family. You put it above all other needs and responsibilities. In this year, it will be your family who will make it clear to you which things make real sense in your life. What positive transits will affect friendship during the year? The friendship will be strong and harmonious, especially during the months of July and August, when the transits combine to have a positive effect on each Libra. Single Libras can also expect friendship to turn into love relationships. In the middle of the year, Libra can also use the ideal karma of friendship to build a joint venture or a joint personal life development with friends. What does prediction for Libra say in a positive prediction of marriage and pregnancy? If you are planning a wedding, you should focus on the positive astrological aspects that wish you the wedding of your dreams. The perfect wedding, without complications and without nervousness. Suitable dates for marriage include the months of February and March. You will also not spoil anything with a wedding from the first half of June until September 10th. The months of June, July, August, and the first half of September thus represent months ideal for the harmonic marriage. For a wedding that will take place without complications and according to your ideas. If you are also interested in which dates are suitable for conceiving the first or next offspring with your loved one, you will find the answers in the section Libra Horoscope, which deals with the prediction of suitable and unsuitable days for pregnancy. We will now briefly list the transits affecting the career of Libras in a positive direction. The months of March and April represent very positive months in terms of Libra's career. You can start a business. You can succeed when applying for a new job, and even when applying for a salary increase. Libras whose work is home care will also thrive. Your hard work, your care for other family members, and your efforts to make the household cozy will be appreciated. April is also a month of harmony in interpersonal relationships, especially between co-workers in the employee-employer relationship. It is a month when everything is possible, and so you can progress, not only in your personal life, but also in your career. Venus passing through the 6th house has a beneficial effect on women's work. You will feel its influence from the beginning of April, when all transits indicate great career success, especially for women born under the sign of Libra. June, July, and August are extremely suitable months to advance in career life. These months are also favorable for those Libra who play with the idea of traveling abroad for a change of profession or a new career. The household will be enriched with your good ideas, and everything related to your career will go smoothly and according to your ideas. These 3 months of this year again amplify the positive effects of astrological transits, the Sun, your ruling planet, and the planet Mercury. These 3 planets are in an extremely favorable position and offer you opportunities for success in your career, at home, but also in business. Can you also expect positive changes in finances? You can expect an extraordinary financial inflow in the second half of May until the second half of June. Your family budget will stabilize or even improve. The transits of May and June focus not only on the rewards for your past hard work, but also the chances of winning or inheriting. Therefore, finances will stabilize in the first half of the year, even though the beginning of the year will test you financially with some negative news. In the second half of the year, there will be enough money for Libras to deal with some financial commitment that has plagued them for a long time. Although the second half of the year is more financially stable, you should still have a comprehensive analysis of your finances, especially at the end of the year. Prediction for Librados: not recommend making risky investments or lending money to others. The month of October is also not suitable for signing mortgages, and the whole end of the year should be devoted to a different direction than the finance of Libra. At the end of the year, you will be free from financial pressure and will be able to take care of friends and family. Will the health of Libras be strong and relentless? Aromatherapy represents the oil of the year, which is clearly mint silica. It is suitable for overcoming stress, as well as for chronic or mental problems. Herbs of the year are rose hips, fructus sinus body, which with their power help Libra in several directions. According to the astrological prophecy, you will need to support your immunity and defenses for several days. So right at the beginning of the health horoscope, we will introduce the basic elements of aromatherapy and herbs, which bring you a beneficial effect on your energy, vitality, and emotions throughout the year. In January, February, and March, you should gradually create a routine of physical activity and exercise, which should be associated with fun and with your family. Libra will even discover options for treating long-term illness in March. This year will also belong to the discovery. You will realize how important it is to have a regular exercise routine, and how much you can strengthen your health with a diet without chemicals and a regular drinking regimen. The positive news is that no extraordinary illnesses await Libra, which they would have to fear. Negative transits and their effect on Libra. There are also negative moments in love influenced by transits, which every Libra should know. At the beginning of the year, retrograde Venus causes problems when you treat your partner rather than your parent. Karma from your past family and children's decisions may be affected. You tend to pamper children, which can be reflected in your way of raising them at the beginning of the year. In the month of February, from 4th to 14th, you should be careful and avoid love affairs. These feelings are caused by the unused sexual energy of Libra, who tend to be tempted by love. Any love affair that you start now will not last long and will cause suffering, not only for you. At the end of February, also be careful if you are going on a journey that is related to your love. There may be changes in planning, but you should accept them and look for a solution that will satisfy everyone involved in the plan. During March, you enjoy the influence of astrological planets on fifth houses. However, Mars may cause you to make exaggerated demands on your children during March. You demand more from them than is healthy, and you want to fulfill your own dreams through your children. However, the horoscope advises you to focus on their goals and their own desires. Support them in their own development, and do not force your dreams into their lives and future. Let them fly. Just as you value freedom in your decisions and in life, your children desire to enjoy their own successes and their own fulfilled life desires. The month of May will be very complicated in terms of love. Your love is influenced not only by Venus passing through the sign of exile, but also by retrograde Mercury, or by the planet Jupiter passing through 7th house. May causes conflicts and misunderstandings. Jealousy is added to the feeling of sadness and your own inferiority. You may need to suspect your partner of things that are not even close to them. These disturbing energies of Venus and Mercury will cause many complications and quarrels in your privacy in May. You also tend, under the influence of Jupiter, to make hasty and impulsive decisions. However, impulsivity is now disruptive, so you can make the final decisions that you will regret. Prediction for Libra warns you not to make any big decisions related to your partner's life during May. The worst decision in the year may be a divorce in May, because it is the hesitation that will cause a lot of grief, especially if the initiative comes from you. Your May jealousy can also be a big problem, which can affect or even disrupt an otherwise strong relationship with your partner. So be extra careful about your partner in May. From the beginning of July until August 20th, Libra's aggression manifests itself. However, Libra also perceives relationships that affect their sense of security, harmony, and ideals. Libra should now be freed from relationships that imply a sense of isolation, danger, or violence. Otherwise, you will not free yourself from the negative aura that is present all around and will be strongest just as the planet Mars crosses the sign of exile in your 8th astrological house. It's time to get rid of everything that brings you pain or suffering. The Libra horoscope specifies that you deserve relief from the connections that hurt you, whether mentally or physically. In the final 3 months, you will struggle with the influence of retrograde Mars on your own personality and your energy. The karma of negative energy around you is formed into quarrels and misunderstandings with your partner. More problematic moments in November and December will be settled by Jupiter entering the 7th house, where he will harmonize the energies of Libra. It will bring stability and harmony, and so the negative impact of Mars will certainly handle any relationship that is laid on a strong foundation in true love. Even single Libra are affected by negative transits that can disrupt your positive aura. If you are single, astrological transit alerts you to some dates when you misjudge your needs and life priorities. From 4th to 14th February, you can be drawn into a love affair or into a love triangle that will not have a happy ending. Right after the end of this provocative transit of the Sun in conjunction with Saturn, you will have to work on organizing your own priorities. Transits passing through 5th astrological house will entice you to be more playful. You will not think too much about the future, which may cause you to be more interested, especially in intimate relationships that do not have an emotional basis. At the beginning of the year, single Libras seek intimate, rather than emotional pleasure. From May 24th to July 5th, Horoscope Libra warns you of impulsive decisions related to marriage or big life steps. Leave any important steps to other dates, as Mars blocks your indecision and replaces it with a failed and unwelcome impulsiveness. Measure twice and cut once, recommends Horoscope Libra for singles, especially in the period from May 24th to July 5th. From July 5th to August 20th, Mars also provokes you to get involved with an overly dominant person who may later manifest in a relationship of aggression. Therefore, pay attention to the aggressive manifestations of your partner or the object of your interest right at the beginning of the potential relationship. These aggressive manifestations and excessive dominance could later be closely linked to the misfortune in your life, points out Horoscope Libra. During September, you want to be the dominant person and you need to look for submissive partners. You need to rule and control the lives of others. It is caused by the passage of retrograde Mars, which shatters your thoughts and plays with your own karmic personality. The horoscope recommends not creating new relationships. There will again be room for such a step from October 2nd until the end of this month, when your friendships can once again grow into meaningful relationships full of understanding. Are there any negatives in terms of family and friendships? Family relationships will be harmonious. Only in the second half of the year will the 4th astrological house hit the retrograde Uranus, which can play with your own inner karma. You will fight with your own individuality. This struggle will take place between your habits, which have their roots in your parents, and between your own freedom and the imaginary need to break free from the habits that discourage you. You want to remove attitudes from your life that you have inherited from others. However, you have a great opportunity to learn and grow personally. In 2022, only Venus, in the sign of her exile, will be a disturbing aspect in terms of friendships. This will happen in the month of May, when prediction for Libra commands each Libra to focus more on own life than on teaching others. The horoscope also warns you of gossip coming from you that could disrupt your interpersonal friendships and cause complications in the company of your friends. Are you planning a wedding during the year? Also prepare for the negative transits affecting marriage in this year. If you are planning a wedding in this year and would like to avoid the distracting aspect, it is clear that you must choose a date that is outside the scope of retrograde Venus during January, retrograde Mercury, up to 4 times, and the period of the retrograde Mars, which operates from October 30th until the end of the year. These dates are not ideal for a wedding and would cause you more complications than joys. Will the career of Libras be negatively affected in this year? Watch out for a lot of hard work in February. Excessive enthusiasm for work can exhaust you. This exhaustion can later affect not only your health, but also later quality performance. Prediction for Libra commands you to divide the normal days between duties and rest during February. Also, do not switch your skills in February, especially when looking for a new job. Only be interested in positions that are in line with your knowledge and do not have exaggerated requirements. You can talk about better working conditions later by showing how necessary and irreplaceable you are at work. You will try to make your home cozy, but remember to take a break after every big workout. May can bring you a harder time because you focus on the work of others. The inaction and comfort of others can haunt you. It can affect your psyche, and it can also affect you in your performance. However, prediction for Libra warns you not to take the example of irresponsible people. Reducing your own work performance could worsen your reputation. Don't walk in the crowd, be a hard-working and intelligent person like you are before, no matter how lazy others around you are. Don't worry, you'll be able to benefit from this approach. You may also be bothered by the end of the year. At the end of the year, prediction for Libra does not recommend traveling. But it can happen that your employer will force you on work trips that can cause you stress and nervousness. It is quite possible that your surroundings require more from you than a person can really handle. So the end of the year is challenging, but you will learn to say enough. November and December can thus reveal your new side of personality, where you will not blindly perform the assigned tasks, but you will determine what you can do and what is beyond your strength, and also over your working hours. At the end of the year, you will therefore have to guide others in their extraterrestrial expectations from your work performance. What prophecy is ready for Libra's finances in terms of negative aspects? Smaller electronics may break down in January. However, you should take this into account, and these unexpected events should not have a big impact on your family budget. At the end of February, however, you will receive a negative report on your money. It can be financial help for someone in your family, or an unexpected expense that will hit your family's budget and your future financial planning harder. From 5th to 29th September, Horoscope alerts you to keep an eye on your wallet and online payments. Aspects indicate theft, which will cause you complications. In October, the house is heavily populated with finance and labor. For Libras, it means the possibility of financial analysis of the whole year. Avoid borrowing money with your family, as these loans could be non-refundable. Be mainly interested in safe investments. How will health be affected? In March, some Libras will experience a decline in energy. It is precisely for this reason that it is time for comprehensive examinations and overall health analysis, which also includes such examinations that you undergo only briefly. From an astrological point of view, it is clear that Libras will lose weight at the beginning of the year and establish a regular exercise routine. But the second half of the year is not so favorable. Not only will you struggle with back pain, but you will also suffer from your laziness and comfort, which robs you of exercise and fun. You will want to relax more, and this relaxation will be connected with weight gain. But it's not just about your laziness. At the end of the year, your family will steal your attention, and you will pay full attention to it, and you will not have time left to strengthen your own health. However, do not forget the important recommendation of Libra Horoscope. If you feel acute pain in any direction in the second half, seek professional help immediately. Dear Libra, if you like the horoscope, please support us and subscribe our channel. For more horoscopes, Libra, visit to links that you can find in the video description. Biggest Horoscope 2022 are prepared by fortune teller and site www.horoscope-divination.com. Wish you all the best in 2022. Horoscope Scorpio 2022. Dear Scorpios, prepare for the year according to an astrological prediction prepared by a fortune teller, an astrologer with years of experience. In this horoscope, we will imagine the future of the Scorpio. You will find out how your partner's life will go. We will reveal to you what sorrows and pleasures await you in the area of family life, friendships, work, or health. Scorpio horoscope also tells you the appropriate dates for marriage and the terms that affect the fertility and pregnancy of each of you. Scorpio horoscope is divided into several categories so that you can easily orient yourself in it. The easy-to-read horoscope 2022 will foretell you a future in all important life directions of the Scorpio during the year. Scorpio is a sign of the zodiac, which is ruled by the water element. This element also rules the signs of Cancer and Pisces, with which Scorpio has a number of common characteristic features. From the point of view of astrology, a friendly sign for Scorpio is not only a man with the water element, but also those signs that possess the earth element, the signs of Taurus, Virgo, and Capricorn. Even in this year, Scorpio will understand these signs. But what does the water element mean in Scorpio's life? How will it affect the year? The water element is an element of constant movement. Although it may sometimes seem to move slowly, it is steady. It brings life to our planet. It keeps secrets, which are hidden in the depths, under the surface. It is an element, not only of life, but also of conception and death. The water element is also associated with energy, with fairy tales and secrets hidden deep in the soul of its wearer. Water means not only the beginning, but also the end. Water means life, but its power can also bring death. Each water sign of the zodiac, Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces, take a piece for themselves from the water element. The Scorpio takes on a mysterious nature, mystery, and a deep mental connection with himself. Also, the water element brings certain negatives to Scorpio's life. It can be sudden sadness, anger, or sudden mood swings, and typical expressions of love. The water signs of the zodiac may seem very emotional at first glance, but on the other hand, it can handle a large number of emotions at once, and a great workload. The nature of Scorpio will also be manifested during the year. Thanks to astrological transits, which will be strengthened by the element of water, Scorpio will be a very resilient person with creative expression. It represents a stream of infinite possibilities. Even in this year, it will greatly affect the life of Scorpio, and thanks to your element, you will be able to capture a number of opportunities that will be offered, not only in work, finances, but also in personal life. What role does the ruling planet Scorpio play during this year? The ruler of the Scorpio is the red planet Mars, but the planet Pluto also interferes with the life of Scorpio with its energies. Mars also rules the signs of Aries, and in the sign of Scorpio it determines the end of certain moments, or the ways of Scorpio. Mars will continue to influence the energies of your zodiac sign during several astrological transits. Even at the end of the year, the last 2 months of the year, Mars is entering a retrograde motion that will strike the energies of your sign. Mars is the basic energy of Scorpio's life. To a large extent, it controls his life, but it gives him enough courage to make full use of his life potential. Thanks to Mars, you have the opportunity to immediately detect the problem and deal with any problem, even if it is strenuous. Mars gives you some of its energy, fighting spirit, hard work, even courage. In this year, your brave nature will be fully manifested, which will also be connected with the planet Mars, which is your ruler. Any of your plans for success in life can be fulfilled if the energy and strength of Mars helps you overcome difficult times. Mars means the beginning of all in Scorpio's life. On the other hand, it also symbolizes the end of a certain path, or the closure of past karma in Scorpio's life. From a negative point of view, Mars may be perceived as too hasty, aggressive, or intrusive. The anger that manifests itself in Scorpio's life is also the result of the action of Mars in negative astrological aspects. Mars loves everything hot, sharp, and spicy. These elements will be carried over into your life when you will be looking for the spice of everyday life. You want to enrich your life with news, not stand still. Together with the planet Mars and the water element, move your life forward. As we have already mentioned, Scorpio is also affected by the planet Pluto, which, however, is no longer officially considered a planet. In astrological readings, however, we still interpret it as a planet. Scorpio reaches the time of transformation. Part of Pluto's nature is rejection, a retreat that Scorpio can accept precisely because of Pluto's actions. It also manifests itself in the sexual direction, when it determines human needs, and if the needs of the Scorpio are not met, it can cause unconscious frustration. In Scorpio, it reveals its naturalness, individuality, and affects the specific properties of Scorpion's physical body. It is the secondary planet of Scorpio, but in this year you will feel the effects of the second ruler, even its retrograde movement. In this year, the inventive, passionate, courageous Scorpio will face not only positive, but also negative transits surrounding his life. You are a determined person who can fight in life until he finds the truth in life, his life direction, and the right goal. In the eyes of others, you manifest as a person of a leadership nature who has no problem covering any profession that requires leadership skills, courage, the right dose of foresight, and diligence. However, your water sign of the zodiac also lives by expressing your emotions. Your emotions, inner life, and your mental stability are very important to your life. Whatever secrets you hide in the depths of your soul, you don't like to trust others. Not only Mars, but also the planet Pluto affects you, which is to blame for your incredulous nature, and sometimes even for violent tendencies. If something makes you angry, you are not only taking over the energy of your element into your life, because water can cause a lot of problems. Then you take over the power of the planet Mars, a powerful, energetic, and passionate planet, thanks to which you can sometimes overreact to things that do not deserve such a reaction. A characteristic sign of your personality is jealousy, which you can control only at a later age. Even in this year, you may be troubled in your personal life by these feelings, which will be influenced mainly by the transition of the ruling planet, but also by the influence of the planet Venus on your personal relationships. You should use Pluto, your secondary planet, as the main planet of your transformation and regeneration in this year. During the positive aspects of Pluto, it is essential that you rest sufficiently and look for opportunities for relaxation and rebirth. Although Pluto will be retrograde, you should still choose the path of rest or mental inner self-development. Your jealousy and suspicion continue to play an important role in Scorpio's life during this year. Scorpio Horoscope will remind you in several points how very necessary it is to trust your partner, to look for trust in yourself. Not only your planet, aromatherapy, but also your herb of this year, serves to strengthen your physical body and mental harmony. We will talk more about how you can strengthen your health during the year in the Scorpion's health section, in the last part of the Great Horoscope for the sign Scorpio. The beginning of the year will revolve mainly around your friendships and family relationships. Sincerity and honesty are the basic qualities that will make you a great friend and irreplaceable member of your family. Even love gets the word out in a few months. The strongest months for love will be February, April, May, June and the month of July, but also the end of this year, which can cause many misunderstandings. Scorpio's interpersonal relationships mean an influx of new possibilities, acquaintances, and a lot of fun in the circle of your loved ones. However, the large amount of information that you have to process during the year can sometimes confuse you, bringing you an inner feeling of pain. That is why it is necessary to strengthen your mental health right at the beginning of the year. Scorpio horoscope thus speaks of what a complex, fascinating, specific personality manifests itself in those people who were born between October 23rd and November 21st. Astrology has just given you the sign Scorpio, whose basic manifestation is its melancholic nature. The year will also be reflected in the overall impact on your love and emotions. You will achieve the greatest overall compatibility in love with the sign of Taurus and the sign of the zodiac Cancer. Scorpio's love affairs with these two signs will be full-fledged. They will bring you a lot of positive emotions. A suitable compatibility of love for the year for the Scorpio seems to be both the sign of Pisces and the sign of Virgo, with whom he will establish new love relationships, especially single Scorpios. At work, in friendly and family relationships, you will understand Capricorn, another Scorpio and also the sign of Aquarius. With Aquarius, you share values on an intellectual level and joint activities, where you will find understanding this year as well. You can experience problems in interpersonal relationships with the Gemini sign, especially if Gemini is your close friend. The year may impoverish you from this friend, or there may be some misunderstandings between you that will be difficult to treat. The lucky color of Scorpio is orange and red. If you want to strengthen your strength, energy, and vitality, surround yourself at home and at work with these colors. You don't have to repaint the whole apartment or house right away. All you have to do is bring elements of this color into your home in the form of a picture, new accessories or electrical appliances in this color. The lucky numbers of Scorpio will be 7, 11, 19, 21, 23 and 48. If you decide to travel during the year, you should definitely not miss the interesting countries, which have a rich history and mysterious culture. In terms of health, Scorpio Horoscope specifies that a challenging period awaits you, not only mentally and emotionally. So we have already discussed the basic characteristics of Scorpio for the year. Let's then look at the comprehensive personal horoscope for each Scorpio. Discover the future that awaits you. As we have already mentioned, in the following sections of Horoscope, Scorpio tells you about the future and love of both single Scorpio and Scorpio in relationship, reveals the future and energy in your family, friendships, and then specifies which days are astrologically suitable for a wedding or pregnancy. The next part of the horoscope includes predictions in your career and finances. You will find out if you will advance your career, if your finances will improve, or if you should pay more attention to the money saved. The last part of the horoscope is dedicated to your health, energy, and vitality. In this section, we will talk more about aromatherapy, or your herb of this year, which will strengthen your health. You will also learn what complications you can expect, and how to prevent these complications, or how to treat them. Positive changes in Scorpio life during the year 2022. Astrological transits focus on both positive and negative effects on each Scorpio. Scorpio horoscope in this section will introduce you to positive transits and the greatest impact on the area of love, health, finances, or career of each of you. First, let's look at the positive transits focusing on the love of Scorpios in relationship. In the positive direction, in January, you have the opportunity to say goodbye to the negative karma associated with unresolved past relationships. It will require your slight isolation from other people, But it is in January that you have to find forgiveness, and especially yourself. Through proper meditation and mental exercises, you will be freed from something you are carrying from the past. And that is very positive news. In the second half of February, you want to pay more attention to your partner because you neglected him at the beginning of the year. The conjunction of Venus and Mars in the second half of February gives you an ideal opportunity for an intimate connection with your partner. Enjoy the joy and passion that is now at the peak of your life. You can express your loving, tender, passionate nature and love with your loved one. February will test your love, especially the other half of it. However, if you cope with these provocations from astrological transits, it is certain that the following months will also wish to target such relationships that fight negative energy in the household. You need to free yourself right at the beginning of this year. Free yourself from the black karma that is related to the past of someone in your household. You will also be able to take this step thanks to your own decisions, so that February may begin to heal relations that deserve to remain intact. The key months for strengthening Scorpio's love and partnership are the months of April and May, when astrological transits have a beneficial effect on both the 7th and 5th astrological houses. You have the opportunity to enjoy the closeness of your partner. Enjoy social events. You can communicate with your partner, laugh, enjoy intimate pleasures. You will also find common ground in the field of raising children, and you will understand, even if the energies have been disharmonious so far. If you have recently solved a problem related to your relationship, months are coming that are a beneficial caress for your affiliate life. Scorpio Horoscope advises you to enjoy these months in the arms of your love. Deepen your mutual emotional and intimate connections. Look for new ways to understand and support each other. Venus means excellent partnerships from May 23rd to the first half of June. It means strengthening the communication and understanding of the partner. Some of you will fall in love with your partner again because you perceive his beauty, intelligence, and all the positives with which he tries to keep your love sparkling and passionate. The rebirth of passion and your love for your partner takes place in the months of May and June, which mean valuable aspects for your future in love with your partner. The 9th house will offer the opportunity for sincere communication about the present, but also about the future during the rapid transition of the planet Mercury, from July 5th to July 19th. Now you can also communicate about the wedding, about the children. All topics in love are open and your partner fully understands your setting. If some topics were taboo for you, now you can communicate them freely and without fear with your partner. Even the singles enter the aspects of astrology in a positive sense. In January, you meditate and perceive your own feelings. You transform the energy of sadness and the decline of energy into the acquisition of healthy self-confidence and progress in mental development. The most ideal months to find the desired love are the months of April, May, and the month of June for every single Scorpio. Family relationships, friendships, weddings, or Scorpio pregnancies will also be affected. A positive transit for family relations is the February conjunction of the Sun with Saturn. In this regard, the introduction of February allows you to consider some cooperation with a member of your family. However, this cooperation should not be one-sided, so think about its benefits before you shake hands with your loved one on the sign of an agreement. However, February is an excellent month for building holistic and harmonious family relationships. However, relations with parents, siblings, and other family members will be of good quality even during March, when not only Venus, but also your ruler, the planet Mars, works on the 4th house. At the end of the year, from December 21st, you are in your skin again. You are an understanding, loving person who is determined to look deeper into the lives of your own children and who understands the feelings of others. That is why you are an integral part of their lives for the family. At the end of the year, you enjoy a lot of love and a sense of harmony with your closest family members. Friendships will be largely harmonious during this year. Even the horoscope offers you the opportunity to pack your bags and go to foreign countries with your closest friend. Your personal energy in July and August will be very attractive, and you can even get a higher social status thanks to new friends, if you desire it. From the point of view of marriage and pregnancy, astrological transits represent several suitable terms for these great steps in life. You can read more in the section Horoscope of Marriage and Pregnancy for the year. This Scorpio horoscope is important for every Scorpio who asks whether the year is suitable for a wedding or for conceiving the first or next baby. In 2022, Scorpio horoscope predicts several months when you have the opportunity to rise your career. In short, we will imagine positive transits affecting Scorpio's career and finances. The months of June, July, and August are very positive and strong in terms of transits affecting Scorpio's career. Expect not only many opportunities for the unemployed, but also opportunities for a change of occupation, as well as for career growth. You will be rewarded for your hard previous work, which will make you very happy and motivated. In general, there are several positive career days ahead of you, but the months of June, July, and August are the most favorable. Especially in August, you have to move on in life. The transits of astrology affecting your life will push you to change your life, especially if you neglect your personal life, partner, or children under the influence of your career life. Then it is time for a change, because in August you will have to act more with your heart than with logical thinking. Especially if your decisions are to intersect between your work and personal life. In terms of finances, the year also wishes you a chance to win, or to be rewarded, for your past hard work. Several transits will be favorable in finances and you can enjoy not only stability in the family budget, but also extraordinary financial gain. During the year, you will also have the option of a large purchase, more expensive repairs of electronics, households or cars, and at the end of the year there are possibilities for a mortgage or housing reconstruction. Money will be basically stable, and you can afford everything your heart desires, especially at the end of this year. Scorpio horoscope also deals with health forecasts for the whole year. In the first half of this year, Scorpio does not have to worry about health. You will also be able to find the source of certain diseases and find out how to prevent them. You will also have enough time and space to undergo a preventive checkup in the first months. Health seems stable, with only some warnings and recommendations related to more disruptive astrological transits. Negative changes in Scorpio life. The fortune teller predicts that more demanding moments await Scorpio. First, we discuss what transits affect the love of single Scorpios and Scorpios in relationship in a negative direction. At the beginning of this year, the emotions and feelings of retrograde Venus and Mercury act in the same motion. It deepens the feelings of past karma. It intensifies your need for self-knowledge, meditation, and mental harmony with yourself. You therefore devote more time to yourself, which can cause a feeling of isolation on the part of your partner, who also needs to feel your presence and interest. January may to some extent pull you away from the present. It focuses your attention on past karma associated with your personal life. If you have unresolved relationships from the past, you will be troubled by any negative past karma that you have to get rid of once and for all. In the second half of February, you will be hit by the conjunction of the planet Venus with your ruling planet Mars. This conjunction strongly affects your desire for an intimate connection with a partner. Beware of violent expressions in love and intimate life, which are now not welcomed by your partner. In February, it is certain that you will struggle to overcome provocation from someone else who wants to disrupt your stable relationship with your partner. Remember that an affair is devastating to your relationship. These feelings will mainly affect those Scorpios who have dealt with complicated relationship moments in the past. Your inner feelings and your relationship with your partner may require the intervention of a therapist, but this is a great idea for your better future. Prediction will remind you in February not to be seduced by the promise of momentary fun. Instead, focus on strengthening the relationship that is key to your life. During September and October, You will be more closed in your relationship. However, there are no key negative transits affecting your love, but you should not forget the needs of your partner in these months. Horoscope advises to take an interest in feelings and overcome the daily routine by talking about the future. The problem can occur if you get provoked and start arguing. Then the months of September and October can be difficult for Scorpio because you will close in on yourself. What negatives to await singles in love? Astrological transits indicate a love affair for some single Scorpios in the second half of February and the first half of March, which will damage your own value in life. It will be a love affair, engaging in the relationship of other people, i.e. breaking the marriage, or the relationship of your lover or mistress. Horoscope advises you well to avoid loving relationships that lead nowhere. At the beginning of this year, you will have to resist your desires for intimacy, and unfortunately, you will only attract those in relationship into your life. Even your ignorance of the life status of a potential lover or mistress can cause you many problems. Therefore, be careful. In the second half of the year, you perceive not only the retrograde ruling planet, but also a feeling of isolation from others. You want to deal only with yourself, so in the second half of the year you have no energy left to seek love, time, and astrological transits do not even predict suitable opportunities. Negative transits in terms of family, friendships, marriage, or pregnancy. The beginning of this year deprives your person of a sober look at past interpersonal relationships. Not only do you cling to the near past, but you go even further, to the days when you were a small child. It may happen that most of you will find a number of problems in the past that you will blame your parents for. January can mean worsened karmic energy, especially between you and your parents, when you blame them for the wrong parenting methods during your adolescence. January will not cause big quarrels, but rather your personal mental decline, if you are bothered by past relationships with your parents. From the point of view of Mars in the 4th house, it is necessary to increase caution in the upbringing of your own children, because you tend to put more pressure and emphasis on upbringing. You want to push your children hard to succeed, which can cause conflicts in communication and interpersonal relationships with children, and, in this respect, with your partner, if you have different views on parenting. This Mars takes place from March 6 to April 15. When you pay attention to proper communication with children and education without unnecessary conflicts. At the end of March, your home planet is in square with Uranus and can cause great quarrels, the root of which is a lie or misunderstanding. Should you expect negative aspects related to friendship? January brings you strength and determination in terms of friendly relations. You will get redress from the past if you have been wronged or harmed by a friend. It is in January that you accept any possibility of redress, and you can be proud of how brave and kind-hearted you are. From April 29 to October 8, watch out for fake friends. If you are a Scorpio whose friend is Gemini, be even more careful. In the time of the retrograde secondary planet Pluto, such a relationship can be affected by mistrust, conflicts, and also by intrigue or gossip. So be careful, especially towards Gemini, during the period of the retrograde Pluto. From the point of view of the planning of a wedding or pregnancy, the inappropriate dates are the days when the planet Venus and Mercury are in retrograde motion. From the overall point of view, it is not only January, but also other dates. Pregnancy should be monitored mainly in December, when health complications can be expected. Therefore, be careful, especially if you are in a high-risk pregnancy or you experience a sudden loss of energy. You also have to be careful at work, especially during the subsequent negative transits that we are now imagining for work and finance. Negative moments are also waiting for you at work, but you will be well prepared thanks to the horoscope forecast. In January, it is not a good time to renovate a household, sign documents, or start a business, or to change careers. From March 20th, you may feel that your hard work and willingness to help others are being abused by your co-workers for your own benefit. You are not far from the truth, so help yourself and focus on completing your own tasks. It can happen that you neglect your own duties and help others. This will save you valuable time, which can cause problems for your employer. If you are an entrepreneur or a manager who is in charge of this team of people, it is quite likely that there will be complications in your relations between April 15th and May 24th when you increase the pressure on others. Under this influence, you bring tension into interpersonal relationships, which are deteriorating. The same Scorpios who take care of the household also transfer the same energies to the household. In May, you also compare your work with the performance of others, which may ultimately demotivate you. You will need more time to complete the tasks. May is the hardest month for any Scorpio in terms of career. It does not offer new opportunities for the unemployed, and even blocks the positive energies of employed Scorpios, who should not make big changes and decisions now. From October 23rd to November 16th, the Scorpios, who take care of the household, should be sharpened. You can count on more work at home, which will be related to broken electronics, or with a large cost of housing or transportation. Horoscope recommends you to prepare enough energy, especially for the period from October 23rd to November 16th, when you will have to devote a large part of your energy to problems related to your household or your work. Should you expect negative days related to finances? At the beginning of the year, in January, the fortune teller recommends you to avoid making big purchases or signing important contracts. These steps could negatively affect your future family budget. The November formation Mars square Neptune can damage your finances if you are not careful. November also teaches you how to manage finances. Therefore, you can look at the environment. However, these energies relate only superficially to the penultimate month, as most of the November transits affecting finance are positive. Health will also be affected in terms of negative transits. Rather, the beginning of the year is about mental health care, which can cause some Scorpios to wrinkle their foreheads. In March and April, you tend to reach for unhealthy diets and painkillers more often because you suffer from toothaches and headaches. The second half of the year can hurt you. You will fight minor diseases, but you do not have to worry about any big surprises from a negative point of view. However, care must be taken in high-risk occupations, especially in the second half of the year. At the end of December, transits indicate deteriorating health of you or your family members, so it is advisable to prepare in advance for negative deadlines from the most important disruptive transits of the year. Dear Scorpio, if you like the horoscope, please support us and subscribe our channel. For more horoscopes, Scorpio, visit to links that you can find in the video description. Biggest horoscopes 2022 are prepared by fortune teller and site www.horoscope-divination.com. Wish you all the best in 2022. Horoscope Sagittarius 2022. Dear Sagittarius, the soothsayer prepared the horoscope for the health, love, finances and careers of Sagittarius throughout the year. The annual Sagittarius horoscope will reveal the near future and whether you can expect extraordinary surprises during the year, or you should be more careful than before. The astrological forecast describes not only the movements of your ruling planet, but also other astrological actions that will affect your energies, astrological houses, progress and vitality. Sagittarius prediction is free, so discover the secrets of your future with us. The individual horoscopes were prepared by a soothsayer, an astrologer with years of experience who know every sign of the zodiac perfectly. Sagittarius, born from November 22nd to December 21st, is a very generous man. He was born with the element fire, which he also shares with other signs of the zodiac, with the sign of Aries, and with the sign of Leo. The fiery signs of the zodiac have certain characteristics in common. When we talk about this element, which is sometimes dangerous, but sometimes very necessary fire, we perceive that the element represents energy itself, heat, but on the other hand also a destructive force and an unstoppable element. Every fiery sign of the zodiac is endowed with strengths, and thanks to the element of fire, it is a great energy, diligence, and commitment. The last fiery zodiac sign, your Sagittarius sign, transmits the positive properties of this element into your life in the greatest amount. The fiery signs of the zodiac have good intentions for most of life, which blend with the strong energy in life. The male energy is very noticeable in Sagittarius, but it can happen that Sagittarius sometimes neglects his female principles. The biggest challenge for any owner of a fire element is to keep peace, balance, and constructive passion in life. These people, as well as the sign of Sagittarius, have a huge need to move forward and achieve their success even at the cost of more difficult overcoming obstacles. Sagittarius often lacks the excitement in life. Sagittarius longs to experience new, unknown. He has a huge relationship with the outside world, and he is interested in everything new. He hates routine and tries to move through life quickly and easily, because every Sagittarius has an excellent sense of humor. The ruling planet of Sagittarius is the planet Jupiter. This planet is also shared by Sagittarius with the sign of Pisces, of which Jupiter is also the ruler. Jupiter is considered a very positive planet in terms of astrology. Together with Venus, they form a pair of beneficial planets, along with the future impact on each person. Of course, it also depends on what astrological position this planet is currently in. We will talk more about the influence of Jupiter on the sign of Sagittarius in the comprehensive horoscope for the sign of Sagittarius. But what is the significance of Jupiter in the life of Sagittarius? This planet brings hope, perspective, faith, and determination. Even in the weakest positions, he can defeat the influence of negative planets, which is a huge advantage of Jupiter, who rules Sagittarius in the sign of Pisces. Jupiter is named after the Roman king of all gods, and reminds us of our own abilities and possibilities to defeat the competition and move forward. It brings prosperity to the Sagittarius's life, and enriches life in whatever direction you choose to walk. He is such a great protector, Sagittarius's best friend, which means not only protection, but also a brighter future. The planet Jupiter has a number of positive qualities, and is generally considered the protector of the world, and brings good luck. The beneficial nature of the planet Jupiter sometimes wants to see problematic things through pink glasses, which can frustrate the realistic view of the people around. Sagittarius sometimes struggles with looking at the people around him too optimistically, and does not take into account their negative characteristics. An incorrectly constructed aspect that is disruptive from the point of view of the planet Jupiter can mean a great challenge for Sagittarius, because Sagittarius feels the transition of his ruler very intensely. In a positive position, however, it brings wisdom, intelligence, and faith. The harmonious aspects of Jupiter mean progress in the future, optimism, and happiness. Several transits during this year related to Jupiter are positive. Therefore, the year will be to some extent focused on this planet of happiness, which is the ruler of your zodiac sign, together with the sign of Pisces. Prediction also deals with what the love of Sagittarius will look like during the year. Let's see if Sagittarius can expect extraordinary surprises related to the relationship. The fortune teller also focuses on the horoscope for singles, to which she will present the most suitable dates for discovering new contacts or one's own mental value. In any case, the highest overall compatibility in love will be achieved by Sagittarius with the signs of Gemini and Aries. You will understand these signs in trust, in love, in emotions, but you will have much more in common. Your interests will be shared, and these two signs of the zodiac are the most ideal partner even for single Sagittarius, who in the year will look for opportunities for love and a change in life status. However, single Sagittarius will find love with other signs of the zodiac. You will also understand the sign of Leo, Libra, and perhaps the greatest compatibility in terms of work and interpersonal relationships you feel with the sign of Aquarius and with the water sign of the zodiac Cancer. These two signs of the zodiac are an excellent companion for your business, for advancing in the direction of work. From the point of view of friendly relations, the fortune teller predicts that in the year every Sagittarius should pay attention to the signs of Pisces with which the relationship can be very complicated. Such compatibility in love, working relationships, or friendship awaits every Sagittarius during this year, predicts the Great Horoscope. You can learn more about compatibility, positives, and negatives in your emotional life in the following sections. As is already known, an energetic Sagittarius is a sign of a zodiac that hates routine and avoids any need in life. He likes to travel and discover new places, tastes, smells. He seeks inspiration in the world around him, not only in his own interior. He knows and transfers all new knowledge into his life in a positive direction. He is very optimistic about the world around him. He is an idealistic man, with a great sense of humor, who is popular in society. The weak point of Sagittarius in the year will be the failure to keep the promises they make to others, especially in connection with your family and partnerships. Beware of unfulfilled promises at work, which during certain negative transits of astrology can also become a place or a good reputation. Sagittarius will enjoy freedom and any movement in the outdoor environment, where you can enjoy nature and the closeness of your loved ones. To achieve yours, you will do everything during the year, but watch out for tricks on your part, directed mainly to your friends or acquaintances. During the year, the planet Jupiter in a positive position will give you several opportunities to travel and discover new cultures, or to discover the surroundings. You are a very funny person who is always surrounded by friends or family. It will not be different in this year, when your career and health will be at the forefront of your life, but several transits of astrology also indicate the influence of astrological houses on family, friendships and love of Sagittarius. The year will be very inspiring for Sagittarius, because from January to December, there are a number of astrological houses occupied, which are responsible for your success, but also the fall in life. That is why we will also discuss the negative aspects that you should prepare for during the year. A fun-loving Sagittarius can thus prepare for a very interesting, exciting, and alive year. The horoscope will not only clarify the relationships of Sagittarius. It also brings a prediction in the possibilities of the singles. It also predicts the development of friendly and family relationships. Is the year suitable for marriage, or for a new addition to the family? The big love forecast for the Sagittarius sign will also answer these questions. You will also find out what energies are associated with your work and finances, or how astrological transits, your ruler, or other planets of astrology will affect your health, vitality, and energy. Let's now take a step-by-step look at every prediction that forecast brings to every Sagittarius, whether you are a man or a woman born in this fiery zodiac sign. Positive changes in Sagittarius life during the year. In short, the fortune teller has prepared a prediction in love, health, work and finances for those of you who want to quickly find out what negatives and positives will affect you in terms of astrological energies during this year. In the introduction, we focus on a positive prediction for those who are in a stable long-term relationship, and for those who are single. In short, every Sagittarius will learn the prediction of love for the whole year. From February 18th until the rest of the month, you enjoy the peace and quiet associated with your home. A number of positive transits focus energy on the loving Sagittarius, who is now the best partner. Until the first half of March, the positive vibration of the Sun is also joined by its conjunction with your ruler. It gives you a healthy self-confidence, an overview of the feelings and needs of others, and generally brings you closer to your loved ones. Until April 15th, you can enjoy any hobbies and leisure activities with loved ones. Your loved ones now mean a lot to you. You perceive them as a means of removing excess energy, or as fighters against the stress in your life. It is your loved ones that provide your heart and soul with a refuge from adverse news from the outside. In July, the energies are positive, and you are renewing several aspects of your own value. You build a relationship with yourself and your partner. It is an excellent time for marital relationships and connections between partners. From 5th to 22nd July, trips with your partner are expected, which are related to rest and relaxation. The transits are set very positively, so the holiday will be exactly according to your dreams, ideas, and expectations. You don't have to worry about extraordinary surprises if you choose the first half of July for a family vacation together. Even single Sagittarius will be hit by certain specific transits. In the year, the single Sagittarius will enjoy a number of interesting, positive, and optimistic moments. From the second month of year onwards, the transits of astrology predict a beneficial period of love to your heart. You will be a socially popular person who has something to attract. You are a person in the right place at the right time, especially from the beginning of February until the end of April, when you are successful in building your emotions, but also in seeking love. The love of single Sagittarius will be very rich. Some Sagittarius will re-establish a relationship with their ex-partner in the first half of the year, or you will be able to end that relationship within you. In any case, it is certain that you will find forgiveness and the possibility of closing a certain painful chapter of life. And it will definitely be easier for you to walk during this year. You will also find that someone around you is interested in your attention. It will be up to you how you approach this information. The year also offers opportunities for Sagittarius who are looking for intimate pleasure. This year will surprise you. Not only the joy of being close to someone else, but also the opportunity for loving adventures. The end of the year will stabilize you and you will find out who is closest to your heart. Astrological transits will affect your family relationships very positively, especially in the first half of year. You are a great partner and a very popular member of your family. Your parenting methods are right, and the children are enjoying your presence. Even your relationships with children are not affected by your increased entitlement to diligence and learning outcomes. Thanks to communication, you understand and can talk about any problem, but also about joyful experiences. You share with others not only their pain from problems and misunderstandings, but also their joy at the things that make them happy. Great support from your family members is now extremely important for every Sagittarius. Also, the second half of the year focuses on building good relationships with family members. Even if the energies are somewhat blocked, you can still share your joy, for example, financial stability with family members. Once again, you are discovering ways to support children in the family to better interpersonal relationships. The final months of the year do not mean disrupting family relationships, but rather raising them and making Sagittarius feel that your loved ones are always there for you when you really need them. Prediction will also be affected in terms of friendships, and very positively. In friendship, you understand the signs of Gemini, Aries, Leo, Libra, and Cancer. It is very likely that some of these 5 signs of the zodiac will be of great support to you in the year. At the beginning of the year, you can connect great family relationships with friendly ones. During the year, it is likely that one of your friends will show you deeper emotions, which you will have to handle with confidence and with intelligence of your own. Treat your friends' emotions as if they were your own. You are an understanding person and an excellent friend, and your friendly side of personality will be strong even in this year, when you understand and can support everyone who needs you. During the year, you also build new friendships that even help you for a better future for work, whether you are in business or not. You will be given the opportunity to enrich your life with new opportunities. Transits of astrology operating on Sagittarius forecast will also touch on terms that are appropriate and unsuitable for a wedding in the year, and also for the conception of the first or next baby. The horoscope is dedicated to a day that signifies harmony and happiness in the life of every Sagittarius, and which contemplates a wedding. The ideal time for a wedding is the month of July, specifically its second half, which merges with the first half of August. You can find out more about these dates in the section Prediction of Love, where we will also present the days suitable for fathering a baby and recommendations for pregnant Sagittarius. Yearly forecast in this section also specifies the positive transits that are related to your career. The year is very harmonious in terms of work. Sagittarius who work in a permanent position will be rewarded. Those who take care of the household will enjoy the recognition and appreciation of others. Entrepreneurs will have a harder time, but even that will make them more successful, especially in the first half of the year than before. Astrological transits give you many opportunities to capture your chances of moving forward, starting a business, and engaging your family members in an activity that creates a cozy and safe home. Every Sagittarius will feel recognition and progress in work, and therefore it is clear that the year is extraordinary from the point of view of each Sagittarius's career life, very favorable and suitable in big life decisions or changes. Sagittarius prediction also predicts a financial well-being for each of you, which will make you very happy and calm down after the previous period. The fortune teller also recommends that, if you need to strengthen your financial happiness, get a citrine stone, which means stability, security, wealth and success. It is the stone of the year for every Sagittarius in terms of wealth and financial inflow. Sagittarius will also be able to enjoy an extraordinary win or other financial surprise. The forecast for the Sagittarius in terms of finances, which will be presented to you by horoscope in the following sections. Sagittarius describes a prophecy until May 2023, which is related to the financial stability and financial success of Sagittarius. So will this year be a good year for Sagittarius? Certainly yes. Health will be stable. But every Sagittarius must also prepare for negative transits, which means some pain or complications. At the end of the year, however, the horoscope describes Sagittarius's health as stable. You don't even have to worry about accidental injuries, but if you pay enough attention to driving and if you use your attention in every risky activity. Health must be strengthened by a healthy lifestyle, which will be a normal part of your life. Sagittarius prediction also predicts success for those of you who decide to lose weight, and even greater success for those Sagittarius who want to include healthy eating and physical activity in the normal part of life. Negative changes in Sagittarius life during the year 2022. How will the loves of Sagittarius be influenced by the negative transits and energies of this year? In January, you may be tormented by thoughts of the past, which were in some way connected to your emotions. You will focus on past unfinished relationships, or those whose breakup meant a lot to your emotions. Retrograde Mercury returns your feelings to the past, which can cause certain complications in your current partnership or marriage. Since April 15th, Mars has been in the 4th astrological house of Sagittarius and will be affected by energy in its home. Mars in the 4th house will cause quarrels and misunderstandings, which will be insignificant. To overcome the energy associated with this Mars, you can use more physical exercise to soothe the disturbing effects of Mars on Sagittarius. From May 10th, the retrograde Mercury reminds you to think mainly of yourself. Your thoughts are directed only to your own happiness and satisfaction, which can provoke your partner to an argument because you do not pay him the amount of attention he desires. Any great quarrel that would now lead to the breakdown of the relationship is unthinkable. Ending the relationship during the period of the retrograde Mercury is the worst idea on the part of Sagittarius in the year, warns the annual horoscope. From May 24th to July 5th, the disruptive aspects of Mars and Venus are a huge provocation of your fidelity. You feel it as one of your friends or colleagues looks at you. You focus on the emotions that you are heading for other than your stable partner. Any such interference with your long-term relationship will not only be unreasonable, but also devastating to your own emotions. Even if your partner does not find out about the affair. Therefore, do not waste confidence in your relationship and focus on the values in life that are real. The second half of the year will be even more challenging for Sagittarius than the first, in terms of marriage or permanent relationships. The retrograde Jupiter and the power of Mars have meant a strong interference in marriages and long-term relationships since July 28. These transits and your selfishness can cause the breakdown of several relationships during the second half of the year, so take care of these relationships as much as you can, if you care about your future happiness. Negative aspects also affect those who are still looking for love. Gloomy thoughts related to the past will hit single Sagittarius, especially at the beginning of year. But every single Sagittarius should use Mercury's transits to build their own abilities and their own value. Meditations and thinking set in a positive direction are suitable. The retrograde Mercury of the year should certainly not belong to social events and big decisions in the life of single Sagittarius. The second half of year means shyness for a single Sagittarius and less determination to fight for the heart of a potential partner. However, a number of positive opportunities overcome the negative effects of transits, and therefore the single Sagittarius can breathe and draw energy from positive days, which will certainly not be few. Let's now list the negative energies related to family, friends, a planned wedding, or pregnancy. From May 15th, you tend to aggressively interfere in the free time of your family members. You tend to set their time and want them to pay full attention to them. Prediction warns you to calm your masculine and sometimes even aggressive personality side in terms of family relationships and your free time. In the second half of the year, specifically from August 28th, you tend to react more passionately in terms of family relationships. You run into the past and your past karma associated with the incorrect upbringing of your parents is fully manifested. Energies appear that are related to the past and your inability to forgive others and find an understanding of others' actions. The end of the year may be blocked in your good family relationships by your own distrust of others. During the year, friendships will flourish, but you should also be a prudent Sagittarius in several ways. Pay attention to the advice and especially to the friendship from Pisces, which can deprive you of a lot of positive energy during the year, which you should use to build real friendships. Also be careful in your friendship with Scorpio, as this sign of the zodiac also represents complicated friendships for each Sagittarius during the year. The fortune teller also clarifies the statement for every Sagittarius who is interested in whether the year is a suitable year for conceiving a baby or for a wedding according to your ideas. Inappropriate terms, which the Sagittarius horoscope highlights, are the days of retrograde movements of the planets Mercury, Venus, and Mars, which would mean complications for Sagittarius, not only in the upcoming wedding, but also during pregnancy. The dates of retrograde Mercury are not suitable for important life decisions, and therefore Sagittarius forecast recommends you to avoid this day for your happier present and a more favorable future. The Sagittarius's career will also be affected by negative transits, of which there will be very few. Only retrograde Mercury can take care of deteriorating working conditions and your thoughts running away from past unfinished projects or tasks. The most problematic month in terms of progress or success is the month of January. Sagittarius must complete all the necessary tasks during the first month of the year. You need to close ongoing projects and also take care of all emails and unfinished duties that you should handle to everyone's satisfaction. From a negative point of view, the work will not surprise you in any way. The only problem may be for some Sagittarius to establish good relationships with co-workers. From another point of view, however, the year is very positive. Work can take you away from quality sleep, perhaps only in September, and during October, when you will have to handle even more demanding tasks and projects. That's when you can feel a decline in energy, which will not be sudden and long-lasting. It all depends on how well you know how to divide your time between responsibilities, private life and your health. Balance is very important in September and October, although it can be complicated for Sagittarius. Money will be stable. You may only be negatively affected by the month of January, when you have to guard the financial expenses of your family members who spend more than would be appropriate. Soothe their high demands on financial expenses so that you do not have to be overly interested in financial planning at the beginning of the year. In January, you feel a bit of stress about money, but it will go away quickly. During the summer months, be careful and guard your wallet. When paying online, be careful not to share your information with people who could misuse your personal information to steal your money. Be especially careful if you go on holiday in this summer. You may become a victim of fraud or theft, warns the annual Sagittarius Horoscope. The health forecast is also very positive for the Sagittarius, with the exception of minor warnings. In the second half of the year, you should be careful when driving, because the retrograde movements of the planets deprive you of the attention you should pay to activities that pose a risk of injury. July and August will hurt you. The time is coming when your spine will be loaded, and this period will bring you many wrinkles on your forehead. Your attention will be focused on back pain, which will be pervasive in several cases. At the beginning of the year, it is also advisable to undergo all regular examinations and preventive checkups to avoid surprising health complications in the future. Also focus on adequate protection against stinging insects and ticks. If you neglect preventive protection, you may be surprised by days full of complications related to the diseases that these insects transmit. Yearly prediction therefore recommends you to increase your caution when walking in nature, or during a barbecue, or relaxing in the arms of nature. Dear Sagittarius, if you like the horoscope, please support us and subscribe our channel. For more horoscope Sagittarius, visit to links that you can find in the video description. Biggest horoscopes 2022 are prepared by fortune teller and site www.horoscope-divination.com. Wish you all the best in 2022. Horoscope Capricorn 2022. Dear Capricorns, the soothsayer has prepared a prediction for the year for each of you, whether you were born as a male or a female Capricorn. In this section, the horoscope will explain the positive and negative changes in your love, career, finances, and also in the area of your health. You will learn if the year will be a success, and also if your love will progress and strengthen. The astrological prediction not only deals with the transits of your ruling planet and the transits of the sun, but also takes into account other planets radiating astrological energy towards each Capricorn. Astrological Capricorn forecast is important for any of you who wants to know your future. Every person born between December 22nd and January 19th likes the Capricorn sign. The sign of Capricorn is ruled by the element of Earth, which is also the ruling element for the sign of Taurus and Virgo. These three signs are ruled by the Earth element, which means that you have certain characteristics in common. Capricorns are specific in their phlegmatic nature, and this will not be the case in this year, when you can prevent many quarrels in the family with your approach. Capricorn is a responsible person who builds a solid self-control throughout his life. Your lucky numbers for the year are the numbers 4, 9, 14, and 22. These numbers will be connected to you, and Capricorn forecast indicates that they can bring you a lot of luck. The color you should surround yourself with during the year is brown, and also red. These two colors help you overcome stress, give you vitality and energy. Accessories of this color should be part of your home or office if you want to feel more vital throughout the year, and if you want to strengthen your defenses. In this year, Capricorn will achieve the greatest compatibility in love and long-term relationships with the sign of Taurus, Cancer, and Scorpio. These three signs of the zodiac will be closest to you during the year. The easiest way to overcome storms and misunderstandings in relationships with these signs. In friendly and family relationships, you will understand the three signs, but excellent communication and interpersonal relationships are also predicted with the signs of Virgo, Pisces, and even with the two signs of fire, Aries and Sagittarius. If you want to start a business, Aries and Sagittarius are the ideal allies for you to start this life dream. Aries and Sagittarius create high compatibility with the Capricorn sign, especially in the field of labor relations. The astrological chart during the year also draws attention to the signs of Gemini and Aquarius, as these signs could do the most damage to Capricorn throughout the year. Perceive these signs of the zodiac, especially in the circle of your friends and co-workers. It is possible that you do not understand in several ways, and that it is with the signs of Gemini and Aquarius that the most frequent quarrels will arise. The ruling element of every Capricorn is, as we have already mentioned, the element Earth. The Earth element has a Capricorn in common with the signs of Taurus and Virgo. These three signs of the zodiac have certain characteristics in common. They value the same material things. They are hard-working people who can do what they want in life. Such is the man who is the bearer of the earth element in short. However, if we look in depth, it is clear that Capricorn is a proof of strong will and is not even afraid of routines and boredom in life. On the contrary, a person born with the earth element enjoys the present moment, and it does not matter whether he spends it actively or passively. Capricorn expects from everyone around him a practical and intelligent view of the world around him. The one closest to Capricorn. That's why you can sometimes overreact to the attitudes and opinions of other people who don't identify with yours. In the year, it will be extremely important that you do not question the decisions of your family members, and especially your children. You need to have clear contact with the emotions of others, as well as with your own. Especially the beginning of the year will test your resilience, because you will have to dive deep into your soul and communicate mostly with your own interior. Stretching, yoga, and more movement in nature will help you to be able to relax well during the year. Exercise is very important for every person born with an earth element. It is ideal if you physically combine movement with music, dance, and with your loved ones. The ruling planet of the sign Capricorn is the planet Saturn. This planet will be located in the second astrological house of Capricorn in year, and thus will have an extraordinary impact on the finances and working life of each of you. Saturn is the most beautiful planet in the entire solar system. It rules not only Capricorn, but also the sign of Aquarius, and combines traditional values with the modern world. He thus brings to the life of Capricorn an understanding of modern things in life, and a modern view of life around him. You are such a very receptive person who can quickly accept any news related to the course of life, changes around. It is not a problem for you to adapt to a new time, a new job, or new needs or goals. The Capricorn journey strengthened by Saturn's power is much easier. In order to connect perfectly with your ruling planet, you need to be cleansed of negative, past energies. The year 2022 also places great emphasis on making Capricorn forget about the past, to move forward. However, your negative past during the year will be associated mainly with your finances and work failure, but certain transits also indicate a past connected with your past life. Throughout the year, you will need to take responsibility for your past decisions. The planet Saturn in the second astrological house, which mostly has a positive effect, will be a great support for you. Saturn connects your imaginary boundaries with the outer universe, even in a difficult situation, helping you to cross the walls of the problems of the outer world. The negative aspect of this planet, which affects you this year as well, is the fact that thanks to Saturn, Capricorn can wish for every change in life, everything new. This can be very positive on the one hand, but also negative. The Capricorn only accepts, he is not ready to fight for what he desires and what he wants in life. However, there is a year when you will have to bang on the table and set rules for others in your family and in your household. Saturn will look mainly at your finances, but also at the emotions towards your family and partnerships. It will affect every area of your life, even though it will slowly pass through the other astrological house. In the year, you perceive Saturn's transition in both directive and retrograde directions. Just in the time of retrograde Saturn, this planet will remind you how important it is to solve problems and worries from the past. You will realize how necessary it is to move forward with a clear slate and free yourself from the past. On every Capricorn, Saturn will place great emphasis on forgetting past problems, purifying their karma, and letting the radiance of energy work only in a positive direction. Saturn in the second astrological house in the year signifies ambition and diligence. Your diligence will also be linked to material security, which you generally do not have to worry about during the year. However, in the case of Capricorn, this movement of Saturn will always be reflected in a gentle nature, so you will want to save more than spend. Multiple transits will alert you to the importance of financial stability. You are more focused on saving money, which can cause certain problems and misunderstandings with your family members. Another negative aspect of Saturn during year is the fact that Saturn can keep you in a job where you are not feeling well, just because of a sense of security and financial stability. However, we will talk about this later in other parts of the horoscope. So your Earth element and the planet Saturn will make a very strong impression on you. Remember that if you can't move forward, you need to go back and rethink your steps. It is not important to rush heedlessly on your line path that you want to achieve. Sometimes you have to stop, inhale, and perceive the needs of the people around you. You are a disciplined person, most of whom we find in managerial positions. It is the great responsibility that you have to take on at work and in the care of the household that makes you very exhausted, so you have to relax more and perceive the needs of your loved ones. Capricorns should also lose their expectations. Expectations in a negative direction can absorb your energy and again lead you in the wrong direction. So expect only the best from the year, and don't be too disappointed if your expectations aren't met. The very worst attitude of the year is if you expect little from your person and do not hope for good, but only for bad. One is endowed with dreams also, in order to dream. Dream of a better life, and imagine what you want. In year, this is important to you, mainly because of your responsibility, prudence, and diligence. Your inner independent state helps you to overcome the negative effects of astrological planets, and especially the vibration of the retrograde energies of the planets towards your person. The year will allow you to make significant progress in your personal and professional life. However, you need to set yourself positive from the beginning of this year and look at the world around you more positively. The Capricorn is subject to the expectation of the worst, which is your biggest weakness even during this year. Orient your family. You start physical exercise and maintain a healthy physical body. Music will help you physically move, and you can start with forgotten hobbies. You can build something, create something, take an interest in things that fit your home and express your creative spirit. Not only will you relax perfectly, but you will also create things to your satisfaction. Some months of this year will also be suitable for household reconstruction, repairs, or changes in the place where you live. For an energetically cleaner household, without negative energies. You are the master of self-control in family and personal relationships. Most of the negative energies thus go from your loved ones, and you will have to stabilize several situations that can escalate without your positive attitude. Your experience and expertise will be appreciated, not only at home, but also in your work. It is difficult to accept the differences of other people, but the year will be an exception when you will break free from imaginary borders, because someone around you will open your eyes. You will see the world with a new perspective, and you are willing to let more understanding of the actions of others into your life. You are created so that you can easily face fear and panic. That is why you are a fulcrum for other people in your family who seek safety in you. Your loved ones will need a safe home and an arms full of love. Don't be afraid to show more emotion towards the one you love. Immediately turn any negative idea into a positive one. You do not lack the courage to handle the year and any pitfalls that await you. This year, Most Capricorns can handle this year without any problems. From this year you will get a lot of positive changes in your life, for yourself. You will get not only a new view of the world, but also a better job position or more money. In the following lines, we will clarify what your year will look like in terms of long-term relationships. Find out if your family relationship will be stable. The soothsayer has also prepared a prediction for single Capricorns who are hoping for change, and astrological transits are looking to see if a change will occur in your life. The following sections will tell you whether the year is suitable for Capricorn wedding and whether it is suitable for conceiving the first or next offspring. The horoscope will also examine your relationship to work and finances. You will also learn how to strengthen your health, which oil is extremely important to you, and which herb will be helpful in overcoming small diseases or colds. Discover your complete prediction for the sign of Capricorn, which is an important part of each of your lives. It is ready for both women and men born in the sign of Capricorn. Positive changes in Capricorn life during the year. What positive transits affect Capricorn in a nutshell? A year full of twists and turns awaits you in a positive direction? Let us imagine in the beginning the positive transits that are related to the love and emotions of Capricorn. We will now discuss what positive transits await Capricorn in marriage or in a long-term partnership. January is a month of a certain cleansing of Capricorn. You clean the energies of the past and deal with the real feelings of your partner. You enjoy the connection with your love at a higher level, and you don't mind focusing on communication. The intimate pleasure in a relationship is now pushed to the back, and new priorities are emerging in your life that surpass even the Capricorn itself. From one point of view, you have to fight with your own inner self and nervous energy. But on the other hand, the transit of the Venus of January gives you the opportunity to meet your partner from a different point of view. It gives you the opportunity to communicate more. Forget the past. January also offers you the opportunity to cleanse your own aura of nervous, reckless and childish attitudes and decisions as a gift. Therefore, use this month to strengthen the relationship to new levels, and also for your own personal progress and mental development, as prediction recommends. From February 4th, your energies will stabilize, and until March 2nd, you will enjoy the free expression of love in your life. You get as much attention from your love as you need and feel vital to your relationship. You will breathe from March 20th until April 20th. You will mainly improve your family relationships, even if you also focus on finances and career. However, everything is set according to your ideas, and love now gives you energy and strength for your personal growth. Success in interpersonal and family relationships is now guaranteed. If you want to introduce your partner to your parents, the end of March and the first half of April is an ideal opportunity for this big step. Family relationships are clean and sincere. Therefore, you expect an honest evaluation of your relationship. However, if you care about good interpersonal relationships in a broad family perspective, take advantage of these months full of positive transits to you and to more distant members of your family. Love will flourish. The first half of this year is a period of sincerity, prudence, and truth in the relationship of every Capricorn. You will realize how important truth is in a relationship and, if necessary, take the necessary steps to make truth your priority in a relationship. Relationships that do not carry negative karmic energies in connection with the past can look forward to harmonious months, interrupted by certain disturbing energies, but they will not be invasive. The second half of the year brings a lot of harmony into marriage and interpersonal relationships right from the start. Again, you have the opportunity to seal your long-term relationship with marriage. Capricorn can also expect extraordinary surprises from the partner, which will be joyful and positive. This mainly applies to the months of June, July, and August. From a positive point of view, the second half of the year is more stable. The positive progress of the months will be interrupted only by faint transits, which can cause contradictions or quarrels. You will find all transits in the great horoscope of love in the following lines. This way you can perfectly prepare for any stress and uncertainty related to your relationship. The Capricorn chart for this year does not show the possibility of divorces or marriages in the second half of the year, which is, however, very positive news. The soothsayer also focuses on the prediction for singles, for those Capricorns who ask whether the year is a year of renewed relationship with the expatriate, a year of finding a soulmate, or enjoying solitude. You will find all these answers in the detailed horoscope of love. In the positive direction, however, you have the opportunity for a second chance. Not only give it, but also receive it. Some of you will understand the real feelings of a close friend, and a year of understanding awaits you. The months of June, July, and August are crucial for single Capricorns. Especially Capricorns born in January are waiting for a surprise in the form of a meeting of a stranger with whom you will understand well. In some cases, this year is suitable for the renewal of the relationship with the ex-partner. In any case, it is a year when Capricorn will enjoy freedom according to his own ideas and learn to ignore the social demands on himself. So you have something to look forward to if you are a single Capricorn. A year full of new opportunities and excitement is just the year for Capricorn who is looking for a mental harmony or just a short-term pleasure. The second half of the year will reward the heart of every Capricorn. Good and vital energy is also associated with physical exercise, which is the subject of more than one single Capricorn, which can thus shorten its everyday life in the second half of the year and enjoy its life even more. Active energy, relaxation, and active use of your free time will open the door to new spheres of knowledge and meeting new people. Use your good heart and extraordinary attractiveness of the personality in the second half of the year to satisfy your emotions. And what prediction of positive transits awaits you in terms of family relationships, friendships, wedding planning, and pregnancy? February, the second half of March, and the month of April will enrich your family relationship with a lot of understanding. You calm the energies of the past. You are an excellent parent who understands their children and can guide their development correctly. You understand and you are willing to help others. Even more distant family members admire your loving personality. These months are suitable for family events that will not be in short supply. Even if you also perceive certain complications at work and money matters, you can still devote yourself fully to the family, which in the year you consider very important for your happy life. The end of the year, a specific period from December 20th to March 2023, will settle any tension in your family. You enjoy moments of joy and satisfaction that are related to your family life. Family relationships are stable and loving, especially at the end of the year, and also with the arrival of 2023. Forecast also predicts many changes in positive aspects in terms of friendly relations. There is even an opportunity to relieve oneself of the negative attitudes and thoughts of a friend who disrupts the harmonious circle of your friends. During the transit of retrograde Mercury, which affects Capricorn 4 times during the year, you feel the need for isolation, and so it is right. Use these days to think and enhance your soul, because your friends understand. Each sign is affected by Mercury, which in general attracts us with thoughts of the past. The days of this year provide opportunities to settle past friendships. The end of the year gives you a period full of love, not only from family, but also from friends. December even predicts a social event where you enjoy the closeness of those you love. Capricorn prediction will also answer any of you who are interested in planning a wedding or pregnancy. Is 2022 a good year for a Capricorn wedding? Will you be able to get pregnant in this year? These questions will be answered by the horoscope in the following sections, which specifies suitable and inappropriate terms for each of you, according to the influence of astrological effects on the energy, vitality, love, and health of Capricorn. The horoscope of pregnancy and marriage is prepared for both men and women born in the sign of Capricorn. Astrological transits also affected Capricorn's career in this year. Whether you are a Capricorn who works, does business, or one who takes care of the household, you will also be affected by positive transits, which will give you more happiness and well-being in connection with work. Saturn, your ruling planet, settled in second astrological houses in the year. It means a lot of determination, hard work and success. However, it is necessary for every Capricorn to know the dates when Saturn is directive and in which period retrograde Saturn affects you. It is its retrograde movement that can be problematic. The months of February, March, and April are suitable for starting a business and also for capturing a job opportunity for unemployed Capricorns. Any decision these days related to your career should be the right one. If you connect with the signs of Aries and Sagittarius, this work connection will undoubtedly be successful, whether in business or in long-term employment. In the first half of the year, it is even better if you choose to do business with family members, because the aspects are very harmonious in this respect. Saturn in second astrological house encourages you to be kind all year round, but in the months of March and April, you can buy new household items that you need for a long time. In April, some Capricorns will have to travel for work. However, astrological transits are not disruptive, so you can enjoy business trips. For unemployed Capricorns, April means the opportunity to succeed abroad. From the second half of October until the beginning of 2023, astrological transits will once again enrich you with many opportunities. They will bring success to students, entrepreneurs, Capricorns at home and those who want to move forward at work. Once again, some Capricorns are waiting to travel abroad. Others release their shackles and jobs they no longer want to do. The final 2 months of the year, November and December, are months of peace and progress for each Capricorn. You should use these positive transits that will hit you if you want to make a difference in your career life. If you want to improve your study results as a Capricorn student. The end of the year is also successful for unemployed Capricorns and also for those who take care of the household. The year is overall stable for Capricorn's finances. Capricorn likes stability, and that's why it suits him. Horoscope 2022 Capricorn recommends you to save and to invest your saved money wisely. Multiple transits give you the opportunity to capture a good chance for your greater financial gain. You will also get a chance to win, which will bring you a lot of joy. The first half of the year also means a reward for the hard work of Capricorn in the past. Health will also be mostly positive. The transits of astrology speak of a balanced year with certain small warnings for your health. The advantage is that you can reach for the essential oil in terms of aromatherapy, which will help you from stress or minor pain. Your herb for the year also fights infections and diseases that could potentially affect you. However, the health of Capricorn will be stable mainly during the months of February, March, and April, but also in the second half of the year. Extraordinary illnesses are not waiting for you, no big problems that you would not be able to handle. However, it will be important how you approach important preventive examinations and monitoring of your physical health. Also to a regular drinking regime and a balanced diet. From a mental health perspective, Capricorn energies can be more complicated. In this year, Capricorn must not forget to take in enough protein. And also for regular physical exercise. If you need or want to lose weight, in the last part of the horoscope you will find the answer to whether the year will give you opportunities to improve your health through weight loss. Negative changes in Capricorn life during this year. In this section, we will briefly present the negative aspects of this year. Right at the beginning, let's look at the negatives of the year, which will affect Capricorn's long-lasting relationship. The first month will bring contradictory emotions when you realize the influence of the retrograde Venus on the energies of love in your life. This Venus blocks the joy of intimate connection with a partner. It causes a feeling of lack and even rejection in your life. The retrograde January Venus can cause misunderstandings and quarrels in relationships that do not have a solid communication and emotional basis. Misunderstandings arise on the part of Capricorn, or if your partner is Gemini and Aquarius, also on the part of these signs. January is therefore a month that will test your resilient nature at the beginning of the year and may disrupt your thoughts of love and emotions. It is important to be able to work with negative emotions. It is also essential for you to focus mainly on your presence and learn other than by intimate expression of the deepest love for your partner. Restore the charm of touch, kisses and understanding in a relationship. Capricorn forecast strongly warns against breakups and big decisions about the relationship that you would subsequently regret. January is a month absolutely unsuitable for big life decisions and changes, points out the annual forecast for Capricorn. From March 2nd to 20th, you should exercise caution in words directed at your partner. You have a lot on your shoulders and you also focus on the disruptive energy at home. Instead of finding refuge in peace and relaxation in the home after a hard day, the energy with your partner cancels each other out, creating misunderstandings. However, Capricorn Horoscope has a solution. Orient your accumulated energy away from negative thoughts. Focus on small home repairs or hobbies that cleanse your karma. There will be no time for quarrels and misunderstandings, and you will overcome 18 disruptive days without interfering with the harmony in the relationship. The second retrograde movement of Mercury will hit you hard, but only if your relationship is destroyed by secrets on your part that could emotionally hurt your partner. From May 10th to June 1st, there is no suitable opportunity to reveal secrets. But this is a good time to think about how best to uncover the truth. The first half of the year is challenging for a Capricorn in terms of a long-term relationship, but it can bring you the complete life transformation you need. However, there is no time for divorce or breakup, especially at the time of the retrograde movement of Mercury or Venus. Although the energies may be more disrupted in May, you can still move forward by thinking about how to improve your current relationship, how to relieve it of the negative karma you encountered on your common journey at the beginning of the year. Several small, short transits in August, September, October, November and December upset the internal balance of Capricorn and can cause some small quarrels and misunderstandings with the partner. However, Capricorn is required to be cautious in its relationship mainly in the first half of the year and subsequently during the short periods of the second half of the year. You will learn about every negative transit in connection with your love in the great horoscope of Capricorn's love for accurate year. Capricorn prediction also brings certain warnings for singles. As early as the beginning of this year, single Capricorns may have concerns about the correct placement in life. You are wondering if you are in the right place, and you are worried about the future. These energies can drag you to the background of your courage and authenticity. However, showing weakness is not a bad thing, and single Capricorn can even cry in January, if they need to. Tears bring not only sadness, but also hope for a brighter future. Certain transits of astrology concentrated in the first half of the year may result in your forgiveness for an ex-partner who does not deserve forgiveness. Capricorn forecast warns you not to renew past violent relationships that have deprived you of energy and vitality. Relationships between mental or physical abuse and their recovery must be taboo for Capricorn, even if you are a single parent and think it would be best for a child. Realize that it is best for your child if he sees his parent happy and satisfied. So open the door to your heart to an ex-partner only if you understand why your relationship fell apart and if you can leave the past behind. In any case, do not let a violent person with a tendency to abuse into your heart, the annual horoscope strongly warns. You are a strong person who does not need such a relationship. The second half of the year will be harmonious and will give you new, interesting meetings with those interested in your heart, who share the same attitudes and feelings towards the world as you. Capricorn can choose in the second half. And so you leave the negative vibration from negative transits behind at the end of the year, and you never look back with tears in your eyes. Also, in terms of family relationships, there are certain negative transits that will affect you. The first negative aspect is the position of Mars in the period from June 1st to July 5th, when you should think more before you act. IBEX relationships with children will be problematic. Your educational methods are now problematic because you simply get provoked into big quarrels and misunderstandings. Capricorn forecast warns you to forget about the physical punishment of children. You are a master of self-control. You can use this mastery especially in the period of provocative Mars, which will test your patience and self-control. You will feel the biggest misunderstanding in family relationships from the signs of Gemini and Aquarius. It is the family members born in these signs of the zodiac who understand your life the least, but they care for it the most. It is this fact that is extremely disruptive for Capricorn family relationships during the year. The retrograde ruling planet Saturn, which comes into play from June 4th until the end of October, may mean a request for a financial loan from a family member who does not have a good financial reputation. You can react harshly and exaggeratedly, which can cause misunderstandings with other family members in the event of such a reaction. Capricorn's friendships will also be affected, with some disruptive transits. The Gemini sign, which with its energy disrupts certain Capricorn feelings, becomes a problematic person in the friendly relations of the Capricorn. During the year, you also have to say goodbye to a friend who brings negative energies into your life. In the second part of the year, focus on your own life, and don't tell your friends more about your intimate life than they need to hear. You still have to keep some secrets. This information about your intimate life could worsen your personal reputation, because one of your friends can't keep it a secret. Certain negative transits will affect Capricorn in career and working life. The beginning of the year will prepare you for more responsibilities, because during January you perceive the retrograde movement of Mercury, which means that you should complete your work duties on time. This Mercury also recommends you to complete work-related responsibilities that you always prefer to leave on other days. January provides you with enough space and time to fulfill your running and important responsibilities, even at the cost of losing free time. From the point of view of work, the month of May will be more demanding, when Capricorn is influenced by retrograde Mercury for the second time during 2022, and this Mercury perceives Capricorn in greater depth. You may feel nervous and declining at work. Capricorn will be comfortable, and you will not have the energy to complete the necessary tasks to the satisfaction of all involved. It is not appropriate to change jobs or start a business. Even the unemployed Capricorns will not get many opportunities to succeed in May. After the sound of the retrograde Mercury, which can cost lazy and inattentive Capricorns a place or a good reputation, the reigning Saturn also fights its way in a retrograde motion. The period from June 4th to October 23rd will be very disruptive for every Capricorn's career. The retrograde ruling planet Saturn disrupts the positive vibe of employees, entrepreneurs, students born in the sign of Capricorn, and also of Capricorns who take care of the household. There can be a number of problems in this regard. The feeling of work exhaustion will be difficult for you to overcome, and you may even perceive conflicts between co-workers and management. This transit will be extremely challenging for every Capricorn in several respects. And an unemployed Capricorn will also experience a slight loss of energy, but even the onset of depression in some. However, this unpleasant period will end the weakening of the retrograde Saturn in the second half of October. The end of the year will be more favorable and easier for every working or studying Capricorn. How will the Capricorn's finances be negatively affected? Retrograde January Mercury will hit small electronics in your home, and can therefore cause you some unexpected financial expenses. The feeling of your stability, or conversely instability at the beginning of the year, is closely related to your past karma linked to finances. If you have been wasting money recklessly in the past, which is unlikely, as this action is not close to Capricorn, you may be worried about great unrest and uncertainty about your financial future. Also, the second retrograde Mercury will cause financial uncertainty and instability. This can cause your car to malfunction, which should be addressed immediately, as it would cost you twice as much to repair. In a retrograde motion, Saturn reminds each Capricorn to increase interest in his own financial expenses, and also to avoid lending to friends and family in the second half of the year. In health, transits are also disruptive. Caution will be increased by pregnant women born under the sign of Capricorn, as well as those who suffer from stress-related diseases or skin problems. Retrograde Mercury causes psychological tension and increased stress in the life of Capricorn. The second half of the year can also cause you injuries. Therefore, pay attention when driving, and be alert in front of other people on the road. This also applies to those Capricorns that make a living from driving. The months of October and November are the most risky from this point of view. Dear Capricorn, if you like the horoscope, please support us and subscribe our channel. For more horoscopes, Capricorn, visit to links that you can find in the video description. Biggest horoscopes 2022 are prepared by fortune teller and site www.horoscope-divination.com. Wish you all the best in 2022. Horoscope Aquarius 2022. The sign of the zodiac Aquarius was born between January 20th and February 18th. Every Aquarius is ruled by the air element, which is close to the sign of Gemini and the sign of the zodiac of Libra. The ruling planet of every Aquarius is Uranus, but Aquarius is also greatly influenced by Saturn, which is its secondary ruling planet. Aquarius achieves the greatest compatibility in life with the fire sign of Leo and with the sign of Sagittarius, which is also ruled by fire. These two signs of the zodiac achieve the highest compatibility with Aquarius in this year. The air element therefore rules 3 signs of the zodiac, which include your sign, Aquarius. The aerial signs of the zodiac generally long for freedom in life, so that they can enjoy all the positives of everyday life. It is sometimes a problem for the zodiac's air signs to fit into the regular cycle of everyday life, because they avoid boredom in life and try to make it an influx of new information, facts and progress in life every day. The life goal of every air zodiac sign, and therefore your Aquarius sign, is to constantly pursue your liberating thoughts, live in harmony with the world around you, and enjoy the freedom of spirit. The air element generally connects all other elements. It keeps the fire going, and therefore the signs of the zodiac with the fiery element are friendly to the air element. The need for free feeling and independence are the basic key characteristics of zodiac signs born with an air element. The biggest challenge in life for any individual who is born with the air element is to understand the importance of the feelings of others and take care of their own physical body. For the most part, these zodiac signs are very intelligent, and they can turn knowledge into practical matters. This will be the life of Aquarius, when you will be able to make full use of your positive qualities and abilities to advance, not only in your private life, but also in your career. It will be essential for Aquarius in this year to stop dreaming about the things he wants to prove, but to start acting, and thus gain the position in the life he desires. Also, from a health point of view, Aquarius has its air element, and Aquarius is known for his confidence in the doctor's ability, and he is also open to new practices that support his healthy lifestyle. In order for Aquarius to be balanced in life, and to achieve the right balance of life in terms of the air element, it is necessary for him to gradually create his own routine in life, which he will repeat. On the other hand, in every activity you need to be aware of physical existence. For Aquarius, an irregular diet, or skipping one meal due to stress, or lack of time can mean a number of digestive problems and digestive complications. These health ailments also have common signs born with the air element. For Aquarius, Uranus is the ruling planet, and it controls your life, energy, and emotions throughout the year. The secondary planet that also affects your energy greatly is the planet Saturn, which you have in common with the sign of Capricorn. The planet Uranus is a representative of freedom in the life of Aquarius, but also of humanity and surprise. These characteristics of the planet Uranus are transmitted to every Aquarius at birth, and also affect the characteristics and energies of each of you. Even in this year, your ruling planet will influence you greatly. Uranus has been retrograde since the beginning of this year, and from January 1st to the 18th day of this month it affects the energy of every Aquarius. Later, from 18 January it enters a directive movement, while on 24th August until the end of this year it is again in retrograde motion. Uranus will move in the zodiac sign of Capricorn throughout 2022. He is therefore in the 12th astrological house of Aquarius in a retrograde, but also directive movement, and so your ruling planet of the sign Aquarius strikes the home of rehabilitation and sacrifice. It focuses not only on your family roots. He also finds the need to refresh the environment in which you live, organize your home, find order and harmony in your career and personal life. This astrological house is traditionally associated with privacy, with refuge. It develops your intuition, but it can drive you into feelings of loneliness and isolation. But what characteristics did the planet Uranus tell you at birth? The planet Uranus is the planet of liberation. But on the other hand, it is an element of anarchy that is strongly connected to Saturn in your life. Thanks to the planet Uranus, Aquarius understands that freedom does not exist without opening imaginary boundaries in his mind. It is a planet of a certain rebellion, which in the year will manifest itself mainly in your family relationships, specifically in the parent-child relationship, and will cause slight complications, especially in the time of retrograde movement. However, Uranus in this year can also bring you signs of stress and a lot of physical work that you will have to cover. On the other hand, the great news is that you will easily be able to handle spontaneous situations, and you will be able to move forward precisely thanks to the power of this ruling planet. In the year, Uranus can strongly affect all your family-related relationships. Therefore, in the time of retrograde Uranus, it is advisable not to provoke conflicts and try to stay cool, especially towards members of your family. Take a humanitarian initiative, help others, and forget about disagreements and misunderstandings that may arise because of your utopian view of the lives of others. The original zodiac sign Aquarius is known for his great imagination. Even in this year, you will not lack the imagination that you can use to your advantage during several astrological transits to advance your work. Think about each step well in advance, because this property is not only a natural part of your life, but will also help you make the right decision. The year will also show your shortcomings. As for the children born in the sign of Aquarius, they will seem more disobedient, as we have already said, especially in the time of retrograde Uranus. Every Aquarius who is in a long-term relationship should make sure that he understands his partner's feelings in depth. During the year, your partner may feel that you are not paying enough attention to him, which may disrupt your interpersonal relationships to some extent. In this year, the 7th astrological house of Aquarius will not be hit hard, which may cause slight misunderstandings, or even big breaks for your long-term relationship, but we will talk about that later. Certain astrological transits at the end of the year indicate that you will feel lonely. Again, the feeling of loneliness is a natural part of your life and you can already work with this feeling. For those who experience a feeling of loneliness very badly, the year is suitable for seeking satisfaction even in such moments that you spend alone. In general, the happy day of Aquarius is Saturday. For the year, however, the most suitable day for big decisions, progress, and for big changes in the life of every Aquarius is Monday, which opens the door to new possibilities for you during the year. Monday is generally an unfavorable Aquarius day, but for this year it is a day when you can devote yourself to a member of your family and your partner to the fullest. In any case, it's a good idea to avoid investment decisions and important purchases during Monday, such as buying a property or a new vehicle. For the year, your lucky stone is azure aquamarine. Place this stone in your home, or get a piece of jewelry that contains a stone that will help you deepen into your own interior, revealing purity and clarity. Aquamarine helps you not only look into your higher self, it also unlocks the positive aura in your life. It means love and truth that you deeply respect. The protective power of aquamarine will help you avoid danger and overwork. It can relieve you from stress and from the negative energies that flow from envious and unwilling people. In this year, every Aquarius should be surrounded by blue and silver. Get home accessories in these colors, which strengthen your resilience, especially in terms of health and mean emotional stability. If you ask what numbers are the happiest for you during the year, we have the answer for you. For Aquarius, these are the numbers 3, 6, 11, 21 and 31. These numbers will accompany you in your life throughout the year and mean the happiest numbers and days of the month for each of you. If necessary, you can choose Sweden or the USA to travel in this year. You will achieve the greatest compatibility in love in this year with the signs of Leo and the Sagittarius. When it comes to friendships, it is necessary for Aquarius to pay attention to the sign of Taurus, which may betray you or harm you. For the love of singles, you will find the greatest connection with your compatible signs of the zodiac, to which the sign of Aries and the sign of Gemini will be added in the year. In the work, you will be positively connected mainly with the sign of Cancer and Libra. With Cancer, you will understand in communication and Libra mean a positive connection with our energy, but on the other hand also a certain warning, which we will talk about below. If you are solving a health problem, or you need a partner to start exercising, move, or live healthier, the year will draw your attention mainly to the sign of Scorpio and Virgo. With Scorpio, you have a number of common interests and activities that you can use, not only for weight loss, but also for mutual motivation for a healthier lifestyle. In the year, the temperamental Aquarius will find a new application in life. Some Aquarius will be uncompromising in their actions, others reserved. Many Aquarius will feel the power of the retrograde and directive Uranus that accompanies you in the 12th astrological house throughout this year. You should remember that it is important to use your original and independent thinking throughout the year and not avoid humanitarian activities that help others in life. Since you love to have fun with friends, in this year you will find plenty of opportunities to take a break from stress and duty in this way. The most significant month associated with your friendship will be the end of year, specifically the months of November and December. In these months, you will enjoy not only the closeness of your friends, but also the intellectual conversations you love. The year draws the attention of every Aquarius to unfulfilled promises, which can be your greatest enemy for your future, but also your reputation. Positive changes in Aquarius, light during 2022. Positive transits also occur in terms of the long-lasting love relationships of Aquarius. In January, you will be hit by the energies of the disruptive retrograde planets Mercury, Venus and your ruler, the planet Uranus. However, these seemingly disruptive astrological aspects also mean a rebirth and an opportunity for an in-depth understanding of one's own emotions, needs and feelings. Aquarius forecast warns you not to close yourself inside. Feel the energy of your partner and try to find joy in your mutual understanding. Relationships that are balanced will flourish in January, as you will enjoy days full of communication and mutual intellectual connection, which is extremely important for both of you. The astrological forecast for the specified Aquarius specifies January as the month to understand your own needs. For every Aquarius, it is a month of forgiveness, understanding, and for many also rebirth in a relationship or understanding of the partner's emotions, which is excellent news especially for those Aquarius who are looking for a way deep into the partner's heart and soul. March is an opportunity to use positive astrological energies to your advantage. Aquarius can be plagued to some degree by jealousy, but on the other hand, a healthy expression of jealousy can flatter your partner. However, it is necessary that you also engage in intimate pleasure if you want to be even closer. March is a month that combines the work of Venus and the planet Mars, so intimate life is very interesting, loving from Venus and innovative, impulsive from Mars. If you feel jealous, try to approach your partner, not only intelligently and emotionally, but also intimately, your annual Aquarius prediction advises. The next months are focused on building balanced and positive emotions in a relationship with a partner. In February, you can restore the lost spark and enjoy the romance. Aquarius will also realize in the first months of the year that it is better to follow one's own reason and one's own decisions than to orient oneself only according to what others around him tell him. You will find that it is best to keep your own mind and that you should focus only on your own happiness. During April, you build a healthy self-confidence that is attractive to your partner and therefore you enjoy his closeness. At the end of April, you can expect great support in raising children and caring for the household from your partner, which will greatly please many Aquarius. The summer month of July will be the most important month in terms of long-term relationships, marriage and the love of Aquarius. It brings an enormous number of positive aspects that are not disturbed by anything. You enjoy the feeling of freedom and love because this combination is extremely important for you. Reconciliation comes from every side and your relationships thrive during this period. In October, you will learn positive news that will affect your current partner life or change your outlook on your long-term relationship. This prediction applies mainly to women born in the air sign of Aquarius. Even those Aquarius who seek love are affected by the transits of astrology. From a positive point of view, the beginning of the year is extremely suitable for deepening into one's interior. You can discover the inner feelings and needs in your life. You focus on things that are especially important to you, and you ignore the pressure of the environment on your life. The beginning of the year thus brings you the opportunity for deep satisfaction with your life and a new perspective on the freedom you want to fully enjoy. For example, the month of February gives you a strong sex appeal, which is extremely important for those Aquarius who want to attract the attention of their dream, future, potential partner. In the first months of the year, Aquarius who are looking for fateful love are given the opportunity. Later months are again suitable for short-term meetings full of passion, but also romance. Interestingly, certain Aquarius friendships can grow into deeper emotions. The second half of the year belongs mainly to sexual intercourse and intimate joy. In September, several Aquarius ask if it was a good time to return to their ex-partner. Aquarius prediction will tell you which dates are appropriate for this decision and when to do so. The end of the year is full of social events and opportunities to meet fateful love. Family relationships and friendships will also be at a high level. At the beginning of the year, you can enjoy help with housework and your responsibilities from other members of your family. In March, it is likely that your closest friend will show you deeper emotions and feelings. Especially if you feel that there is an unknown among you, a romantic energy that has not been given room for success. For some Aquarius, this is positive news, but in the lives of others, it will cause feelings of worry and complication, or even the loss of a close friend. During the months of May, June, and July, you are a person who can harmonize any problematic and broken family relationships that will now be stable. You can also focus on enlarging your household, which now also deserves your attention. July and the first half of August are extremely important months to soothe broken family relationships. It is the Aquarius who will have the power to end family disputes. Positive friendships come into play in October, but the strongest in November and the first half of December. In the Great Horoscope from the Fortune Teller, you will also find a list of positive dates related to the planned wedding or pregnancy of Aquarius, so do not hesitate and read the horoscope further. Positive aspects will also affect those Aquarius who are interested in forecasting at work. The beginning of the year is suitable for completing important tasks, even those that are still on the table from the previous year. Since February, energy has stabilized slightly, so you have the opportunity to succeed at work and take care of your home. Your self-confidence and self-expression will be at a high level during February, and you can use these gifts to advance your career and to change your attitude towards your work altogether. There are many chances for the career of unemployed Aquarius, and those Aquarius who want to start a business in the year and build a successful business will also capture their chance. In the end of March, not only employed Aquarius, but also on students and the unemployed who are looking for a chance at success will thrive. Aquarius manages to complete even the most difficult tasks, as Aquarius Horoscope predicts. In June, you feel great strength, ambition, perseverance, and your diligence is an inspiration to others. You can use the month of September for education and intellectual advancement in a career direction. The younger year will thrive in the studio. The most positive month for Aquarius's career is October, which will enrich you with good ideas or new opportunities. November is again marked by excellent friendships and interpersonal relationships, so your relationships with co-workers will also flourish, as predicts the Aquarius's forecast. You will be financially comfortable with several transits, which will also have a positive effect on the year of Aquarius. In the first months of the year, you will have the opportunity to use certain funds to increase your household. You can also spend some money on gifts or other pleasures for your loved ones. The best months of year in terms of finances are June, July, and August. These months mean luck in the game, extraordinary financial gain, and also an improvement in the financial situation related to your job. A common comfrey will help you during the year, which will restore energy to your body and stabilize the negative processes related to the treatment of certain health problems. Health Horoscope for Aquarius also recommends you to have a lemon oil in your home to help you overcome stressful periods. Although the first half of the year will be more complicated, the second half relieves pain and helps you bring energy and vitality back into your life. This year is also an excellent year for those Aquarius who want or need to lose weight. The signs of Scorpio and Virgo are the best partner for you to lose weight because you have common interests with these signs, and Virgo will advise you on the right diet and proper exercise for your life. Walking in nature and reconciling your body and psyche are also important, so that you can overcome the health complications of the first half of the year without any problems. Negative changes in Aquarius life during the year. Negative transits will affect many Aquarius as well as karma and long-lasting relationships. January is influenced by the retrograde Venus in the 12th astrological house, which causes a return to past decisions and relationships in the mind of every Aquarius. The retrograde Venus as well as Uranus unlocks your mind in a retrograde January movement and can cause a feeling of sadness, loneliness, and depression in some Aquarius. Your relationship may be at risk, but you should focus on the positive memories you have with your long-term partner if you want your relationship to be strong after the January retrograde astrological transits. In January, the relations that have been in the past with betrayal, fraud, or other deep problems that disrupt the stability and real value of a partner's or married life will be in poor condition. Any hasty and impulsive decisions related to your relationship during the month of January can be avenged. Don't make hasty decisions affecting your relationship, advises Yearly Forecast Aquarius, if you don't want to spend even more mental isolation in the following months than you will feel at the beginning of the year. March will also test your love. You will be much more sorry. Aquarius tends to control every step of your partner, which is unacceptable if you want your relationship to be healthy and vital. You will use jealousy to draw negative karmic energies into your relationship, which can cause ugly quarrels. For Aquarius, the way to better days is to build a healthy self-confidence. Again, the conclusion of March and the beginning of April are also problems, especially if Aquarius decides to solve the increase of self-confidence through the critique of the partner. Criticism of your loved one for small things causes bad energies in your household, which are felt not only by your partner, but also possibly by your children. Criticism is inappropriate, especially if you want to use it to build a better position in your home. Definitely, if you can't say anything nice, you better keep quiet. At the end of April, you may experience some misunderstandings with your partner due to different views on raising children. During May, but throughout the year, every Aquarius should be wary of unfulfilled promises that can disrupt the stability of the relationship. From September 29th, your long-term relationship can be disrupted by a woman's influence. The horoscope predicts a disruption of the relationship, especially if your relationship with your partner is not stable and has overcome a major crisis in the past. The woman who appears in your life can affect a woman born in the sign of Aquarius, but also an Aquarius man. You perceive its negative effect, and secrets that you wanted to hide from your partner may also emerge. The strongest transits of astrology will affect the lives of single Aquarius, even from a negative point of view. From the beginning of March, every Aquarius should control impulsive behavior. Decide to do something new, and don't be too critical of someone who cares about you. In July and August, be careful in case of a new acquaintance, because the transits of astrology are somewhat disruptive from this point of view. In the second half of the year, aspects confuse you so much that you need to seek out the expertness community and seek recognition. Be especially careful if your partner has been violent or has brought other negative energies into your life. The family relations and friendship of Aquarius will also be affected by astrological transits in a slightly negative sense. During January, you feel separated from others as more planets move backwards. These retrograde movements of the planets will affect the friendships and family life of Aquarius. March's Mercury, in conjunction with Saturn, causes a sense of isolation and separation from family members. It can also block balanced relationships with children and cause slight misunderstandings in the upbringing of children, whether with a partner or specifically with your children. The great influence of this conjunction occurs mainly in younger Aquarius, who are now experiencing a difficult period, full of problematic relationships with siblings and parents. In March, some Aquarius can also deal with a complicated relationship with a friend who will show you the deepest feelings. From April 29th, it is possible that you will reveal the betrayal of one of your friends, or end friendships that are no longer important to you. Around the middle months of year, children born in the sign of Aquarius tend to live and make decisions independently and cause wrinkles to their parents. Thus, family relationships can be disrupted to some extent. In the last months of the year, there will be such relationships in which family members cooperate or do business together. There may be small misunderstandings related to work responsibilities and finances. Aquarius prediction recommends you to prepare for this more complicated period through previous meditations and mental exercises. Aquarius's working life will also be affected by negative transits. January's retrograde planets are causing slow progress and are not giving Aquarius looking for a chance. Aquarius should not even take steps to change professions or start a business now. Your urge to teach others can create a tense atmosphere at work, especially between you and your colleagues. Therefore, in the first 2 months of the year, you should focus on your own work and your own completion of duties. In the first half of the year, you need to watch out for affairs or flirting at work, which will cause you great complications in the future. It is appropriate to separate work from private life, as advises the annual forecast Aquarius. Under the influence of Mars in March, and in the first half of April, you feel work stress, because under the pressure of the environment you exceed your limits. Mars will also advise you to succeed in March at the expense of the feelings of others. It is advisable to be careful in this direction. The second half of August is part of an internal conflict that is linked to your work responsibilities and does not allow you to take a break from work. You may have forgotten to complete a very important duty that will affect your work results, especially in the second half of August. During this month, you must take responsibility for unfulfilled or unfinished work duties. Finances will also be affected. For example, during the operation of the retrograde Mercury, which has a strong effect at the beginning of the year, or in the period from May 10th to the beginning of June, Aquarius can expect greater spoilage of electronics, but also problems with the vehicle. It is quite probable that in the time of retrograde Mars, you will be troubled in depth, especially if you do not prepare for these extraordinary expenses in advance. Financial complications can affect you in the last 2 months of the year, so you should prepare in advance for expenses that may impoverish your wallet. Health will be complicated in some months. Aquarius tends to neglect his health and not pay enough attention to diseases or minor colds, which can grow into a more serious disease under the influence of negative energies. It is necessary for Aquarius to pay sufficient attention to his health. Women born in the sign of Aquarius suffer from several health complications and even problematic varicose veins. Both men and women in this sign must be especially careful if they suffer from heart problems. The year 2022 can also mean ugly injuries, and especially the first half of the year is unhealthy, points out the year-round Aquarius prediction. Dear Aquarius, if you like the horoscope, please support us and subscribe our channel. For more horoscopes Aquarius, visit to links that you can find in the video description. Biggest horoscopes 2022 are prepared by fortune teller and site www.horoscope-divination.com. Wish you all the best in 2022. Pisces Horoscope 2022. Forecast for this year from the fortune teller is prepared for each of you who was born from February 19th to March 20th. You were born with the sign of Pisces, and at birth you were assigned the water element, which is closely connected with the life of Pisces. The ruling planet of Pisces in traditional astrology is Jupiter, but in modern astrology, the ruler of Pisces is considered to be the planet Neptune. Overall, during this year, Jupiter moved through the first and second astrological houses of Pisces, with Neptune being the sign of Pisces throughout the year, making it the first house of astrology. Not only these two planets of astrology will significantly affect the energies of Pisces during accurate year. The water element is shared by Pisces with the sign of Cancer and Scorpio. These three signs of the zodiac thus have certain characteristics in common. During the year, Pisces should reach for their stone, which is amethyst for this year, to attract more happiness and joy. Amethyst can bring you into the world of fantasy, but it also reminds you of the fixed values that you will only find if you stop dreaming for a while. The lucky Pisces numbers for this year are 8, 12, 13, 24 and 25. These numbers will accompany you throughout the year and you can rely on them if you need more happiness in life. To relax and lift energy in your home or office in the year, surround yourself with purple or shades of green. These colors are your lucky colors that boost your energy and purify your karma. The happy day of every Pisces will be Thursday, which is generally a happy day for Pisces throughout life. The water element is an element of constant movement that is related to the sign of Pisces and, to some extent, to your lifestyle. Pisces seems to be a mysterious sign of the zodiac, which sometimes balances between dreams and reality. Pisces keep secrets in their souls, because in the element of water they can anchor emotions, but also secrets. As we have already mentioned, Pisces share a water element with the signs of Cancer and Scorpio. The water signs of the zodiac are generally excellent friends, and they can accept negatives as well as positives in life. They have enough mental possibilities for self-reflection, and they can admit a mistake. The water signs of the zodiac are said to be too emotional. On the other hand, these are strong signs of the zodiac, which can also face such great problems that other signs of the zodiac cannot handle. Like Cancer and Scorpio, Pisces is a magical personality who is to teach others how important and significant love is in the lives of each of us. Water will be extremely important for Pisces in this year as well, because this element will give you energy, passion, and the right direction from which you should not deviate in life. Traditional astrology refers to the planet's Jupiter as your ruling planet. It significantly connects not only with your zodiac sign, but also touches the Sagittarius sign, and in both of these zodiac signs it brings hope and perspective. In astrology, Jupiter represents a beneficial planet, and thanks to it, Pisces look at things around them even through pink glasses. Jupiter is a planet of happiness, a planet of miracles and joy in life. Jupiter passing through the first house of astrology in this year will mean a deep connection between your mind and your body, and the organization of the most important thoughts in your life. It is very likely that Pisces will finally learn to understand themselves. During the year, this planet brings you ingenuity and opportunities for beginnings and initiative in life. Thanks to the planet Jupiter moving in the first astrological house, Pisces identify with their own temperament, and you focus more on your own self. You do not become a selfish person, on the contrary, you perceive the needs of others as well as yours. Jupiter in this astrological house gives you enormous opportunities for self-realization and development, and a certain rebirth, especially for those Pisces that have gone through a more difficult past period. In the later months of this year, Jupiter entered the second astrological house. During a period of 118 days, Jupiter is in retrograde motion in the second, and later in the first astrological house. From July to November, this planet passing through the second and first astrological houses seeks to restore a sense of wealth and focuses you on material desires. In the middle of the year, Pisces will think more about finances and about meeting the needs in this direction. Later, Jupiter gets into your zodiac sign, so the Pisces identify with the smaller goals of life and will be satisfied with what they have in life. You are able to achieve great success, but you are happy for every progress in your life. The retrograde Jupiter in the first house in this year also brings you a number of activities that you will want to do with your friends and your loved ones. In the second half of the year, Pisces feel that they are moving very fast through life, and you want to focus your energy mainly on important things and important changes in your life. Pisces should remember that during the year, it is not appropriate to give things more importance than they actually have, like your annual Pisces horoscope. The compassionate and often artistically gifted zodiac sign of Pisces uses its intuition and love as well. It is a very wise zodiac sign that is self-sacrificing and expects nothing in return from others. People born with the sun in Pisces are very intuitive. It thus belongs to the three water signs of the zodiac, which can forgive others and are characterized by great empathy for others. Pisces are generally considered great romantics. They are attracted by the beautiful and gentle behavior of their partner. It is an extremely generous sign of the zodiac, which is not built on short-term relationships and adventures. In this year, however, astrological transit suggests that there will be moments that will completely overturn this property of Pisces, and especially single Pisces may provoke behavior that is not close to them. A caring and friendly Pisces is a friend for all signs of the zodiac. They will find closeness with every sign, because Pisces can listen and advise, so that they do not like to bring negative energy into the lives of others. The overall compatibility in love during the year will be achieved by Pisces mainly with the sign of Taurus, Virgo, and Cancer. With these three signs of the zodiac, you will feel the deepest emotional connection in this year, and you will understand at a deeper level. For single Pisces, it is appropriate to establish love and contacts, especially with the sign of Virgo, Scorpio, Capricorn, and every single Pisces should pay attention to the sign of Aries and Sagittarius. In this year, Aries and Sagittarius can bring you a lot of emotional torment, and they can even inflict a broken heart on you. Your closest friends will include the signs of Cancer, Scorpio, and Capricorn. The Sagittarius sign can betray your trust during the year, so if you are a Pisces and there is a Sagittarius near you, be more careful about that sign and think about what personal information you say about yourself. The Sagittarius can use a lot of information for their own benefit. If you are a Pisces who is interested in job success, it is clear that you will achieve the greatest compatibility at work and in business with the signs of Cancer, Gemini, Libra, and Aquarius. Such is the compatibility in love, emotions, friendships, and work for each Pisces. Pisces horoscope predicts that even during this year you will tend to prioritize the needs of others over yours. However, Jupiter in the first astrological house will remind you several times during the year how important it is to maintain your mental health and mental well-being, and therefore how extremely important it is to take care of yourself throughout the year. What weaknesses will you fight in this year? Some Pisces catch themselves in thoughts or activities that are not close to them. Pisces horoscope predicts changes in personality mainly for single Pisces and for Pisces in a long-term relationship. Certain astrological transits will test your loyalty and trust in a relationship. Aspects also provoke single Pisces, which will be given opportunities for non-binding and adventurous connections with potential future partners. However, Pisces should be careful about these negative aspects of astrological transits so that they do not return to fear for their future. Even in this year, many Pisces will escape thoughts from reality and will dream of unrealistic things that detach them from the present moment. In family and friendships, they build a deep emotional relationship with others, but you must be careful of those people around you who use your goodness to their own advantage. Pisces horoscope also suggests that the fear in your life of your own emotions and your future feelings may separate you from the chances that will arise in connection with love, in advancing in an existing relationship, or in finding new opportunities to satisfy your soul and heart. Positive changes in Pisces life during the year 2022. The transits of astrology will hit the energies of Pisces in both positive and negative directions. In this section, the annual Pisces horoscope focuses on how the most important astrological transits positively affect the energy, vitality, and direction of the Pisces sign. First of all, we will look at astrological transits that will affect long-term Pisces relationships. The introduction of the year brings Mercury, Venus, and the planet Uranus in retrograde motion. The three retrograde planets of astrology can mean certain negative vibrations, but on the other hand you have the opportunity to meditate and discover the deepest thoughts and needs of your soul. Do you feel that you do not understand your partner, but on the other hand you can understand yourself, which makes you an excellent friend for your long-term partner? In February, each Pisces enjoys a harmonious relationship with your partner. You have the opportunity to build trust, not only in your own feelings, but also in your partner's feelings towards you. February is a good month to resolve conflicts and to resolve any disputes or negative energies you feel at home. In the month of May, your own childhood is important to you because your thoughts go back to the past. These feelings may not be pleasant for every Pisces, but you have the opportunity to use these ideas for your own benefit, forgetfulness, and to move forward. From May 10th to June 1st, you need to remove the negative energies associated with your childhood from your life so that you and your partner can move forward. The most positive months for love and Pisces partnerships, or for long-term marriages, are June, July, August, and the first days of September. In June, astrological transits focus on the fourth astrological house. As a result, you enjoy harmony in your home. The feelings of July and August will affect you in your relationship because not only will the broken relationships be stabilized, but also an important life decision for Pisces. This life decision can mean a wedding, or the birth of the first or next offspring. You can use the month of August and the first days of September to communicate and to overcome painful and difficult things related to your relationship or marriage. The year represents an interesting year full of love, when each Pisces will balance between unbalanced partnerships and deepening the foundations of true and deep love. Among the strongest and most beautiful months of love are almost 3 months of the year, July, August, and days until September 10th. These days you will heal broken relationships. Astrological transits will heal such connections that are based on strong and true emotions or feelings. The end of this year does not predict great complications in long-term relationships, so Pisces Horoscope recommends you to enjoy the moments before the beginning of 2023 close to your loved ones. Single Pisces will also hit positive transits. In this year, single Pisces are given many opportunities to capture true love, but also for short-term pleasure. During March, your thoughts are mostly focused on your ex-partner, and you are considering whether you should give him another chance. Pisces Horoscope, in the part of the love of single Pisces, will also answer these questions, which relate to returning to the ex-partner or new chances for fresh energy in your life. Several single Pisces should focus mainly on the signs of Virgo, Scorpio, and Capricorn. These 3 signs of the zodiac form ideal people interested in your heart, whom you should give a chance. A great chance for the love of Pisces will be revealed even among the closest friends, especially if the circle of these friends consists mainly of the 3 signs of the zodiac. The first half of the year will be very important for single Pisces. The middle of the year brings harmonious energies. You meet people who are extremely interesting to you. At the end of year, the single Pisces will be invited to social events. In November, you should be wary of romances, love triangles that could deepen your life, so Horoscope is happy to avoid these romances. From a positive point of view, however, you build a strong and deep friendship with your loved ones. You can forgive and forget. The end of year, the month of December, belongs to friendship and family of single Pisces. Friendships and family relationships will also affect the transits of astrology in a positive sense. Even if you are concerned about the loyalty of members of your household or your friends from the beginning of the year, later transits will balance these aspects. In March, for example, Mars will lend you militancy, and it will bring a smaller dose of impulsivity into your life, which is positive for your life. In your family and interpersonal connections, you calm down all disruptive relationships, and so you are considered by family members and friends as a counselor, a fighter against injustice, and an extremely important part of the family. In the first half of the year, you will be satisfied with relationships with members of your family who welcome your attention. The year will also connect you more strongly with your siblings, with your parents, and at the end of the year, an older woman will also play an important role in your life, which you should listen to. The most important role is played by your family in your life during the month of June, when several astrological transits are favorable and oriented towards the 4th astrological house of the family. You use the positive energies associated with your family and reassure the past that may have affected your relationships with your family. The strongest month for friendly relations for this year is December, when several transits are positively oriented towards the 11th astrological house of Pisces. They bring you many opportunities for social events with your closest friends, as well as an ideal opportunity to meet new friends. Pisces life careers and career responsibilities will also be affected by positive aspects, as will other areas of Pisces life. In the first month of the year, the retrograde Mercury operating in the 11th and 12th astrological houses comes into play, which, while depriving you of a considerable amount of energy, also gives you the opportunity to complete important tasks related to your work or household. You can organize your energy and you can make long-term plans that are important for your career success. In February, each Pisces grows personally, thanks to previous meditations and setting its own rules. You can make full use of the time you spend working in the office or at home, and other people near you will notice your hard work. Unemployed Pisces also receive many opportunities in February, which can enjoy an improved financial situation. In April, there is an extremely positive transit of the conjunction of the planet Jupiter with the planet Neptune. The life of every Pisces seems to be organized and complex, especially in terms of working conditions. At this point, many have the opportunity to advance their careers, because each Pisces gets many opportunities, even for new changes. If you no longer feel comfortable in your job, it is time to change this job, in the period from April 12th to May 10th. From the beginning of June, the Pisces is awaiting progress at work. However, it all depends on how you approach work during the month of May, which will be more complicated for work. However, it is quite clear that from July 5th to September 5th, energy is formulated in favor of Pisces and in favor of promotion. Some Pisces will also have a business trip in July and a change in the overall relationship to your job, whether it's working for someone else, business, or housework. In September and October, collegial relations can be a bit complicated. The positive news, however, is that December removes these negative energies and makes you a friendly and witty person who is an inspiration to others. Your colleagues admire you, and this admiration will be given to you by your superior, thanks to which you can succeed in December. Unemployed Pisces are also thriving and now have the opportunity to seize a chance in several career sectors. In November, you will even catch the financial happiness that awaits you, not only due to your hard work. Happiness will also come in your life because of your devotion to work, and also because of the happiness that the transits will give you in November. Capture the extraordinary opportunities of your hard work to date and get paid for your hard work in this year. After overcoming the challenging introduction of the year in relation to your health, there are months when more Pisces can enjoy harmony and strong health. In 2022, the dioecious nettle will help you the most to overcome mild colds or unexpected diseases. You can also reach for thyme oil, which is your oil of the year, helping not only for problems with varicose veins and rheumatism, but also for common colds, or during periods of stress. This year is a good year for any Pisces that needs or decides to lose weight. Many Pisces are finally able to get rid of their addiction, and they can also fight the chronic diseases that have plagued you in the past. You will feel solid health and positive energies related to your health, especially in the second half of year. Pregnant women born under the sign of Pisces also have favorable health prospects. However, don't forget to add food rich in vitamin B12 and folic acid to your diet. These vitamins are recommended by every pregnant Pisces horoscope and an astrologer who again reminds you of the importance of a drinking regime. You can learn more about how transits into detail will affect your health in the section of Pisces prediction. Negative changes in Pisces life during the year 2022. During the year, Pisces can also expect transits that play with energy and bring negative vibrations to life of Pisces. Focus on the most important transits, so you know in advance what energies you should prepare for. In this section, negative transits will briefly explain how to combat the disruptive aspects that affect you and when to expect these energies. Pisces forecast will focus primarily on the relationships of the Pisces in relationship and the negative forces directed at your zodiac sign. In January, every Pisces is afraid of rejecting the others, so the relationship with your partner is more complicated for you. You are afraid to move forward, especially if you are in a long-term partnership and you would like to seal this with marriage. You are a Pisces who thinks about the appropriateness of this step at the beginning of the year, and the negative energies from the retrograde planet Venus and Mercury bring many doubts and worries about the long-term partnership into the lives of Pisces. Fear of rejecting your partner may separate you from the deep understanding you had enjoyed with your partner in the past. In March, communication with your partner is complicated for you. You want to solve a lot of unresolved things that bother you in relation to your partner at once. You are also bothered by things that are related to your relationship in the near past. A very negative aspect of March is the great jealousy that every Pisces will suffer. The month of March also indicates the breakups and breakdowns of relationships in which there are significant problems with physical violence, or a problem with alcohol dependence, or other addiction that deeply disrupts your interpersonal relationship with your partner. It is advisable to end these relations in March. The second retrograde Mercury of the year makes you a childish person, especially in relation to your partnership and your marriage. Do you place too many demands on your partner, more than on yourself? Do you push him into things that your partner doesn't want? And so the second retrograde Mercury can cause the breakup of a marriage that doesn't have a solid emotional basis. In June, every Pisces should be wary of deceptive feelings in a long-term relationship. Any mistrust or lie from the past will deeply affect your long-term relationship. It may be retrograde Neptune from June 28 to December 4, which will have the strongest effect at the beginning of the operation. Pisces now tend to suspect a partner of cheating or lying, which weakens mutual understanding and love. Another negative aspect of your marriage and long-term relationship is Mercury's third retrograde position, which will hit every Pisces from September 10 to October 2. Pisces prediction recommends you to set aside enough time for your love, especially if your marriage has been going through problems, boredom or love without a spark lately. You should use this position of the third retrograde Mercury to complete homework, meditation and relaxation, and in your partner's arms. Sometimes a quiet hug of more than 1,000 words. Remember that, especially during the September retrograde Mercury, advised by your annual Pisces horoscope. The negative aspects of astrology will also affect those Pisces that are looking for love, those that are not in relationship. January tests the power of your energy. In January, many Pisces feel that they should drop all their barriers and succumb to the negative aspect of retrograde Venus. This Venus brings your thoughts back to the past, and you feel that your love has not been repeated in the past. You are afraid of rejection, because in the past you have felt how painful it is to reject someone you love or care about. Retrograde Venus absorbs your attention and redirects you to a passionate imagination or desire that you will want to fulfill through an intimate relationship with someone you don't even know well. However, this negative phase of retrograde Venus will disappear in the month of February, which means better energy for every single Pisces. The retrograde movements of Mercury mean more withdrawn behavior for Pisces and a deepening of thoughts into the past. Some Pisces will have trouble asking if they should give their ex-partner a chance again. Horoscope strongly warns you not to give this chance to someone who has hurt you physically or mentally deeply in the past. In November, the horoscope strongly warns you to be more careful about new relationships. Relationships can arise mainly in the workplace, but you should consider whether these relationships are really suitable for you. You can also break into a love triangle with your colleague who has no purest intentions towards you. Think carefully about your next steps, because the step next to it can mean a lot of complications for you in the future, points out the annual Pisces forecast. Family and friendly relationships will also be negatively affected in terms of aspects of astrology. From the beginning of January 2022 until the beginning of February, you feel Mercury in a retrograde motion, and this Mercury means a lot of loneliness, a feeling of rejection, and isolation not only from your family, but also from your closest friends. Many Pisces will only rely on themselves, and the best way to overcome this negative introduction in the year is to return their thoughts to meditation and relaxation that are unrelated to the past. You are karmically moving to the deepest levels of your being and consciousness, and you realize the important role your immediate family is playing in your life, according to horoscope, and in some cases your friends. In friendly relationships, you should pay particular attention to the actions of your closest friend born in the sign of Aries or Sagittarius. These two signs of the zodiac can use your goodness of heart and the information you entrust to them. Aries and Sagittarius are the signs of the zodiac with which relations will be most complicated for Pisces in this year. In the middle of the year, the sign of Pisces will have to travel, whether for work, rest, or other responsibilities that may be related to the family. This journey can deprive you of much of the energy you wanted to direct elsewhere. The months of November and December test several Pisces in terms of friendships. Some of your friends will show you their deepest feelings, and you will balance between what is right and your passionate ideas. The end of the year will play an important role, especially for those Pisces that are in relationship, because a certain friend will try you on the wrong paths in your life, points out the astrological Pisces horoscope. When it comes to wedding planning or pregnancy planning during this year, the horoscope describes the movement of retrograde Mercury and retrograde Venus as inappropriate terms for these great steps in life. If you are looking for a baby or a perfect wedding in 2022, you should read a comprehensive horoscope where we list the exact terms that are appropriate or unsuitable for these great steps in life, which you should plan in accordance with the most important transits of astrology that affect every Pisces. Every Pisces is certainly interested in how the strong aspects of astrology affect your work, responsibilities and plans, but also your finances. In the month of January, you are looking for more energy in your life. Do you feel exhausted and your work no longer motivates you? These negative feelings are mainly due to the retrograde Mercury, which settles in the 12th and later in the 11th house of astrology and robs you of a considerable amount of energy. It is therefore not very likely for Pisces to advance their careers during January. Pisces horoscope alerts you to the period from May 10th to the beginning of June. At these times, every Pisces must pay enormous attention to dependencies in life. Any dependence in this period, according to the fortune teller, can cost you a place in your work and a good reputation that you have gradually built up. Under difficult working conditions, which will now occur, Pisces can do it itself. It is very important that during this period you eliminate any addiction from your life that can harm you at work, strongly warns your annual horoscope. In September, you are slightly troubled by deteriorating interpersonal relationships, especially when it comes to collegial relationships and relationships with your family. It is now more complicated for you to focus on completing important tasks and on progress in work or study. You will overcome these negative transits, which you will feel in the month of September, only by full concentration and hard work, or by building resilience in your psyche. In terms of finances, Pisces should also be prepared for expenditure related to the spoilage of electronics or means of transport. Finances may be due to the operation of the retrograde Mercury as a swing. At the beginning of the year you will feel a lack, later prosperity, later again a lack and worries about finances, but at the end of the year it will give you full security in your finances, which you will no longer have to worry about. You can handle the negative aspects of finances if you think carefully about which way you are spending your money. Pisces horoscope will also tell you if your health bothers you during the year and why you should be most careful. In this section, we will briefly discuss the most important terms that negatively affect your vitality and energy. In this year, those Pisces whose work is related to driving or risky activities should be very careful. In the periods of January, February, and March, injuries related to your work are likely. However, caution should be exercised by all Pisces that frequently drive or are planning to renovate in a home where you may also be injured. These 3 months of the year are risky from the point of view of the astrological year, so be careful with normal domestic activities. The year will adversely affect especially those Pisces that suffer from addiction in life. Pisces that have overcome alcohol or drug addiction in the past can expect an extremely mentally demanding year. However, be aware that your loved ones help you in this journey, so turn to them with confidence. The fortune teller also warns you that neglecting a regular drinking regimen can result in more complicated health problems that you did not expect. Also, by the end of the year, each Pisces should deal with acute problems that may arise, especially in connection with hereditary diseases. However, the Pisces forecast generally predicts a fairly favorable year for Pisces health. Dear Pisces, if you like the horoscope, please support us and subscribe our channel. For more horoscopes, Pisces, visit to links that you can find in the video description. Biggest horoscopes 2022 are prepared by fortune teller and site www.horoscope-divination.com. Wish you all the best in 2022.